Hello, everyone. Today we are streaming the hashtag gaming RCQ, and we have two players here that are local to the area. Pretty good in my experience. I've gotten wrecked by these guys many times.
I have definitely gotten wrecked as well.
On the right, we have Josh Ting, my actual roommate. Great guy. Great guy. On the left, we have Will Touch.
You just know everybody, don't you?
I do know everybody. Will is on a deck that my colleague Matt will touch on in a minute because
I'm
he can
very
explain
excited
that
about it.
much better than I can. And then Josh is on four-color Omnath.
Yeah, four-color
Yeah,
Omnath.
yeah.
We got four-color Omnath on the right. Very much the Josh Ting special. He
Yep.
loves this deck. Doesn't look like anything particularly fancy or totally out of the ordinary.
Yeah, he's rocking the full. Who knows? Only on one ephemerate, which is a choice. Sideboard, nothing too crazy yet. But you want to go ahead and give a shot at explaining Will's deck here, because I'm not even going to try.
It's a spicy one. So this is, if any of our viewers are familiar with Aspiring Spike, this is an Aspiring Spike brew. It is the Shifting Woodlands Omniscience combo deck, where basically Will is looking to get the land Shifting Woodlands into play, and that card basically, once you have Delirium, it can copy any permanent card that's in your graveyard. And so the card of choice is, the ideal one is Omniscience, which is just cast any cards from your hand for free. Outside of that, you can also, there's a Gristlebrand, there are copies of the One Ring, there is also a Karn sideboard, so I assume there's a couple other goodies in the sideboard that we can copy as well. But basically it's get an Omniscience into play, do Omniscience things, kill your opponent. So, looks like we're getting started off.
Josh took a mulligan to 6. Looks like Will is leading with a Misty. And there's
Looks like Will's also on a Multi 6. Count 5 cards in his hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Both on a quick mull. Seemed like a pretty easy choice if they did it that quickly.
Yeah.
My mulligan decisions take years. Okay. All right. We're going to see what he bins here. How does he... Is there a way for him to just, like, throw a Omniscience into the yard?
So there's 4 copies of Seed of Hope, 4 Malevolent Rubble.
Does Seed of Hope mill the cards?
Yeah, so it'll mill 2, and you can return any permanent milled with those to your hand.
Okay, interesting.
So it looks like he milled over Gristlebrand here.
That's pretty good.
Definitely a good hit.
Land creature right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So...
Ooh. Cash Grab.
He's going to say reads as an instant speed one here.
Yep. So Cash Grab is a personal favorite of mine because it's in Greasefang and Pioneer.
Uh-huh.
Mill 4. Return a permanent from among the milled 4 into to your hand. Looks like you hit exactly what... Ooh.
This is a great mill off of this.
It's a good mill. And then if you control a squirrel, you can make a food. That part's never relevant.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Certainly here.
All right. Land is a good take. Not taking One Ring is interesting, in my opinion.
So,
but
didn't get a good look at Will's hand. I think I saw a Fable of the Mirror Breaker in there.
He does have a Fable.
And so I presume this is just land number 3 to try and get his engine going. He does need to build up a decent amount of mana to be able to use the Shifting Woodlands.
Yeah.
If I'm remembering correctly, it's 4 mana to use it. So
yeah, but that doesn't. You can use itself, so it can be 3 and tap.
True.
But
so we got a Ren and 6 here on the side of Josh. Just plus get some value going. Be interested to see how Josh, like what methods Josh has to really interact with the combo here, if any.
Mm-hmm.
Got Will tanking for a bit here. Looks like we gotta traverse the Ulvenwald. So this is a very nice card, another Greasefang card. Basically, as long as you have Delirium, you can search for any land or any creature. So I presume this is a land here?
No, he does have Delirium, so he can get whatever. He did bring the Stomping Ground up to his hand. We know he has Fable in hand.
Yeah.
Um,
Maybe he's going for Shifting Woodland?
Probably. It does not have to be basic right now.
Ooh, and then we got a
good hit.
Endurance.
That's the one of in Josh Ting's list, I believe.
One copy main?
Yeah, one copy main. Yep.
Yeah.
The one of Galvanic Discharge is a choice from Josh. So Josh has a one of Galvanic. He has a lot of one ofs in his list. One Ephemerate, one Galvanic Discharge, one Endurance, one Elish Norn.
I mean, the creatures make sense,
Creatures
given
are
that there
fine.
are a couple copies of Eldamri's Call, like
Yeah.
we see on the screen
Yeah.
there.
But the other one ofs are a little interesting in my opinion.
I mean, the Discharge just seems like, it reads to me as another one of, like, just an additional 1 mana removal spell.
Yeah, but wouldn't like a Bolt just be better?
Potentially. Given the presence of Wrenn and 6, I would assume so, just because you're allowed to use that Bolt face then, as opposed to just only having it as removal. But I guess I don't see anything else as far as energy synergy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, interesting choice for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Notoriously, in the DMV area, North Virginia in particular, there's not a very large presence of Boros aggro.
Yeah, it's definitely a lower percentage,
Yeah.
although in this area people are very, very partial to their blue tempo decks.
Yes.
So.
I was able to queue a couple weeks ago on Dimir Murktide, and without Boros in the meta, that deck is rad.
Yeah, I
To say the
definitely
least.
believe it, yeah.
I do appreciate Josh's use of the oversized die. we love and respect it.
Very considerate of coverage
Yeah,
here.
maybe I should put my oversized dice on the table just to help out.
Might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, might not be a bad idea.
Mine will not help. Mine are tiny.
Ah, perfect.
Definitely not useful for coverage at all.
Fair. So Will had to kind of rebuild from here. He went and got a basic forest.
Getting another Surveil here.
Getting another Surveil land on end step. We'll see what he does here. Oh, must consult the hand.
Tanking here.
Can't see the hand very well from either player. Well, we see Ting has an Omnath. He has a Flooded Strand.
We know of
milled
a couple lands in Will's hand at the very
Yeah.
least. It looks like we got a Fable
like
in
we-
there.
Fable looks like more lands.
Yeah. It's definitely been unfortunate on his side.
I mean,
His deck is predominantly mana, to be fair.
Yeah. And
that is a good hit. Malevolent Rumble here is a very
is he
good
doing
draw.
this main phase though?
It is a sorcery.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So excellent hits
Like,
here.
Great hits.
Finds the Crystal Brand again. So Rumble lets you hit any permanent card. So I like to take the Karn from the looks of it. So we have sorcery land, enchantment. We do have Delirium now. We have 4 types.
Okay.
Rumble, personal favorite card of mine. Very, very efficient card in both in terms of like card selection and also filling up your graveyard.
Mhm.
Both very relevant
1,
here.
2, 3.
So it looks like we're
Yeah,
casting
it's
Fable.
casting Fable.
Yeah.
So it looks like he also Will has a One Ring in his hand. So like here's the thing, right? It's that like Will has so much time in this matchup,
Yeah.
right? Like I almost want to just save that mana for another turn, unless he has cards in his hand he actively doesn't want. I'm a little hesitant to sack it to.
I mean,
sorry, go ahead.
I generally would agree. I think given the presence of how many lands we've seen him draw here, I
Yeah.
can definitely see the logic for going for the Fable here, trying to get
Yeah.
as much action as possible. Although we do know he has a Karn, and from the looks of it, a One Ring in his hand. So
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
light on action, just heavy on dead draws from the looks of it.
Yeah.
Although he is, from what we understand, still looking for that Shifting Woodland, the
That's
critical
fair.
combo piece.
Yeah, I mean, I don't play this deck, so the question is like, how much of this are you just? Do you just need to like turbo find Shifting Woodlands? It looks like he pitched land. It looks to
2
be an
lands from the looks of it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was an artifact or something above it.
Looks like a Misty Rainforest.
Okay, cool. That's fair. We do know he's flooding out a little bit, like you said earlier.
Yeah.
And he does get to make a treasure token if he swings here, so he technically has access to 6 mana this turn if he
Yeah.
plays a land. If I'm him, I'm jamming that One Ring and passing probably.
I guess it just depends on if he wants to try and address this Omnath here, but looks like he's going with your line, just casting the
Yeah.
One Ring.
I mean, I have to assume that as soon as Omniscience comes down, like the game's close to over. But
I would assume so.
but the other thing is that like Ting does also have Jesus Christ. Those dice are the size of my face. Ting does have 4 solitudes,
Yes.
right? So it, Will's gonna have one opportunity to drain 14 life from him in order to try and go off.
Yeah.
I am noticing that the numbers life totals aren't updating from
The fetch
the
land,
life
yeah.
pad. No, from the life pad on the stream. We'll get that looked at between rounds. Sorry to the viewers at home, but you can still see the life totals. So yeah, I mean, he'll have one instance to basically do what he wants to do.
Mm-hmm.
But with 4 solitudes and how many Besejus are in Josh's deck?
I believe it's 1.
1 Beseju main. Yeah.
Yeah, one
one
copy of
Beseju main.
Beseju. There are prismatic endings, although being sorcery speed, that's not a huge help here.
You know, one really interesting thing about Ting's list is there's no Teferis in here.
That's a good point.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, that does remove a certain angle. So, I mean, it's 4 leyline binding as far as instant speed ways to interact with the Omniscience.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as you pointed out, the 4 Solitudes is a way to
Deal
exile
with the Gristlebrand.
the Gristlebrand aspect, yeah. So, it's definitely interesting here.
Yeah.
Not a ton of interactive elements, at least as far as instant speed stopping combo.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so we're drawing some more cards here. See an Omniscience,
And,
a couple Karns in hand for Will.
See, and this is another issue I have with this deck is like if you draw the Omniscience, or one of the Omnisciences, the only way to bin it is by discarding a hand size.
I mean, there is the Fable as well.
That's yeah, I didn't even think about that.
The other thing is
Pretty
also between the Fable tokens, Rumble, and Utopia Sprawl, hard casting on Omniscience is not out of the question here.
Yeah, it's gonna take so long.
It does take long, but as we pointed out, this
mean,
is a fairly slow clock from Josh as well.
Well, there is no. I mean, you have to get 3 treasures off of this Goblin token to be able to cast it. There's no blue mana in the deck.
Utopia Sprawl can fix for blue
that's
as well.
fair, I guess. Yeah.
We did just mill over an
awkward.
Omniscience with a Seed of Hope, though, so
Okay.
we are really just looking for the shifting woodland at this point.
Yeah.
I'm
I have to imagine that
little-
Will actually has a pretty good matchup in Thing's deck.
I would have to imagine so,
Mm-hmm.
given both, like, as we're highlighting, not a ton of interaction from Josh's side, but also giving him plenty of time to set up, not under a ton of pressure with the onus to go off fast.
Now, it's important to note that Will's deck is a Karn deck, so his entire sideboard is pretty much Karn hits.
Yeah, the only real non-Karn targets are the 3 copies of
Yeah.
Unholy Heat.
Yeah, so their board is 1 Aetherflux Reservoir, 1 Ancestral Statue. Do you know what that is?
That is a artifact creature. I believe it's for 5 mana, and it is a ETB return a permanent to your hand. If I'm remembering my Karn targets correctly.
Let me go. We have technology. Let me take a look here. Ancestral Statue.
Oh, there are also copies of Seasoned Pyromancer to discard copies of Omniscience in their hand.
Oh, in the main board. Yeah. 4 mana, 3/4 Ancestral Statue. When it ETBs, bounce a non-land permanent you control to your hand.
Interesting tech.
What do you know what that's for?
That is a great question.
Awesome.
Frankly, I have no idea.
Cool. Maybe it's to bounce your own ensnaring bridge. So let's get through the whole sideboard. 1 Aetherflux Reservoir, 1 Ancestral Statue, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 Engineered Explosive, 1 Ensnaring Bridge, 2 Haywire Mite, 1 Liquid Metal Coating, 1 Pithing Needle, 1 Ring, 1 Underworld Cookbook, 1 Tormod Script.
So Karns are also a discard outlet then, by that logic.
Yeah,
with the
by getting the
cookbook.
cookbook. It's not bad.
The statue, both. I mean, I guess you wouldn't need to.
You can bounce your own 1 rings.
Yeah, 1 rings, Fables, or Seasoned Pyromancers as well if you need to discard.
Yeah.
Potentially resetting a Karn, like you do your double minus, get the statue, get to Karn again.
Yeah.
Another potential line there. As far as the game at hand, something we do need to keep in mind is Josh is very much at Red and 6 Ultimate. The question is, what are we actually doing with it? Again, like we kind of highlighted, no Lightning Bolt, no direct damage to utilize that.
Maybe that's why the discharge is there over Bolt. Because that way you just get to build up. You get to, but like,
definitely consideration. Although I feel like if you're reaching that stage of the game, you probably want to have Lightning Bolt as some reach.
I'd rather just kind of deal face.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So we're getting a Leyline Binding on the one ring, and we're rumbling
Slap
over
it
for 7. So the beatdown has begun.
Yep. It is important to note. Okay, cool. So Will was kind of actually forced to block there.
Yeah.
Reason being is that he would jump down to 14, so that way he would only get 1 Gristlebrand activation.
Very true.
Which is super relevant.
That 7 life point break point is very important given the presence of Gristlebrand. Yeah.
Oh,
so we have the shifting woodlands. And I don't see
a Boseiju.
I don't see another Leyline Binding, potentially. There might be one at that last card in Josh's hand. But we'll see here.
I saw he started off with 3 lands. There was Thundering Falls, there was a Triome, and I think it was another Surveil land. But he pulls that Leyline Binding up to the front pretty quick.
Yeah.
So Will get 1 activation, and he's going to play a free Karn. I don't love this. I think you're supposed to just play the Karn out. And then do that next turn. Like I don't know, I'm just a little skeptical that it's like it's not going to go the way that you want, and like being able to push through that. What is this? Cash grab.
Free cash grab in response.
Okay.
Nice utilization. Okay.
Okay.
There's another shifting woodland. Did use land drop already for this turn.
Okay, but he does pull the other shifting woodland 2 hands, so he's able to do this again next turn.
The other thing here is I'm not entirely sure of how many cards are in Will's hand at the moment, but Ensnaring Bridge is a potential grab here to at least stop the beatdown for the time being.
Yeah. Looks like Will has 5 cards in hand, so he has to do some work to get rid of some of them.
Definitely, yeah.
And he does still have the Karn's about to die, so I was going to say he still has his Karn left over, but he really doesn't. Karn should be at 3, but I can hardly imagine it matters.
Yeah, I believe he has another Karn in his hand at the moment, though. So we're getting a Haywire Might. Okay, that is very much relevant here.
Yeah. Boy, I'll say.
Still won't have the opportunity to copy the Omniscience again this turn, but very much threatening to get rid of those Leyline Bindings.
Yep.
Looks
we
like
have
we're
Will
getting a judge
here
call.
calling for a judge. This is where Judge Eric Morton slaps Will in the face. Judge Eric Morton has been a staple of the community here for many, many years. He is an incredibly well-versed judge, and I trust that man with my life pretty much. We also play board games several times a week, or once a week, once every other week.
Like I said, you just know everybody, don't you?
I fucking try. Oh, whoops, I shouldn't be swearing. I try. I sure as heck try.
Looks like we're getting some sort of clarification on the shifting woodland, although that seemed fairly quick, so see how we're progressing here. Looks like we're moving to Josh's turn. Is that another Leyline Binding I just saw drawn?
Yeah.
That is incredibly relevant here.
Gonna go very poorly for Will, sadly. We see
we finally got the correction on the die.
4 lands in his hand.
I see a Solitude, an Omnath.
No, I don't see. Oh, that is a Solitude. Okay,
Solitude, 3 lands, Omnath, and Leyline Binding. So quite a good hand here.
Yeah. Pretty much exactly what Josh needs for this matchup. He has an answer to another Omniscience. He has an answer to Gristlebrand. He's pretty much got it all covered. One thing I'm a little curious about is this Aetherflux Reservoir on the board.
That would be for part of the combo kill as a win condition once you have the Omniscience copied.
Yeah.
So, that's what the Ancestral Statue is for.
Yeah.
Ancestral Statue is Infinite Storm. There we go.
Oh, because it bounces itself?
Yeah, so you could bounce itself get Infinite Storm,
Yeah.
get your Aetherflux Reservoir.
Yeah.
So that turns Omniscience Karn into a just straight up Stormwind condition there.
Yeah.
So it looks like we got a minus targeting a Haywire Might. We're going to Haywire Might, get rid of that Leyline Binding.
I would be tempted to get the One Ring back, wouldn't you?
I would be tempted given the presence of the second Woodland in your hand, but at this point you could also go Woodland and then cast another 4-mana spell by having it in play.
Yeah, that's fair.
So might be eyeing the potential Karn as well.
Okay.
But good minus on the Ren and 6 just to make sure you can clear the Karn out with the Omnath.
Yeah.
Definitely like the play.
Yeah.
Play that second
one.
Woodland.
What is that
Yeah.
die on the forest for? Do we know? Oh, naming red.
I assume that's
Naming
to
red
for
off
the Utopia Sprawl. Actually, yeah, like I said, having the 4th mana here, 2 different activations of Woodland, this is going to actually play around that Leyline Binding impeccably well from Will.
Oh, this is good from Will.
Yeah.
This is really good from Will. So he
Oh, and then
copied
he used-
Omniscience.
He used
and then
the
he
Omniscience to
played
cast
to
the one.
Omniscience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been a much better line the first turnaround as well. But
Yeah.
good adaptation here for sure. We are getting this Ancestral Statue, a read from Josh's side.
Infinite Storm. So that means that he has another way to get Aetherflux from the board.
Correct. So you could play this
So he-
statue, bounce.
Oh, he's gonna bounce Karn.
Yeah, you can bounce the Karn.
Well, no.
So you
You bounce it a billion times first, and
Exactly.
then you bounce Karn. Cool.
Now,
Cool.
that being said, we do have both the Leyline Binding and the Solitude from Josh's side, so this is going to be broken up, I assume.
Yeah.
So certainly not out of the woods yet for Will. And he is going to have to find another way to win this game.
Well, you know the answer to that. Good old Cityscape Leveler beatdowns.
Absolutely. Now, I don't believe that Ancestral Statue targets, correct? So he should have a bounce available to him here.
Return a non-land permanent, yeah.
But it doesn't look like he's bounced anything. Might still be tanking on that at the moment.
I think you should bounce Omniscience.
He can bounce Karn, replay it with Omniscience,
Yeah.
and then get it from exile.
Yeah.
So this should not be a loop. Yeah, actually, I think he totally missed this here, because he could have bounced his own Karn,
Yeah.
played it for free with Omniscience, minused again, grabbed the Ancestral Statue from exile,
Yeah.
and then continue to go off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like he missed that here.
Yeah, I missed that trigger. Unfortunately, we kind of can't get out to go
Exactly.
take care or get that resolved.
Yeah,
But we'll talk to Will after this match
yeah.
and tell him to play tighter, tighten up.
Absolutely.
Jesus. As I mentioned before, ladies and gentlemen, the Northern Virginia area is I'm familiar with many people here playing this game, and everyone here is very, very good.
Yes.
A small punt, the RCQs in this area are harder than SCGs I've played in.
Once again, no argument there.
Yeah, it's you if you misstep once, there's a very good chance that you do not win the game.
Yeah. I mean, even I can also attest to this just from, I played the RC last weekend. I day 2 did fairly well. 10 and 5 is nothing to scoff at.
No.
Certainly not good enough, however, but saw a lot of familiar local faces playing in day 2, playing at the top tables as well.
Yeah.
There are a great number of excellent players in this area, and that certainly makes RCQs a lot more difficult.
Boy, does it.
All
right, so we still see Will in the tank here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was debating a Seasoned Pyromancer activation, but looks like he's a mana short.
Yeah. Ting plays a land, goes up to 31, ticks up.
Grabbing a Triome here for a bit more cycle.
And really good heads up, plays from Ting. He understands that, this emblem doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
there's no point in playing in ultimating when he could just continue to cycle through cards. I know a lot of times, for players, getting the long term promise of this emblem is like really tempting for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Ting's very patient, very methodical, and he understands that this isn't a matchup where that matters. And he doesn't even. I don't even know if he has any targets for it in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially we're going to highlight here again, like, we both know Josh very well. He has played this deck probably more than anybody else I've ever seen. He understands it very well.
Yeah.
And very much understands the outs that he's playing to at this point, at least from his side.
Yeah.
So we're getting a Shift in Woodlands activation, getting a Gristlebrand.
Gristlebrand. And you're going to see almost immediately double activation. Oh, he's attacking first.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's fine. Doesn't really matter when he does it, as long as he does it.
Something to consider here is also potentially deck size from Will. He has milled a lot of cards already.
7. I think he was counting his deck before.
Yeah. I'm curious as to how he's going to try and go about winning this game. Like we highlighted, with that ancestral statue in the Karn, there was definitely a way to navigate this and play around the exile removal, but I'm curious as to what he believes his win condition is at this point.
Oh my gosh.
Drawing all 14.
Well, yeah, I was going to say he goes back up to 10, but that's not a Swords to Plowshares or a Solitude. That's a land binding. Now, what he has to do here is he has to play Karn, tick down, get back the statue, cast it, get a Million Storm, bounce the Karn back. But
there is a Galvanic Discharge in Josh's hand.
Ting doesn't have, he only has 3. So what has to happen here is he's going to bring that up. Ting has to respond, deal 3.
He could target the Karn with the discharge as well.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, he saw the line. Now, we know of at least 2 Karns in the graveyard. Is there a third one in there, or does he have potentially the 4th in his hand?
There is no Karn in his hand. But here's a Seed of Hope. Oh, yeah. Gain 2.
Relevant?
Oh, baby.
That is a very live draw.
One Ring's not bad.
I mean, he has plenty of ability to dig here. I saw Seasoned Pyromancer. We have the One Ring. As long as that 4th Karn is not in his graveyard, he definitely has a way to find it.
Yeah.
So returning the statue. Looks like he found the line that he missed a little earlier. So count 1, 2, 3 Karns. So there should be a 4th in his deck still.
Yep.
He has the Omniscience in play. He definitely has the ability to go digging for it, and I think that's his out.
Yeah.
I see a Seasoned Pyromancer, a One Ring, a Malevolent Rumble as well, so he should be able to find it here. On Josh's side, I only see the Solitude for interaction, so I think
Is there a Solitude in his hand?
there's a Solitude and
An Omnath?
an Omnath.
No,
yeah.
I think it's
actually, that might not be a Solitude. You're right. I think
Omnath.
that's just a...
Omnath, Flooded Strand, I don't know what the third card is.
I think Windswept Teeth.
Windswept Teeth.
So actually, no interaction from his side at this point.
Yep.
So yeah, Will just needs to find this card, and he's gonna combo off.
Yeah.
Forgot your Eldrazi spawn there, Will. Not relevant, but
the 1 mana. All right, well, I mean, he should just discard Omniscience and X. Doesn't really matter at this point.
there's actually 2 Seasoned Pyromancers in his hand. I just saw another one.
If it's the last card in his deck. How many cards? Does he have 2?
Seasoned Pyromancer allows you to discard up to 2 cards, correct?
No, it's discard 2.
Okay. Well, if it's the last card in his deck, if he has Cash Grab or Rumble or something like that, that'll be able to grab it, so.
Yeah.
Or the copy of the One Ring that's in his hand as well. Would
Yeah.
be able to grab it.
True.
So basically just needs to make sure he doesn't deck out. And he should be good.
All right.
Last 2 cards.
It was
There's
the bottom
Karn.
card. All right.
All right, so we should
Let's
be having
see.
a combo here, which is, as we highlighted earlier, Karn. I don't think he needs to grab anything here, but or actually, yes, he needs to grab the reservoir. So yep,
Cool.
and that's game. So he's
Yeah.
got the Infinite Storm with the Ancestral Statue. A nice whoop of celebration from Will there.
Will is very excited. But now he's got to win post board, and he doesn't have a sideboard. Let's go over Josh Ting's sideboard one more time.
I do want to highlight the 3 copies of Unholy Heat. That is definitely relevant here.
Is it?
I mean, it's 6 damage to address an Omnath or a Renin 6, as far as slowing down the game, giving him opportunities to set up his threats.
Yeah. His deck, Ting's deck is really slow, notoriously.
Yes.
So I don't know how much you care about boarding in ways to deal with their creatures, right?
Yeah.
Because like a lot of them, they come down once. Like he has Ephemerate, sure, but the only one you really care about is the Omnath. And even then, you don't really care that much about it. I feel like.
True. That is a very good point.
All right. So on Ting's side, we have 2 Dovin's Veto, 1 Charmaw, 2 Supreme Verdicts, 2 Veil Summers, 1 Endurance, 2 Chalice of the Void, 3 Consigns, 1 Drannith Magistrate, 1 Sun Cleanser.
So the consigns for sure, given the presence of the One Ring, the Karn, consigns has triggered ability, right? Not activated, so it cannot stop a shifting woodland, which is relevant.
Nope.
But the Dovin's Vetoes for sure, a lot of non-creature spells in Will's deck.
Does Obsidian Charmaw just destroy a land?
It destroys, I believe it's a non-basic land. Won't be getting any discounts, so I kind of wonder, but it is a one of, and it is a target for the Eladamri's Call.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised one way or the other whether it comes in or not, but definitely an option available. The Endurance, as we saw, can very much disrupt the combo, so that's definitely coming in as well. So we got about somewhere between 6 and 7 cards that look pretty relevant.
Yeah, if I would absolutely bring the Charmaw. I think the matchup's slow enough that doesn't really matter, and you just kind of want to get him off the board.
I think that's a good point.
To be fair, I mean, if you're Will, you're probably going to sandbag that Shifting Woodlands until you need to play it.
True.
That's what I would do at least.
Certainly whenever given the option. It does not look like Josh is bringing in that Charmaw, though, from what he just shuffled in. Looks like he shuffled in the Endurance, the 2 Vetoes, and the 3 Consigns. Again, kind of the no-brainers. I don't know where he's off to, though. Oh, I think he's checking the round timer. Yeah, from Will's side, probably debate on whether you want to bring in those Unholy Heats or not, but other than that, just making sure you have all your targets in your sideboard. Always the issue with those Karn sideboards, making sure you got those cards back in your sideboard for when you need them. Avoiding that Judge Call for sure.
Now, one thing I want to say about the overlay is that it doesn't look like the life totals are going to be displayed. This is for game wins.
Yes.
See here that Will is up 1-0 over Ting. I'll discuss that with Dave and see what we can do about that. But really good stuff. That Will's deck looked a little bit more resilient than I initially gave it credit for.
Yeah, I think the presence of all the dig that it's got there between, I mean, you have 11 copies between of like the Seed of Hope, the Cash Grab, the Malevolent Rumble to find all the cards you're looking for. Another 8 copies of Rummaging between the Fables and the Pyromancers. You have One Rings, Karns, plenty of things to find. And again, that Shifting Woodland being a land is pretty relevant.
Yeah.
So it looks like Will's going to 6 here. I presume that means Josh is keeping 7. I saw Consign to Memory in his hand, so very relevant card to have here in this matchup. We'll definitely break up the combo, because considering you need to resolve a Karn to fully go off with this combo. But that does make it a 1 additional spell off of Omniscience kind of deal. So going to 5. Didn't like the look of either of those hands from the looks of it. Yeah, I see a number of lands, consign, a white spell, which I think was a Leyline Binding. I'm not 100% sure. Delighted Halfling. Oh, Will's going down to 4. Jeez.
I mean, the good news is I think that that deck is you're looking for very specific things, right?
Exactly.
Like, I think that, in slower matchups, I'm much happier to like mold down to like 5
Yeah.
than otherwise, because the 1 or 2 cards doesn't always matter.
Yeah.
You know.
And like we highlighted, like this deck has a ton of ways to dig through your library and really get that delirium going, really find the cards you need. So you really just need a functional hand more than anything else.
100%. The last weekend I started off 6-0 in a Pioneer 5K at the RC and curved real hard into 6-2 for 10th place because I couldn't draw. But the Greasefang is another one of those same. It's the same kind of philosophy where you have so many different ways to churn through your deck. Mulliganing to 5 or even 4 sometimes really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, I mulled to 5 several different times, and at the end of the day, I still went, all right, turn to cash grab.
Get to turn through
mill
Greasefang,
combo. Find third land. We're good game.
Yeah.
You know?
It's definitely an advantage of these combo decks relative to decks like the 4-color deck that Josh has, where you really need that density of cards in that volume in terms of making sure you have interaction, having your own proactive game plans to work through as well. So we're going to see Surveil here from Will's side.
I'm so sorry I keep yawning. I am so tired. I mean, no, this game is putting me to sleep. Ha 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 ha.
So you're telling me that Shifting Woodland isn't exciting enough for you?
I have never been more riveted in my life.
Looks like we're getting Malevolent Rumble here. Very good flips.
Beseiju, Season Pyro, Fable, Gristlebrand. If I heard him, Season Pyro is an interesting choice. I would have beelined for the Beseiju.
I'm a little surprised it wasn't the Fable, actually.
Really?
I think given that you're on a mull to 4, you're still getting that dig out of it. You want to get some value going, I think.
I mean, he could not have many cards in his hand that he wants. He knows that this doesn't come down until next turn anyway. If he has a One Ring in his hand already, you know, he might just want to curve into that next turn.
Also true.
You know, so there are a couple of reasons I can think of as to why he wouldn't necessarily just beeline for the Fable there. I always like having counterplay.
Yeah.
Which is why I tend to try and like Beseiju is an undisruptible, you know, piece of removal for Leyline Binding or, you know, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as far as ways of removing that Leyline Binding, we've got, as far as actually in the main deck, we have the one Beseiju.
Yeah.
The 4 Karns have a number of ways to help get rid of it, so there is that. We have a Shifting Woodland, too.
Which is immediately going to come down and attempt to copy...
I would assume Gristlebrand here.
Now, Ting does have a Solitude.
Yeah.
So...
We'll get to draw cards here, so...
Yeah. It's kind of awkward, though, right? Because, like, you do this knowing that it's probably going to die.
True.
Right? Like, that puts you down to 2 lands.
Yeah, I mean...
It's kind of brutal.
I assume Will feels, based on how aggressively he went for this draw line, that he isn't under a lot of pressure. And to a certain degree, he's right. I mean, as far as threats go in Josh's hand and on his board, he really just has this 1/2 Delighted Halfling, because it looks like he's being priced into using the Solitude here, just to Stone Rain Will.
Yeah.
It will give him the 7 life back, though. So,
yeah, I mean, is there any consideration for just saying, hey, I don't care about this turn? But I suppose the antithesis of that is, you know, if Will goes ahead and finds an Omniscience and pitches it, he could just do it again next turn, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So that's very fair.
And not only that, like, we're now minimum 2 turns away from a Shifting Woodland turn again.
Yeah.
It does buy Josh a lot of time, however... Will now has a full grip of 7. He's discarding the hand size, and it looks like he's going to drop an Omniscience into the bin.
Yeah.
So,
is that endurance? No,
I
thought
believe
it was an endurance, but he doesn't play that.
I believe there's a Shifting Woodland in his hand
There
now
is.
as well. So
He
we are
pitches
discarding Omniscience
lands.
and mana.
Yeah, well, there's a Utopia Sprawl in there too.
Yeah,
But yeah, that's also mana. My bad.
Elish Norn coming down here. That does actually break up the combo. It will stop that ancestral statue as far as the loop is concerned.
It just means that he now has to spend time to go and get a Cityscape Leveler. Well, no, it's cast, right?
Yeah, the Cityscape Leveler is cast.
Yeah.
And also on attack, so worst case scenario, there is that too. Notably, it will shut off the Seasoned Pyromancer too, so
True.
that is a very relevant interaction here. Although it does look like Will picked up a Fable as well from that draw, so
Not a bad one.
definitely not.
Not a bad one.
Number of different options available to him here. Looks like he's going to go for that Fable.
This allows him to pitch the Seasoned Pyros too, which is nice.
Also true.
I heard you like tokens. What about 2 1/1s for 5 mana?
Sounds like a deal when all your cards are free.
Yeah, fair.
Electing to take the damage. It's interesting. I guess Will's the axis he's kind of lacking on here is definitely the mana axis. Although he has 4 available to him now. I have to assume there's another land in his hand, given he drew the 7.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he did discard 4 mana, so 3 mana sources and an Omniscience, right?
True.
So, we'll see. I would assume you're correct.
Is interesting. I mean, still not under a lot of pressure.
No.
But like you highlighted earlier, that 14 life breakpoint is very relevant, and he's going down below it now. So that is definitely something to consider here. See what he elects to discard to this Fable.
Do we know what Josh's hand is right now? He's going to show us. Land and consign.
Yeah.
So.
Relevant piece of interaction, but not a lot of gas.
Yeah. So Will's actually in great shape. He can copy this Omniscience guilt-free and just start casting stuff.
Yeah. The main thing here is just, is this consigned to memory going to give Josh enough time to actually execute on this offense here? I
think so. I know one of Will's cards in hand is a Karn. Looks like Will's hand is... Ooh, wondering. So, this is a good question. Does Ting feel like he needs to counter this rather than a Karn? And he has both in hand. He's got the Karn right here.
Doesn't look like he's opting to.
But really?
I'm surprised that this resolves here.
Well...
Does he have another blue source in his deck to fetch?
Well, he has a blue source on the board right now. There's a Hollow Fountain.
Well, consign makes you pay 1, right?
Colorless.
Oh, for the replicate. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to try and counter the Ancestral Statue?
Well, he doesn't have to care about the Ancestral Statue. See, this is where he gets into trouble. Yeah. So potential misline because like he has the Elish Norn which stops the statue.
Yeah, but
he didn't know about the Cityscape Leveler.
Very true. He did not, in fact, know. So that probably is the axis where he just didn't think about the leveler.
Yeah, I think that Ting is also kind of going for countering the Aetherflux Reservoir.
Also potential.
Because right now, Will doesn't have a way to like activate again.
Yeah. As long as he counters that Ancestral Statue or the Aetherflux Reservoir on the way down.
Buys him a turn, and he Will has to jump through the motions again.
I'm also looking. So there is a Tormod's Crypt, and we'll sideboard to get that into exile. But if Ting draws another, if he draws a Dovin's Veto, counters that Tormod's Crypt on the way down, and gets rid of the Aetherflux Reservoir, Will's just locked out.
Well, no. Well, for the turn, yeah.
I mean, there's no way of him getting it back from his graveyard.
Ting countered the trigger. And, okay, smart. So Will went to go cast the Escape Leveler. I always forget about the countering triggered ability. Will went ahead and cast the Escape Leveler. Ting used Consign and replicated it. to take care of both the cast trigger and the 8/8 itself. So
I'm
that way,
I'm a little surprised Will didn't opt to pay for at least one of those.
you can't pay for them.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's just counter target, colorless spell or triggered ability.
You know, it would really help if I knew what this card did.
Yeah, you should really RTFC, my friend. No, I make that mistake quite often too. And Consign of Memory is one hell of a card. I think what Ting wants to do right now is just hold down the fort until he can ult this Ren. And then he just has
Leyline Binding
Consign.
is a very good draw here.
Yep, he gets 2 binding triggers. So the ideal for him is to probably take One Ring and probably Karn. The fact of the matter is right now, Ting doesn't have any way to deal with shifting woodlands. So Omniscience doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, you have to take the Karn, just because you know the Besage is in the graveyard. The Karn is... You have to assume the Karn is the only real out, given that you saw Will's entire deck list in the first game, right?
Yeah. But, so one thing I didn't really think about is I think you might actually have to end up taking One Ring. No, because you take One Ring, he can just grab it with Karn. Or can you pressure Karn to kill it?
Actually, yeah, you can just kill the Karn here.
He got the token instead. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, this removes more permanents from the board. So
Yeah, but I would be tempted to make him use the shifting woodlands on something. So now Will can just copy Gristlebrand.
True.
You know.
I think it's relevant here to get the Karn into the graveyard as opposed to an exile, to be fair. I mean,
what does getting Karn into exile do for you?
I mean, it being an exile meaning under the Leyline Binding, meaning that you could potentially get it back later.
I suppose.
So we are copying what looks to be a
Cityscape
Cityscape Leveler,
Leveler.
actually,
That's
to
pretty
get rid of
good.
that Elishnorn. That's
Yeah.
a very good line here.
Ting gets a Power Stone. This is not looking great for Ting. I don't think this is a good matchup for him, to be fair.
This seems like the exact type of deck you'd want to play against with Will's deck, to be honest.
Yeah.
Something that's not going to put you under a lot of pressure and has a very hard time interacting with you.
Yeah. Which is interesting because Ting's deck is technically full of interaction, just interaction that doesn't really line up.
Yeah. Yeah, these 4-color... I call them 4-color money piles.
Yeah.
Just because the people who own them are definitely richer than me. But, yeah, they generally are chock full of interaction, but if they don't line up with your deck, you can really exploit them.
They really can. You know, it's his draws can be super awkward. You know, the mana's not ideal. One Ring of his own. Oh, tapping the Power Stone. Hell yeah. Okay. So you'll see Ting's tapping a little awkwardly. Power Stone taps for colorless, which can cast artifacts. Delight Halfling makes it uncounterable. Not that really matters. And he now has protection.
I mean, still good operations here.
Yeah, 100%. Ting plays so tight.
Ooh, and a
all the
prismatic
time.
ending, too, off the top from that draw. That's definitely
You know, I think
relevant.
he's definitely in range of prismatic ending that Omniscience.
I don't think you're right on that one.
Shit.
Looks like he's going to elect to exile the One Ring here.
Smart.
Um,
But, you know, Ting is at 5. He's got 1 card in hand
yeah, 1 card.
and no untapped mana.
Yeah, nothing available to him.
And he's at 5.
I mean, really, Will just has to find another Karn, and I think that's
He
it.
doesn't have to even do that. He just has to animate the Shifting Woodlands.
That is a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just Shifting Woodlands, copy the Cityscape Leveler is lethal.
Yeah. He's going through the motions.
I think Josh realizes he's dead, and is
I think so too. I think, but like there were other ways to play around. Maybe there were. I don't know. Seems like a bad matchup for Ting.
I mean, yeah, I can't imagine how this is. The way that Josh wins this matchup seems like.
Will has to punt.
I mean, not only punt, but also get a little unlucky too.
Yeah.
It just seems like there's a lot of ways around the interaction that Josh has here.
Yeah.
So.
1.
Are we getting a Shifting Woodlands activation? We're copying a Seasoned Pyromancer.
Stop playing with your food, man.
I think he just doesn't see the line. I'm not going to lie to you.
I cannot imagine. This is like,
I think it looks like Will is a little tunneled here on finding the combo kill. Well, he found it, so.
why? Okay, I'm gonna have a. We'll have a conversation with Will.
Oh, for sure.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. He's got the combo
Yeah,
here.
yeah. He's got the game, but you didn't have
Yeah.
to jump through all these hoops.
Agreed.
Got one card, no mana. Turn stuff sideways.
Oh, interestingly, you do need one more spell with this.
No, you don't.
Well, to get the life gain off the reservoir.
Oh, true.
So, sadly, I don't think we're going up to 5 billion.
You
here.
don't have to, because you just bounce this back on one of your last times. Oh, no, wait. I
well,
guess.
you need
Yeah,
to
yeah,
you need to
no,
bounce
you're
the
right.
Karn.
Yeah,
So,
right.
but yeah, regardless,
Cool.
Will takes the match here.
We'll take some match 2-0. That will be round 1, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in probably just a few minutes to start round 2.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's how we do it, yeah.
nothing would move without us allowing it to happen. Because we got the streets, suckers! Nobody is wasting nobody. That is a miracle. And miracles is the way things ought to be.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for bearing with us while we were on break for a few minutes. We were back with round 2. Do you want to do deck intros?
Yeah, so we got on the left here, we got Anthony, and he's going to be on your pretty stock Eldrazi ramp deck. Got the World Breakers, Devourers, we've got some Delirium Emrakul, some more Delirium action on the left here. On the right, we have Ryan. He's going to be on Domain Zoo. So we got your standard Wild Nicoddles, Kavus, got some Flages and Scions as well. We've even got the Leyline build here going on.
Okay.
Couple things to note. We have 3 copies of Stubborn Denial on the right. Which
In the main?
In the main.
It's relatively stock in zoo builds nowadays, I think.
That's fair.
You know, they have a lot of creatures that have over 5 power or 4 power, so it's pretty easy to make that decision.
Yeah. So we got a very quick start. Looks like Ryan's on the play. We got the Leyline into Ragavan start.
Can I explain to you something? I hate Leyline so freaking much.
Oh, don't even get me started on this card. I have a burning hatred for this card. No pun intended, given that Burn is one of my favorite decks in Modern, and frankly, the presence of this card alongside Scion of Draco just means that you have yet another completely unwinnable matchup. So, yeah, not super happy about that card. It's also not great fun to play against in Pioneer.
Now, interestingly enough, I would crack this treasure and play Ancient Stirrings.
Interesting.
You can get a land, or you can find a Scion of Draco.
That's a very good point. The Scion is a very good pickup here, but it looks like we're going straight into a Bone Crusher Giant. Interesting.
I think that Ryan's a pretty good player, and he understands that he needs to just get power on board.
Yeah.
He has the potential to have this fast start where Anthony kind of, teeters around for a couple turns, sets up. He does have 3 mana here on turn 2, which is nice, but there's not a ton of plays that he has on turn with 3 mana. So we'll see a Rumble here. He was probably just trying to set up for the ring next turn that he showed.
I was going to say, I think I have a slightly different read on this deck. Actually played against Anthony a couple weeks ago on this same deck. And one of the strengths of this deck that stands out to me is just the ability to play a very early One Ring. You have the 4 copies of the Malevolent Rumble. You also have 4 Talismans and 4 copies of Utopia Sprawl. And those, in conjunction with the 4 copies of Ugin's Labyrinth in this deck, mean that you have a lot of ways to actually get a turn 3 ring.
Yeah, that's
and fair. In many matchups, particularly these creature aggressive decks, that turn 3 ring is very much one of your main lines from what it seems.
Yeah, but interestingly, we see him block here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that, to be honest. I
Does
think there is an Ugin's Labyrinth in his hand. That would certainly be the read that I would
be
have.
the only reason that that would make sense to me.
Yeah.
We see Anthony here, or excuse me, Ryan here, just committing more and more power to the board. There are issues with this, right? So like,
Yeah.
Ryan has stubborn hands, and I'm pretty sure his reasoning is, I'm just going to curve out here, play as much power as possible, and try and protect and either beat him before he gets an all his dust, or be able to counter the all his dust. Now the problem here is that he's going to have to counter this One Ring,
Yeah.
which will give Anthony a turn, maybe 2, depending. And then Ryan won't have a stubborn hand anymore. Now that being said, that's interesting. Okay.
I'm curious to see what the rest of Anthony's hand is based on this line, to be honest, because... So, looking at his deck list, we have 1 copy of All His Dust
Yeah.
in the main,
Mhm.
and 2 copies of Kozilek's Return.
Mhm.
This is definitely slightly different from the deck I saw last a couple weeks ago, because there were 3 copies of All His Dust in his main then, of which he was none too happy about playing against me.
So, I played against Anthony was my finals opponent for my RCQ win,
Interesting, okay.
and he had. Okay, cool. He had a really good run with the deck, and he knows what he's doing. I trust him completely to make correct plays. This one seems a little awkward.
Did he cast a talisman off an...
No,
Drowsy?
no. So he tapped 5 mana total.
Oh, yes,
He
yeah.
had 1
You're
floating
right,
from the Ugin's Labyrinth. I was double checking that.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, this spot's really interesting because Ryan's trying to figure out if this is worth it to deal 5 to this Myco Spawn to just be able to Alpha Strike. He's
And-
choosing yes.
Collecting 2?
I would be tempted not to. Because even if he blocks, because the assumption is he would block the 4/3, they would trade, right?
Well, this is interesting. Ryan actually has 2 copies of Stubborn Denial in his hand.
Okay, well then this game's
So-
probably pretty over.
Given that, I'm pretty sure I actually agree with
Yeah.
this play, because you're just
Yeah.
looking to get as much
As
damage
much as
in
possible.
and
Yeah.
clear the way.
I
So-
actually did math wrong too, because I was like, even if he blocks the giant, it's still a 2-turn clock, but it's not. It'd be 3 turns. So
Yeah.
this makes a lot of sense then.
Yeah. I like the play.
Yeah.
It is interesting to note, Leyline of the Guild Pact and All's Dust are not friends, to say the least. And
Our Leyline of the Guild Pact specifically states that non-lands, right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I certainly hope so for Ryan's sake.
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, yeah.
and we
It's
see
not
the
like
one of
Synchro,
all his
it's
dust in
Synchro.
Anthony's hand. Thankfully, Ryan, for his sake, has the 2 copies of Stubborn Denial here.
2,
But
4, 7. So Ryan has the mana for it, or excuse me, Anthony has the mana for it.
yeah, I mean,
But
this game is actually
this
over
game's
here
over.
just because of the Stubborn Denial. But yeah,
And
like,
Anthony knows it.
Yep.
Tragic. All right, so
So-
let's go back to the board. Do you want to do Ryan's? I'll do Anthony's.
yeah. So Ryan has got 2 copies of Path to Exile, 2 copies of Veil of Summer, 2 copies of Consign to Memory, 2 copies of Pyroclasm, 1 Thraben Charm, 1 Wear Tear, 1 Unlicensed Hearse, 3 Obsidian Charmaw, and the Gigantha as his companion. So, given the matchup, I would assume the Consigns will come in, and presumably the Charmaws as well. There are quite a few colors producing lands, and a lot of soul lands that you really want to hit with those Charmaws.
Do
And
you-
he has moved his Gigantha away from that companion zone, so
Interesting. Yeah.
I would have to assume those Charmaws are coming in.
Yeah. So Thraben Charm. What are the modes on that? One deal damage equal to twice the number of creatures you control.
Yes, to either a creature or a planeswalker.
Yeah.
One is destroy an enchantment, and I don't remember the third mode.
Cool. Irrelevant.
I think it has. It might be
Might be
exile.
exile graveyards.
I believe it's exile graveyards.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not 100% on that
All
one.
right. Well, then not perfect for what we're looking for.
I don't think it's relevant enough here.
Yeah.
The other potential card you could bring in on Ryan's side is the Path to Exiles
Yeah.
if you feel like you need to address those big creatures. but I could
I'll-
see that going either way.
A lot of that also comes down to how well do you know Anthony's deck, right? Because
Yeah.
like Anthony has some interesting stuff that you don't normally see in some of these Eldrazi lists. Some of them are more geared towards colorless lists. Some have breach. This is just mono green.
Yeah.
It's not the most common version of the deck that you see, and between all the variations, sometimes people get confused about which one's playing what.
Yeah, there are a lot of different variations of these Eldrazi decks,
Yeah.
which certainly makes figuring out what you're up against a little more interesting.
Yeah, and we didn't see World Breaker from Anthony, but World Breaker is a card you definitely want Path of Exile for.
Absolutely.
So it'll be interesting to see if Ryan is able to pick up on that and decides to board in the paths in the first place. Because I know if I don't see cards a lot of times, sometimes unless I really know the deck list or the matchup, I won't board in certain cards.
Yeah.
You know.
And you certainly have that luxury being up a game in these kinds of matchups.
Yeah.
Where you are the proactive deck. You
Mhm.
have the ability to just come out with a fast start and just kill them. And there is certainly something to be said about overboarding with these types of decks. But as we highlighted, no Giganta there on the companion zone, so I have to assume those Charmels are coming in, and presumably the Consigns as well. So lots of interaction from Ryan's side.
Would you say that Ryan is the beatdown?
I certainly would say he's the beatdown in this
Nice.
matchup. Yes.
Nice.
I
So
would
we
certainly.
have an article for you, ladies and gentlemen.
I would certainly hope so, given he is the Wild Nacatl deck.
Fair. Fair. On Anthony's side, we have one Bojuka Bog, one Chalice of the Void, four consigned to memories.
Not quite mono green, I guess.
Two Soulless Jailers, one the Stone Brain, one Kozilek's Return, three Trinisphere, two Force Vigor. Definitely forces are probably coming in. Trinisphere, I would be surprised if it didn't make an appearance.
I could certainly see it here.
Yep.
The Kozilek's Return is the one that is the standout, definitely bring in out of these cards.
Yeah.
Frankly, it does not seem like there's a lot in Anthony's sideboard for this matchup.
No.
Now, again, there are quite a few good cards in his deck already.
Yeah.
You have 4 copies of the One Ring. You already have some Kozilek's Returns and an All Is Dust main deck.
Yep.
And also the Kozilek's commands are quite good here. As big as those creatures are on Ryan's side of the board, outside of Scion of Draco, they're all pretty cheap. So you can definitely get a lot of mileage out of that Kozilek's command.
Unless there is a Leyline on board with a Scion.
That is true. I believe it's blue creatures are the ones that get hexproof, yes?
Yep.
So, not a
Leylines.
whole lot of blue creatures in his deck.
Nope.
But,
If he can dodge the Leyline Scion combo, then, hopefully he's in a good spot.
yeah. Notably, I don't know if you would really want to bring in the Force of Vigors here, just because you do already have a couple of main deck answers to that Leyline with the World Breakers.
That's true.
Um,
But that is World Breaker's pretty slow,
it is
right? It's a
fairly
7
slow.
drop.
It is a 7-drop, but we are talking about a deck that is regularly casting 7 drops on, like, turn 4.
Yeah.
So,
But my concern is turn 4 also feels slow.
that is true.
Which sucks. Like it's not great to be in that spot.
So, looks like Ryan's debating his hand
He
here.
has a
Tribal Flame, Scion.
Kavu,
Looks to be a Stubborn Denial. And
2 lands.
yeah,
3
2
lands.
land.
3 lands.
I saw
There's
an Arid Mesa and a Woodland.
No, the last card is a
Wooded
Sacred
Foothills.
Foundry, I think. Yeah, so next to the Arid Mesa is the Windswept Heaths,
Gotcha.
and then I think the last card is Sacred Foundry.
So it looks like Ryan kept
Or
6
or
here.
it could be wooded. It's one of the two. It's a land, for sure. He picked up another wooded. So a lot of lands for Ryan to start off.
Yeah.
Not the ideal scenario, but it doesn't mean that this Kavu can be a 5/5 on 2, which is nice.
So on Anthony's side, we have an Emrakul under the Labyrinth.
Exiling, yeah, nice.
The Delirium Emrakul.
Mm-hmm.
There are apparently way too many Emrakuls now. Can't keep track of them.
What a hit.
Well, I'm gonna presume that's an Eldrazi Temple hit off
Yeah.
of this, but I
I
mean,
would
clearing off the
also
top
agree.
of your deck at least.
Yep.
Anthony just, setting up all of his mana here, as you generally do with this deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because like we said a couple weeks, like I played against him a couple weeks ago. You played
Mhm.
against him a few weeks before that.
Mhm.
2 weeks ago, Anthony was on the Through the Breach list, and so now we have a list with no Through the Breaches. And I believe he was also on the Through the Breach list when he was playing against you in the finals. Yes.
Yep. No,
Yeah.
no, he wasn't on through. He was on this deck. He was on
Interesting.
Mono Green.
Okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
definitely.
He is well versed in the Eldrazi game.
Yes.
Which is interesting because before this, he pretty much was exclusively on control decks for a very long time. And he's a very, very good control player. This deck is cool. I lean more towards the tempo-y, side of things when it comes to playing Magic in general.
Yeah.
So this isn't really a deck that I would play in Modern. I do play this deck in Legacy. I play Eldrazi in Legacy, and that deck feels
Well,
way more tempo oriented than
I was
this
gonna
one.
say that's much more of a. I would say it's much more of a tempo beatdown deck
Yeah,
than Legacy.
100%.
For those who don't know, Colin is very much a Legacy specialist
Mm-hmm.
and fairly accomplished, I would say.
We're working on it, man. A couple years ago, I top 16 Eternal weekends. I've won a couple challenges. I top forward, or I made it to the finals of a showcase. I've been around the block.
Yeah.
But this I also feel, I said earlier that this area is very accomplished for Magic grinders in general, but that really speaks to Legacy.
Yeah.
We have in the area my good buddy Jay Wojciechowski, who won Eternal Weekend 2 years ago, came in second last year. We have Liz, who top forward last year at Eternal Weekend. We have the winner of Eternal Weekends out of just south of Baltimore. It's a very competitive area, and there's actually a big DMV Legacy invitational going on right this second.
Yeah.
So between rounds, not while we're covering, because obviously we're the best, but between rounds, you should definitely go check that out, because I'm sure there's some good action happening over there.
I mean, priority on us. Let's
Priority,
be real.
honest to Christ. I mean, come on. Who do you think I am?
I mean, if Colin, Legacy Specialist, is here, you know that this is the more important tournament to be watching.
Damn straight. They hopefully will be extending. So hashtag wasn't part of the league this past year because they missed the deadline. So hopefully hashtag will be part of the Legacy League next season, and that way I can kind of accrue stuff, because all the events that you can kind of qualify in are a little far from here, and that was just busy on the days they had tournaments.
Yeah. So back to the game.
Yeah. We
We
saw a Kozilek's command for X equals either 3 or X equals 4 to take care of that Kavu and make a bunch of dudes.
yeah.
Now, it's Ryan's turn. He just played a Wooded Foothills. We are probably going to see him pass, in all honesty. He's got a lot of lands in his hand, or at least he did,
I mean,
last turn.
So he has both Stubborn Denial and I believe we saw Scion earlier. So I imagine we're going to see the Scion come down
Okay,
and probably holding up that Steam Vents for the Stubborn Denial.
that's fair.
I'm not entirely sure what's in Anthony's hand. I can't quite make out all the cards, but
Yeah.
given that he opted for making mana here, I have to assume there's a large Eldrazi Spaghetti Monster hanging out in his hand somewhere.
Yeah, that's a completely logical assumption. You also have to think that maybe he's just getting ready for this Emrakul to come down too.
Also true. Yes, we have the Emrakul in play. That is true.
Yeah, Anthony only has 3 card types in the graveyard, but when you have 4 tokens, that costs 6 mana. That's
True.
that's not that much. And he has 4 on board already, so he can actually just prep for a turn and a half from now, pretty much, where he can kind of go off. So
Another Kozilek's command here.
great pickup. He also has a Cavern of Souls, I believe, which
That
he's going to play.
Looks to be Cavern. Yep.
Yep. I wonder what he's going to name. I think squirrels.
What is Soulless
Spaghetti?
Jailer's creature type?
Oh, true. I don't know. Horror, maybe?
I think it's Phyrexian. I don't know about the other one.
Okay.
but,
All right, well, here we see a war.
I believe that's a World Breaker. It looks
Okay.
like an alternate art World Breaker.
Yeah. So this is going to come down. He can blow up the Scion and just feel in a really good spot if he wants to blow up Scion. He doesn't even really have to.
I
He
mean,
can-
something to consider in this matchup, especially
Blowing
given
up the Triome, right?
yeah, getting the
Yeah.
Triome here, taking your opponent off a number of card type or land types.
Oh,
Looks like he's opting to get the Steam Vents here.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty heads up. He saw the
He saw the Stubborn Denial in
Stubborn
game
Denial in
one.
game 1. So he's saying, I'm going to keep you off of blue mana here. The other Indotha Triumph doesn't really matter that much. I can always rebuy this at some point and then deal with it then. Now,
And this is a really heads-up play considering we see 2 copies of Stubborn Denial in Ryan's hand.
Ryan did pick up an Arid Mesa for the turn.
Yeah.
So he does still have access to blue.
So he's not going to have untapped blue here.
Interesting.
He only has 2 blue sources in his entire deck,
Okay.
which is a Steam Vents and a Xander's Lounge. So he will be able to find it, but crucially, no untapped blue mana here.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Anthony's going to be fully aware of that. The mana bases of Zoo are certainly interesting.
In order to make that work, you got to be a master with it. That's not my style.
Yeah. But notably, this World Breaker really shutting down Ryan's offense. That 5/7 reach body is nothing to scoff at, especially against a deck that really the largest creature you have consistently available to you is like a 5/5.
Yeah. And you know what Ryan just drew, or Anthony just drew for the turn?
What do you draw?
He just drew another World Breaker. This game's probably going to be over.
Yeah, I certainly don't think it's looking good for Ryan here.
No, it certainly is
Yep,
not.
looks like we're having another World Breaker come
Yep.
down.
Brutal.
Uncounterable World Breaker, even in the face of if there were blue
Yeah.
mana and a consign to memory. Just
Yeah.
absolutely taking apart Ryan's mana base here.
Mm-hmm. And Ryan knows what's up. He understands that, that Indotha Triumph might not be long for this world.
Yeah.
But he's going to go after the Scion, which honestly just makes a ton of sense. Ryan is dead on board. And I don't think he really has any way to come back from this. He said, deal 2. Ha-ha, got him. Both players chuckling a little bit, knowing that, the card's pretty much completely dead here.
Yeah.
All right, Ryan's going to go on down to 7, probably get Xander's Lounge, untap, cry a little bit, and then go to game 3. That's what I would assume.
I would have to assume so.
In that order.
Definitely in that order.
There will be tears shed.
I do want to talk a little bit here. Well, we can let the game finish first.
We can talk. The game's pretty much finished.
I do want to talk about the presence of Emrakul Promised End here.
Yeah.
Because, as much as we've talked about Colin's deck preferences and all of that, my preferences, especially in Modern, are of the hardened and scaly variety.
Or aggressive variety.
Yeah.
In general.
Let's just say I have walked into a tournament before, been witnessed, and then had people side in anti-red cards just by the mere presence of me walking into the
Correct. And I'll do it again.
And I certainly think that will not be the last time that happens. But it is interesting to note because I fear Emrakul the Promised End like nothing else. Because usually when that card resolves against me, I immediately die.
See, I've had a very different reaction. A lot of times they'll play it and I'll say, okay, and then I'll reveal nothing in my hand because all I draw is lands. And then they say, go. And then I go, okay, cool, we still have a game. But the card is backbreaking.
Yes.
Not just from all the stuff that you can do to mess with your opponent, but
it's also just a 13/13 flyer.
Yes, and the value that you get from having the information
exactly
is so relevant in so many cases. And I love Thoughtseize effects.
Mm-hmm.
I love Thoughtseize effects. I like
peak
we
effects. Have all his dust scooping up the last blocker here.
Yep. I like peak effects when they're attached to 13/13s.
I would certainly also like peak effects attached to 13/13s. Frankly, there are a lot of things I would like to have a 13/13 with or without other effects attached.
Yeah, fair.
Especially when it comes down on turn 5.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to game 3 here. We're gonna have Ryan on the play. And it does seem like play draw is gonna be pretty relevant here. Ryan did not start that game off with a 1-drop, as opposed to game 1 where he started with a turn 1 Ragavan that, made 3 mana.
Yeah.
Didn't actually generate much advantage on the card side, but just 6 damage alone from your 1-drop
6 damage, 3 mana is so huge in these matchups.
that is probably the best Bird of Paradise you'll ever see.
Yeah, honestly.
But yeah, I mean, it is interesting that Ryan only has 6 1-drops total in his deck. He has 3 Ragavans and 3 Wild Nicoddles. So you're not consistently coming down with a 1-drop by any means, although certainly with this domain-type mana base, a lot of times you want to be setting up that Triumph turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious to see if Ryan is going to accept another hand without a 1-drop
Yeah.
in this game 3 on the play.
And I honestly don't really think you can. I think that Ragavan is so devastating in this matchup. I think you just have to find it.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't have Scion combo in starting hand and you don't have or a Ragavan, I think it's totally reasonable to say I can do better than this and I'm going to mulligan.
Absolutely.
You know, now granted, you know, to some degree Ryan kind of preps for a little bit of a longer game by boarding the Charmaws and all of this stuff, but like at the end of the day, those are just means to an end. You know, like you still got to commit to your game plan. And your game plan is going to be to try your best to outrace this thing before Anthony can kind of get a board presence.
Absolutely. Like, we can pretty clearly say that if the games go long enough, Anthony has a very marked advantage,
Yeah.
given the presence of the gigantic Eldrazi creatures that are going to outsize pretty much anything that Ryan has on his side of the board. 4 copies of the One Ring. But to be fair, there is a lot of burn in Ryan's deck,
Yeah.
and burn is the ultimate form of inevitability.
Yeah, 100%. And that's actually touches base to exactly what I was going to say. It looks like they're pointing at lights or something.
Yeah.
You know, even if you don't get the goal accomplished with, you know, Ragavan, like a 2-drop or whatever, Tribal Flame still deals 5. A full set of them does just completely kill your opponent. You know?
Yeah. And I don't really want to, like, not to rag on Anthony here, but, like, in our match a couple weeks ago, there was certainly a time where I just killed him from 10 life.
Yeah.
Right?
And you just have 2 Tribal Flames.
Yeah.
And
In
just
my
over.
case, it was a very large walking ballista. But,
Sure.
I mean, certainly in this case,
We're not talking about hardened scales right now, Matt.
listen, I could talk about hardened
I
scales
know you can
for
talk
days
about
on
hardened
end.
scales for months on end.
That is... months might be a little ambitious. So we're going to see Anthony take a multi-6 here. Looks like Ryan is going to keep his 7.
It looks
See a
like
Stubborn Denial.
I saw Wooded Foothills. I saw an Ashoba Brawler or Tribal Flames.
Okay.
I don't know. I assume there's second land in there. Otherwise, I don't think he would keep this.
I would have to assume so.
He does have Scion.
I see Scion. So we have Scion, Stubborn Denial, Wooded Foothills. You said there's an Ashoba Brawler. Yeah, I have to assume there's another land in
Gotta
there.
be. Unless there's a Ragavan. That's the only situation in which I could see him potentially keeping one lander, but I think that's too risky.
Yeah. I think the
Alright.
other thing with that is also, as far as your untapped red fetchables, you have Steam Vents, a Mountain, and a Sacred Foundry, which
Yeah.
is really not setting you up for your
For-
colors very well.
No.
So, looks like Anthony's going to keep 6 here.
He has a World Breaker and at least a few lands. Alright, so we have Wooded Foothills.
Fetching immediately, so we
is
might have a
either
1-drop
gonna get-
here. Looks like we might have a Wild Nicottle on turn
Maybe
1.
maybe it was a Nicottle and not a Neshoba Brawler that I saw.
Yeah.
So this sets up for Xander's Lounge next turn.
Yeah.
5 full mana. It is a little awkward if he goes that route because he doesn't have a turn 2 play that he can play. Maybe he just goes and fetches Steam Vents.
On
Well, we'll
Anthony's
see.
side, we got Forest. I think that's a commercial district.
Yep,
We have Utopia Sprawl coming down.
There's a World Breaker. There's a Kozilek command, and I think that's about it. There's another Utopia Sprawl too.
Yeah. So a lot of mana, a World
Mhm.
Breaker, and a K command. So
Well, it did the job game 2. Let's see if it can go the distance game 3.
yeah. So Stubborn Denial, Tribal Flames. I think that's the Andatha Triome, a Scion, and an Arid Mesa.
This is awkward because he kind of has to go get the. He's going to use the turn to go get Xander's Lounge, so he has blue mana.
Yeah.
Problem is,
I
next
think that last
turn-
card in Ryan's hand is a Flage, actually.
Okay. Problem is that next turn, he doesn't have a third land, or he does have a third land, but it's a tap land. He doesn't have a third untapped source, right? So you're kind of priced into go getting this Xander's Lounge, so you don't have a turn
Yeah.
2 play. You attack for 3, get him down to 17, and then you're just kind of spinning your wheels. And next turn, unless you draw a land, you're playing another tap land. And I'm assuming you play Scion or whatever, but then you can't actually
Yeah.
back it up with anything.
Yeah.
So it's kind of awkward.
There's definitely
for Ryan here.
bit of an awkward sequence here, although trying to make the best of this turn 1 play.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as you highlighted, this turn 3 is going to be a little awkward.
Yeah.
You know, between with this Utopia Sprawl, the second one coming down, the commercial district to find something hopefully on Anthony's side, there could be a very good window for him to resolve a One Ring
Yep.
or a very large K command, remove this Wild Nacatl, set up some blockers, or
Yep.
find some more action.
Yeah.
We're
Binning.
binning a World Breaker. That is,
He already has one.
I mean, here it is functionally drawing a card, to be fair.
Yeah.
With the ability to return that card.
Later on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, he already has one. So he's going to have 4 mana here, passing. So, depending on lands available, potentially 6 mana next turn.
I wish these decks played Arbor Elf, dude. I wish these decks played any deck with Utopia Sprawl should just play Arbor Elf.
I do not disagree with you there. I think it's very hard
He'd have
to...
7 mana. He could cast it for 2 next turn.
That is also very true.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old man. Maybe I'm just a rambling old guy.
I do have to say, it's very interesting to see these very, these decks that are very traditionally Ancient Stirrings decks move over to the Malevolent Rumble.
Rumble's good.
I am a very big fan of the card as well.
Yeah. It
As
kind
we're,
of. Sorry, go ahead.
you know, to talk more about Hardened Scales, because, you know, I have to. My co-commentator is rolling his eyes at me.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But I was trying out a couple interesting builds. Ooh, an Arena of Glory here is a very good draw.
Yeah.
Won't be exerting it here, but will be able to play that Scion and have the Stubborn Denial up, which is very relevant.
It's a really good pickup.
And we highlighted the Flage in his hand before. We could see a hasted Flage coming down in a couple turns, potentially.
Very interesting play on Anthony's side. So he put World Breaker underneath this. And I know why he did it. It's because 2 of the cards in his hand are Kozilek's Returns.
Yeah.
He doesn't have double colorless, but that's so awkward.
Yeah, it's definitely awkward, but I think he's priced into doing it, just
Yeah.
given his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly far from ideal. And the reason he's doing it is so he can cast these, make some Scions, and hopefully return it next turn. He also gets the ability to just exile this Nacatl.
Yeah.
And then scry, 4 draw card? So, it's not a bad situation for Anthony. It's just, you don't want to have to do that, especially when you just binned a World Breaker.
Agreed. Now, I am very curious to see if Ryan is going to spend his Stubborn Denial on this K command here. So we have 6 mana available on Anthony's side. If this resolves, that's a lot more potentially coming down if he does opt to use that Scion mode. So we are going to see that Stubborn Denial come down.
I think actually Anthony would have not done my modes that I suggested. I think Anthony would have just made 4 0-1s and scried 4 draw card. That's a better line.
I actually think this is a very heads-up play from Ryan's side because we have the Tribal Flames, which is going upstairs, and that Flage can come down and just be a Lightning Helix next turn for lethal. So Anthony basically needs to find a One Ring here, or...
Even then, it's not promising to do a ton.
Yeah, but, I mean, he's pretty much dead if not for
he's
that.
pretty much dead. It's tough.
So we did pick up an Ancient Stirrings here. So we have the ability to dig, but...
But what answer does he have?
I mean, I think you'd basically just have to start chaining rings to really have a shot here.
Yeah.
And he
There's
did not
no
pick
ring.
one up.
All right. Well, I mean,
So-
if that's the case, then, we, looks like this match is about to be over.
Yeah, we are
Tragic.
looking at Ryan just, as we said, the ultimate form of inevitability.
Yeah.
The burn really coming through here.
And Ryan also had a Charm on hand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Ryan had it all. That top deck Arena of Glory was so good.
Very good. Allowed him to deploy a lot more pressure safely.
Yeah. Well, maybe we did he have the Indatha Triumph? Is that still in his hand?
Yeah, he still has it
He
in
didn't play
his
a
hand.
land this turn.
That's a very interesting point. I'm a little surprised that he didn't, honestly. Because actually...
Did we miss you?
No, it's definitely there. Because thinking about it, that Indatha Triumph not coming down means that
Yeah, it's right there.
if Anthony casts another World Breaker, exiling one of those lands, which realistically he wouldn't, just because he'd be dead on board, but
yeah.
that is noteworthy. I
Yeah.
think that's probably a little bit of a mistake there. But perhaps I Perhaps that Arena of Glory was the card I was mistaking for a Flage? There is a third card in Ryan's hand.
Maybe we were mistaking the Charmaw for a Flage.
Possibly.
Or he could just have the Flage. I don't know what
Yeah,
the
it could
last
be that third card in his hand. It's hard for me to see.
Yeah. Hashtag has done so good with their camera equipment and everything.
Yeah, so it looks like Ryan's going to pick up the win here.
Yeah.
Anthony tried to go digging and just couldn't find anything, so yeah. Looks like we're going to wrap this up. But yeah, very good draw, very good
sequencing.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, we'll be back in a little bit with round 3, and we'll get more pairings over to you guys whenever this round wraps up. And we'll keep you updated.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
With the bass so low and the mix so sick, you can wake up, face plant down in the gully, man. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man, hard to the bar, get hard, then cunning plan. These bars hit hard like a train, I'ma leave you locked out cold in the rain. No pain, no gain, no same old, same old. We got the beat locked down in the chokehold. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man, hard to the bar, get locked down in the chokehold. With the bass so low and the mix so sick, you can wake up, face plant down in the gully, man. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man, hard to the bar, get hard, man, cunning plan. These bars hit hard like a train, I'ma leave you locked out cold
ball. Congratulations. You scored 0.
And we are back. Thank you so much for tuning in, everyone. We have a new round.
We're going to get those names updated in just a second.
Yep. Got a pretty interesting matchup. So on the left is Noah. Noah is on Ruby Storm. And on the right, we have John, who is on Yawgmoth.
So it looks like as far as the Ruby Storm is concerned, we're pretty stock with the green splash.
They do frequent between green and white.
Yeah. Nothing particularly stand out here for this list. Yeah, it looks pretty stock. We have the one of Alchemist Gambit in the sideboard, which is always a fun one. As far as the Yawgmoth deck on the other side, we have the Cauldron build. Pretty standard. Yeah, we have both Malevolent Rumble and Agatha Soul Cauldron in the Yawg build here. Pretty stock, 1 endurance main, so no full-on endurance loops, but
Yeah.
otherwise fairly stock. We got
So-
the Patra, we got the Zulaport Cutthroat, we got the one of Walking Ballista.
Now, John's not on the enchantment, right? I can't remember the name of it.
The Birthing Ritual?
Yeah.
Yeah, no Birthing Ritual.
Okay. He destroyed me with that card.
From
month
what I
ago.
understand, the Yawgmoth decks are basically between two builds. One is
Yep.
the Birthing Ritual build, one's the Rumble slash like
Rumble,
Cauldron
Cauldron.
build.
Yeah.
I'm certainly partial to the Cauldron build.
I also am too.
But we're gonna get off to the races. Looks
Now-
like Jean was on the play on a Molda 6 with a Halfling to start.
Yeah. So, fun fact, both of these players have been the bane of my existence over the last 2 months. So John killed me in an RCQ a month or two ago, and Noah was my pair down last weekend when I was 6-0 and couldn't draw into top 8.
That is highly unfortunate.
And
yeah.
then they murdered me on turn 3, thanks to the new red ley line in the red-white prowess builds in Pioneer. My entire soul was hurting after that game. But anyway, we see Noah playing a very different deck here today. We see them on
Ruby Storm.
Ruby
here.
Storm. Thank you.
Yep.
And
We have a turn 2 Ral.
Turn 2 Ral is always good. We see it looks like John may have missed a land drop. Just looks like he passed it back.
Yeah, I think I see an Orcish Bowmaster in hand, but honestly, not
gonna
a whole
do
lot
ton
else.
for him.
I have to imagine this is a pretty bad matchup for the Yogg side.
Yeah, I have to imagine it's not great.
As far as like interaction game 1 especially,
It's not
like,
much on John's side, right?
I mean these Yogg decks are set up to be able to deal with like other mid-range decks, other
Yeah.
creature decks, but not particularly great at interacting with a deck full of spells, right? Pretty much the only pieces of interaction I can see are like a Haywire Might, some Cauldrons, and an Endurance.
Yeah.
And notably, these Ruby Storm decks don't even need the graveyard to go off. It certainly helps, but they don't need it. But it looks like we are just storming off on turn 3 here.
Yep, and this is something that Ruby Storm does pretty well.
Yeah.
If they in these relatively uninteractive matchups, they just go.
Yeah.
They just go, and it would be more interactive if John had one more turn, or if John didn't miss his land drop,
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's just like not how it shook out. You see John's lands. I don't use that other land a black land. I can't tell. What
That
is.
looks to be a Blooming Marsh, yeah.
Blooming Marsh. Okay, alt art. It is a tough situation to be in. We see Noah now casting a Ruby Medallion, and now they are poised to
Glimpsing
go
the
off. Yeah.
Glimpse the Impossible. We're flipping over our Striker Rich in a Past in Flames. I think we are at 2, 3, 4 Storm at the moment. 3 Storm.
Yep, we are. We did see a comment come in saying Noah clears these for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
100%. We think that this game 1 is pretty much unlosable, especially with them going off the way they are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. These Ruby Storm decks, you need very specific types of interaction to actually really to interact with them at all, to slow them down, to really like have any sort of way to stop their game plan. And if you don't, they're just going to kill you on turn 3.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a Striker Rich here.
They do get a treasure. It looks like they're thinking about whether or not to flip Ral at this point.
Yeah, I believe
They're going to go for it.
It's a little interesting. I'm a bit curious at that.
About choosing to let Ral go off?
Flipping here seems a little interesting because I believe we're only at 4 instants and sorceries currently, so that's not enough to go for the Ral ultimate, which is, from what I understand, generally what these decks are going to try and do when they flip the Ral on their combo turn. The other modes, given he has a Ruby Medallion in play, he has the discounts that he needs. The minus, I believe, is just dealing some damage, so not really contributing to the game plan very much. I believe I saw a Wish in Noah's hand, so as long as there's enough mana available...
So you're 100% right. They chose not to flip the Ral. Keeping that discount, making sure that they get one more trigger, maybe 2, they get to Ral for 1, so they have... Interesting. So they want to flip this time around. It's going to flip. Now they should be good to ultimate, but I don't know how much mana that Noah has in their pool anymore.
I don't think Noah has any mana available to them.
Which is interesting for sure. Ultimate.
Okay, so we're getting enough to go for the Ral ultimate and hoping to get some sort of ritual off this flip so that we can cast spells.
Okay.
And there's the Mana
Yeah,
Morphos,
there's another
a second
Metamorphose.
one.
I forgot that you can cast them for free.
Yeah,
Pretty
so we're going to
busted.
get 4 mana here available to Noah. Only has the 1 discount now, so is notable, but realistically speaking, this should be more than enough to go off between the Wish and the Past in Flames.
Yeah. They also have another Ral in exile that they can still cast this turn. So,
Absolutely, yeah.
Noah's in a great place at this point.
Yeah. So we're just resolving the Ral ultimate here. Metamorphose. Draw a card. Yep, there we go. Second one. Yeah, resolving all of these first,
Yeah.
and then the Past in Flames. It looks like
They're
this
all
this
totally
game is wrapped
free.
up
This
for
game's
sure.
wrapped up. They can just redo all this again, cast Wish, go get Grape Shot, or however they want to win the game,
Yeah,
and the game's over. They should be good, and they can even flash back or cast another Past in Flames to re-Grape Shot. So
Yeah.
it's pretty wrapped up from here.
yeah. As far as the win conditions available with the Wish, it is a Grape Shot and
Empty the
Empty the
Warrens.
Warrens. But yeah, we're gonna see
Yeah,
Grape Shot kill
very
here for sure.
Classic Storm combo wins.
Yeah.
Do you want to dive into sideboards a little bit?
Oh, we do have an endurance
there's
here, so
endurance.
game is not
I see.
entirely over here. We're gonna see another Ral flip. So this Ral flip,
Okay. So John is still going to go ahead and
yeah,
scoop
we're
it up.
still scooping it up with the Ral ultimate there.
Yeah.
So moving into sideboard.
Yeah.
A lot of this matchup is gonna hinge very much on what John has available
Mhm.
in his sideboard, and so we see one copy of Surgical Extraction,
Mhm.
2 copies of Thoughtseize. A copy of Abrupt Decay is not irrelevant either. That is a 1-card answer to both the Ruby Medallion and Ral. 2 copies of Damping Sphere, which is just the Stone Cold Nuts in this matchup. This is the matchup you want Damping Spheres for.
Mhm.
And then we also see an Endurance, so the second one that can come in. Some questionables would be 2 copies of Fulminator Mage and a Force of Vigor.
Mhm.
Generally speaking, these Ruby Storm decks have enough basics to really weather the storm against like Fulminator Mage plus Cauldron,
Mhm.
land attack plan,
Mhm.
and
And on
there's 5 basics in Noah's deck. So
yeah.
I would not expect to see the Fulminator Mages coming in here, but it is certainly a consideration from John's side to see if he wants to.
Yeah, I mean, plus putting Fulminator Mage under a Cauldron could really just help kind of shut the door sometimes, where you're just cutting off like all their mana except for the basics that they have.
Exactly. And there is something to be said for cutting the Ruby Storm deck specifically off of green mana.
Yeah.
The Ruby Storm deck does have a number of ways in red to remove an artifact.
Mhm.
Looking at Noah's list, we namely have
Yeah,
3 copies of
so-
a Braid.
Yep. So going over, we'll jump into Noah's sideboard now.
Absolutely.
If that's cool. So Noah's sideboard contains 1 Empty the Warrens, 1 Alchemist Gambit, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Past in Flames, 2 Blood Moon, 3 Abrade, 3 Veil of Summer, 1 Grape Shot, 1 Gigantha. I think that you're supposed to board in the Nature's Claim and probably 2 Abrades, or maybe all 3 Abrades. I think you want to leave 1 target in your board so that way you can wish for it.
Generally speaking, that's what I've seen most of
Yeah.
these Storm players
It
do.
would probably be better to leave the Nature's Claim in the board since it costs less. Accounting for Dampening Sphere, because like you have to always bring in some number of these cards just to hedge against the hate, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's a bit interesting because one of the weird disadvantages of these very fast combo decks is sometimes you kill your opponent so fast you don't even get to see what they're doing.
Yeah,
Now, you can definitely infer based off of the presence of a Young Wolf that you're playing against Yawgmoth.
yeah,
There is no other deck in
Yeah.
Modern that's going to be playing Young Wolves in their deck in 2024.
And in addition to that, John is very well experienced in the area. He goes to a lot of the RCQs, and he's only ever played Yawgmoth. So like,
Yeah.
there's something to be said for just saying, I see you around. You're going to be playing this deck.
Yeah.
You know?
Now, the reason I bring this up is that Yawgmoth is a Court of Calling deck. It has a very wide array of potential cards that you could have as answers to these types of decks. It's not entirely unreasonable to say that, if you're on Noah's side, you could go, hey, maybe they do have a Drannith Magistrate or a Aethersworn Canonist or any number of things that are just a tutor target. Now, we know on this side that John doesn't have any of these available to them with the Court of Calling. The best thing that he can really get is that Endurance. But it's something that when you're piloting these combo decks, especially these very linear ones, you really have to account for that type of thing.
Yeah.
Being up a game certainly allows you to have a bit more freedom in terms of going, okay, I don't need to bring this in here.
Yeah.
I can see how sideboarding goes and all of that. But
Or even guessing wrong.
exactly,
Yeah.
and guessing wrong as well. So
Been there.
I would certainly assume that the Abrades are the ones coming in here
Yeah.
and leaving the Nature's Claim in the board just
Yep.
in case. But because there's also the presence of the Pyroclasm there. But I think especially if like you're suspicious, like you sniff a Drannith Magistrate, that Wish is not going to help you.
Yeah.
That Wish is going to be a total dead card in the presence of that. And so you
Yeah.
want to make sure you have as many ways to kill that in your main deck as possible. So
Yeah.
I'd expect all the 3 Abrades to come in. I don't really see anything else to come in as far as from that sideboard. You generally want to leave the others alone for
Yeah.
for those Wish targets.
But the Abrades are a good guess.
Yeah.
Also, we got so John just looked through his deck because he accidentally shuffled his sideboard cards in upside down.
Ooh.
He
Good catch.
boarded in all of the fatal pushes.
Interesting. Okay.
Um,
That is another option. He does have all 3 of those fatal pushes
Yeah.
where you can catch that Ral.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
that's definitely a reason to bring it in over some of your potential other dead cards.
100%. 100%. Looks like John took a mole to 6.
I think Noah kept 7 here. Yeah, I've
John
talked
will
to there's another Ruby Storm player in our area. His name is Jackson. He actually top 8'd the SCG Con
Yep.
10K in
Mhm.
Baltimore a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when we were discussing sideboarding, he said he often sided out the Strike It Riches.
Yeah.
And so I imagine that's probably what Noah sided out here. But we're going to see a turn 2 Malevolent Rumble.
It's fair. It looks like John took a Yogg, I believe.
That would make sense. And also flipped over a Haywire Mite into the graveyard, which
Yep.
could come up with the Cauldrons later.
And another Yogg, which will also come up with the
Very much
Cauldrons a little
so.
later.
I see a Damping Sphere in John's hand as well. Very relevant here. So we got Damping Sphere,
Looks like there's an
Endurance. Yeah, John's hand is loaded with the interaction
Yeah.
he needs for this matchup.
Yeah. He just needs to avoid Noah from going off this turn. Looks like
He's
He
got the Ral
does.
here, and he just drew a Fatal Push. Wow, that's fantastic.
well, but I don't think he has a third land.
He does have this
He
Eldrazi
does have
Spawn
the
available.
Eldrazi Spawn, but it's kind of awkward because you kind of want to hold that third land so you can cast this Yogg at some point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
So we're
cool.
gonna go for Wall of Roots and a Halfling here. So
Yep.
he's gonna have all the mana he needs. Basically, just needs to fade one combo turn
Yeah.
to then land this Damping Sphere.
And that's really what he's doing, and I think that's totally okay. Hedge or
Yeah.
bet to hedge. He's saying you don't have a piece to start the combo. Even if you play one, you're gonna have be constricted to 1 mana. I don't think you can go off this turn. If you do, then I lose.
But honestly, we could see something happen here.
I
but
don't think that we will. Oh, wow.
Interesting. Yeah. So
That's
I
an
like this
aggressive
line.
flip.
So we're gonna probably see a -2 here. Kill the Delighted Halfling would be my guess.
I don't know anything other than the minus or the plus of the ultimate.
So the -2 on Ral is a Forked Bolt. It'll deal 2 damage to up to 2 targets.
Awesome.
So this is going to restrict mana, and the plus is still the instant and sorcery discount, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a great heads-up play from Noah, just getting this Ral in play, sticking it, making sure it's not going to die to Fatal Push or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Oof.
Bowmasters is an interesting... Oh, so we did the...
Pass to upkeep.
Yeah, we got the Damping Sphere down with the Wall of Roots, and then really seeing the power of Wall of Roots here.
Yeah.
Producing mana both on John's turn and on Noah's turn here.
Mm-hmm.
And this Bowmasters looks like we're getting the Manamorphose in response. Trying to avoid that extra point of damage here.
Yeah, it does. It is noteworthy that Noah has to tap full cost for this because they didn't get to tick up Ral.
And notably, will not get to take up Ral
No.
this turn either.
Nope, and that mana goes away in upkeep.
Great sequence from John here.
Yeah.
And frankly, now Noah's a bit on the ropes.
I'm absolutely. I mean, John is so far ahead on board right now. He has to be feeling pretty confident. If he had one more land, I'm sure he'd be feeling a lot more confident. But that's just the way the game goes sometimes. So
Yeah.
just see John come into the plan, get in for 2. We might. I don't think that we're going to see anything. That's
We're
interesting. to
casting
me.
something.
Another
Ooh, Cauldron is big
All
here.
right. Well, that's pretty good.
So Cauldron is now an answer. It's both a Yawgmoth here, and it also
Mhm.
means that John is going to have free access to as many Haywire Mites as he wants.
Yeah.
So pretty much Ruby Medallions are dead.
Yep.
Noah does have a couple copies of Glimpse the Impossible in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, ooh, and an Abrade is very good here.
Braid, I have to assume, is going to take out Damping Sphere.
You just have to, yeah.
Yeah.
Storm just cannot win with that card
No,
in play.
no, it cannot.
Very good draw.
Yep.
And
See a Reckless Impulse. Now we just see Noah trying to dig for another Ral. They likely know that, the Ruby Medallion is kind of dead at this point.
Yeah.
You know, so there's no point in trying to play it. I mean, it does curb it does make John sack a creature, but how relevant is that? You know. So we're gonna see Noah start to dig pretty heavily for a third Ral. We'll see if they can find it.
Something I want to highlight here is that I think a lot of people look at these Storm decks and basically, oh, there's the second Damping Sphere. That is fantastic here.
Well, it depends on who you're voting for.
Well, that's fair. Well, I'm always voting for Game 3. So
yeah, that's valid. That's valid.
I'm voting for Game 3. And in this case, Damping Sphere is definitely increasing our likelihood of Game 3.
Yeah, I would agree.
A lot of people look at these Ruby Storm decks as much more of a, I don't know what exactly is happening here with that Orcish Bowmasters. I don't know why there's 2 die on it.
Oh, one is a +1/+1 counter, and I think one is a -0/-1 counter.
Oh, the Walrus. Yes, correct. Yeah. Good catch.
Or no, they just ticked it up to put a second counter on it.
Yeah.
Or 'cause the Orc Army already had a counter.
Yeah. I think we have 2 +1/+1 counters and the Walrus counter.
Yeah.
Anyway, to the point I was getting to a bit earlier is that these Ruby Storm decks, they get to see a ton of cards. They are a lot more resilient than I think people give them credit for in a lot of instances, and the fact that you can just, even without a Ruby or a Ral, you can see easily a half of your deck, if not more, by like turn 6, turn 7 if you're... So like, from the opposite side, if you're not pressuring them and you give them time, all the hate in the world's not going to help you. You really need to finish the games quickly here to make sure that you can capitalize on the hate pieces that you have.
Okay, so we see John here with a tap land tragically on his side. It's Underground Mortuary, so we're going to see if he chooses to bin this top card. Interestingly enough, what we're probably going to see next turn is Noah's going to Wish and then cast Nature's Claim from their board. That's what I would hope if they kept it in, just to deal with this second Damping Sphere.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of the only thing that they really can do right now. And, you know, Noah will eventually find out that this is kind of all for naught because John does have an Endurance in hand too.
Yeah.
You know, John, this is one of those situations where, like, no matter how good you play, your opponent could just have it all.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
You know, that stuff happens, but we will see if Noah has a way to push through this. You know, Storm is one of those decks where it's kind of like, I'm going to do my thing and I'm just going to do my best, and if you have it, you have it.
Yeah.
You know, and you can curve around having it once or twice, but 3 times is always the breaking point usually. So we're seeing a commercial district. The one line change that would happen is if Noah finds a second Abrade.
Yeah, exactly.
Second Abrade changes, you know, the outcome of this game drastically, because then you don't have to waste the Wish.
Yeah. Still have to find... Looks like they've been to Valakut Awakening. Still have to find the Ral.
Yeah, but...
Although, interestingly, I mean, the first Abrade has to go to the Damping Sphere, as we've established. That card is the end-all, be-all, will stop Storm from doing anything, right? But notably, getting rid of the Agatha Soul Cauldron here does open up your outs a bit more to having Ruby Medallions. And it looks like there is that Nature's Claim still in Noah's sideboard that's going to come out here and hit that.
Smart boarding from Noah's side.
I believe Noah has to tap one more for that.
No, they sacked the spawn.
Ah, okay. Okay, so just keeping up some red mana here. Gotcha. Not sure what's going on here.
I'm trying to see if they have Delirium, I think.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Wait, what just happened?
I believe John has a Shifting Woodland in play and just copied another Damping Sphere.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
utilize the Wall of Roots ability on the 3
Orcish Bowmaster,
on Bowmasters, and that is a
Impressive.
very heads-up play.
Yeah. Saying, hey, I just don't want you to have it this turn. I
Yeah.
can hold that up for the rest of the game.
I mean, yeah, that is a very, very heads-up play and a
Yeah.
very good out. And that looks like a Thoughtseize that just came off the top, too.
Yep. What is the third card? We have Thoughtseize Endurance.
I believe the third card is a Yawgmoth.
Okay,
I think that's
right,
the
yeah,
Yawgmoth
yeah,
from the
yeah.
Rumble earlier.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So we're gonna see just how far, John really wants to go here. If I were him, I would just be content just turn sideways.
I mean, this shifting woodland is incredibly difficult for Noah to get off the table here because you have to not only essentially bait John into going for making the woodland into a damping sphere, but then also have the
Combo
response to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And John excuse me, Noah just has so much in their hand, but it's just kind of all dead weight.
Yeah. We once again see Shifting Woodland being a fantastic card in this format.
Card's awesome.
Yeah.
Card is rad.
I believe the life totals are incorrect. I think Noah should be a little lower on life from the attack last turn, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Thank you, Noah.
Yeah, John in a very commanding position in this game.
Yeah.
Looks like they're really just trying to figure out exactly how they're going to try and
close it out.
close.
Have you talked to Noah at all? You've gotten to know them?
I have not.
Okay. Yeah, this is the first time I've seen them in like a local tournament around here. But like I said, I met them last weekend. Great person to talk to. I actually really enjoyed our conversations. Really, really smart heads-up player. So
I have not yet had the pleasure.
Yeah.
Going for a glimpse the impossible here. Looks like... Yep, we're activating the woodland again. Although, I have to question this a little bit, given that you're giving up your Orcish Bowmaster here in order to do it.
the deck doesn't actually doesn't draw any cards. Like, the only card draw in the entire Ruby Storm deck is the Manamorphose. There's nothing, everything else exiles. So it's just a 2/2 at that point, or a 3/3.
Yeah, I mean, I say that more from the perspective of we
Getting
now
rid of your
have
only threat.
Yeah, we have this one Eldrazi spawn with one counter on it, which is really not much of a clock. And we found the Ruby Medallion here on Noah's side, and I have to suspect that John is going to use this Cauldron plus Haywire Might to try and get rid of it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's awkward because, like, no one knows that they just kind of have to make John do it all.
Yeah.
You know? And, like, it's just as simple as that, you know? If John sacks this Eldrazi spawn, John's got no more creatures.
Right.
You know? And if John taps to play a creature, then he might not have enough to be able to make a Damping Sphere.
Yeah.
You know? So it's really just a series of making John have to have it all. And Noah has navigated this game very, very well.
I agree. I mean, we've highlighted like the fact that John is missing some land drops. That is really punishing him here in terms of his ability to deploy the additional threats and also maintain the hate pieces available to him. And
it is important to note that, you know, this Eldrazi spawn is a 2/2.
Correct.
Right? So, like, it'll be a 3/3 next turn. So, you know, Noah really only has 2 turns left. Noah should now be at 5.
yeah. Although the Eldrazi spawn could end up being pretty relevant against that singular threat.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I have to say I'm a little surprised to not see Noah buy this Gigantha and just at least get a bigger body in play at some point here. But that second Ruby Medallion is pretty good here.
Yeah.
I mean, once again, Noah's going to have to get this Shifting Woodland off the table at some point.
Well, I don't know how many ways that Noah can deal with it, in all honesty.
I mean, we've seen, 2 Abrades already?
Yeah.
So, we've seen the Abrade and then the Wish for the Nature's Claim.
Yeah.
So there's still 2 Abrades left in Noah's deck, we presume. And now we have this 3/4 Eldrazi spawn. But without additional creatures, if Noah can ever remove the Shifting Woodland, with 2 Ruby Medallions in play, the game might just end.
Yeah.
And we're going to see the Eldrazi spawn start jump blocking. And between the 3-ish Glimpse the Impossible, he has plenty of blockers. So
Plenty of blockers.
quite a bit of time available to Noah to find one of those 2 Abrades that we believe should be in his deck.
Yeah, and you see here John's actually asking to check the the graveyards because he knows he doesn't have much time left, and yeah, okay, he
He's
wants to
exiling
exile
with
that.
Colt Soul Crusher.
Makes
yeah.
sense. Makes sense.
At some
I
point,
was wrong.
At some point, I kind of have to wonder if you're gonna start, if you just cast this Endurance at some point. Ruby Medallion number 3.
I
jeez.
think it's better to just sit on it.
Yeah,
You know, like John's eventually gonna find another green card, right?
true.
And it just makes sense for him to just hold it until he needs it. The problem is he's not drawing. He's drawing so dead right now.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
I do think it's a little interesting, and, not fully thinking it through here quite yet. I have to wonder if activating the Shifting Woodland at the first sign of any spell is the correct answer.
Well, that's what he did.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that's the right way of going about this, as opposed to trying to kind of let Noah play out some cards and then see.
Mm-hmm.
But with these 3 Ruby Medallions in play, that Damping Sphere effect is not quite as effective as it was a few turns ago.
Yeah, I mean it. The problem is in order for Ruby Storm to win, they still have to cast 10 spells.
Right.
Right, and you can essentially think of these 3 Ruby Medallions as negating the first 3 triggers
Sure.
of this Damping Sphere, or first 2 first 3. But afterwards, they still has an exponential climb up.
Absolutely, yeah.
It does give Noah the power to be able to dig freely for an Abrade.
Yeah.
And
And I think that's the really relevant part here.
I agree. And John picks up another land.
Just still chump blocking with these spawns.
He is just drawing so dead. If he can find one more land, he'll feel a lot more comfortable with where he's at in this match right now. He is currently down a game. He got choked on mana for the first couple turns,
Yeah.
and now he's just drawing blanks.
Yeah, the other thing is here, I don't think there's a second green card in John's
That's
hand
what
to
I'm
be able
saying.
to evoke that Endurance either.
That's what I'm saying. So he has to either, he has to hold up this Shifting Woodlands forever.
Yeah.
And
We're getting a Past in Flames cast on this.
interesting. There's an Abrade in there, right?
There is an Abrade in the yard and the Nature's Claim as well.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Endurance in response here.
Yep. This is a good call by John.
I also really like this play by Noah because you're forcing out the Endurance here by John having to hardcast it.
Yeah.
This is potentially your window to just win the game.
Yeah.
There's no Damping Sphere effect available to John here.
Nope.
Because he just... I mean, actually, he could sack the Eldrazi Scion.
No,
or-
he's still one short.
So he has the Wall of Roots, the 2 lands,
Oh,
and the
yeah,
Eldrazi
yeah.
spawn. So
Yep.
he does actually have the Damping Sphere available to him, but it would remove one of the 2 threats that he has on the table.
Yeah.
So...
But that might be okay since he now has endurance, right?
Right. Notably, this puts 2 more outs back into Noah's deck if they can shuffle
Mm-hmm.
by putting both the Abrade and the Nature's Claim back in there. So, I mean, this game is far from over, frankly.
Yeah. This is a really interesting spot to be in.
Yeah,
I think Noah really wants to find a way also to shuffle their library.
I agree.
Because they know that. I mean, to be fair, in the top 20 cards, there's going to be a second Abrade effect, or
Yes.
third, second and third, But
Buying Gigantha here.
there we go.
And casting the Gigantha.
I think they need to tap one more.
The Manamorphose mana.
Oh, right.
And
right,
also
right,
the
yeah,
Ruby
yeah.
Medallion to
Right,
discount
right,
it.
right. True.
And this Gigantha just shuts off John's entire offense.
Yeah.
That thing will block anything on his side.
Yeah, I actually like this board state quite a bit for Noah. They have
Yeah.
a billion lands. They have 3 Ruby Medallions.
And still more like impulse effects available to them. Just
They've been very patient,
yeah.
which is very nice. They did pick up their 3rd Ral, by the way. So they have Ral
Also
in
very
hands.
notable, yeah.
Yep. So they'll have 4 Ruby style effects, which is pretty impressive to say the least. And they just need to kind of, keep doing what they're doing. Like I said, they really want to find a way to shuffle.
So it looks like John is activating. He exiled a Boggart Trawler to get the counter on the Endurance and is now using the Wall of Roots ability with both of his creatures and the 2 lands to activate the Woodland now.
Notable because there have been a lot of spells cast this turn.
Yeah. We had a Manamorphose, an Impulse, and a Gigantha. This was also the Past in Flames turn, so we've had 4 spells cast on Noah's side.
Yep, which means now things cost a total of 1 more.
Yeah. So we're going to go to John's turn here. I believe his hand only had 2 Yawgmoths before the straw phase, but quite a bit of mana available to them. And there is still a Yawgmoth under this cauldron. I'm not 100% sure I like this attack, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand needing to pressure and try and end the game here, but it's...
I think that John was using it as just a way to draw extra cards.
That's fair. And it does trim down the Scions by 1 for sure.
And now he can start proliferating a bunch if he really wants to, and just get this Giganta down.
Sage-doing a Ruby Medallion is interesting. It's definitely helpful, but that gives Noah the shuffle that they really wanted.
Yeah.
I guess by some metric it is actually reducing the number of Abrade outs here.
Yeah, that's
just because there were so many cards in Noah's graveyard that got shuffled to the bottom with Endurance here, but...
But isn't it... It's a May, right? So they could have failed to find.
Yeah, it is a May with Beseiju, but,
Yeah.
I mean, having more mana available to you in this spot is not a bad thing.
Yeah, and, like, let's not forget that, like, the majority of cards that are getting shuffled back into Noah's deck are very live.
Yeah,
right?
a
They're
lot
all
of them are
hits.
those digs.
Yeah.
And, like, that's definitely noteworthy here as well.
Yeah, 100%.
Got ourselves a very interesting game here. So looks like Noah's hand is Desperate Ritual, Ral, and I think 1 other. So, and we see another glimpse in Exile able to cast this turn along with the Pyretic Ritual.
Yep.
Notably, there is a Past in Flames in Noah's
Veil
Yard
of
at the
Summer
moment.
is the last card in Noah's hand.
Interesting. So that means Veil of Summer did come in this matchup, probably expecting Thoughtseizes.
Thoughtseize and Endurance, right? Because, like, it gives you hexproof.
I believe it's only hexproof from blue and black,
Oh,
though.
am I getting confused with the white one?
The
That one
Surge
gives,
of Salvation.
Yeah, that one gives
yeah.
hexproof in general, but it prevents damage from black and red, right?
And we just found the Abrade for the Shifting Woodland, so I
Okay.
think this might just be game over.
I gotta tell you, I did not give this deck or Noah enough credit. I thought for sure that John had this one wrapped up. That was not the case. I apologize for my grievances. I will do better in the future.
So while Noah is storming off here, because I think given the contents of John's hand, the game is probably over here. I'm going to tell you a story about how I got absolutely mercilessly whacked by the Storm deck.
Please don't.
Jackson, who I've mentioned earlier, is
Yep.
also a very large aficionado of this deck.
Mm-hmm.
And so we ended up playing at the Baltimore 10K, which he top-aided in the X1 bracket very early on. And I definitely did not give the Storm deck enough credit before that. I managed to wade through 4 different of the artifact removal spells on a Damping Sphere between his 3 copies of Abrade, a Nature's Claim, and a Brotherhood's End, between Damping Spheres and Welding Jars in my Trusty Scales deck, and still managed to lose that game.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah. And
It's nuts.
honestly, ever since then, I think I've given this deck a lot more respect in terms of
Yeah.
its resiliency, and we're very much seeing that showcased here,
Yeah.
where waded through functionally 3 Damping Spheres
Yeah.
and an Agatha Soul Cauldron and an Endurance to
Yeah.
try and get through all of these.
Yeah. So
Looks
we
like-
see here that John is activating Endurance, utilizing Cauldron to get rid of a Ruby Medallion.
Yeah, utilizing
in
the Haywire
response.
Might ability in response to,
Yeah.
I believe, either a Nature's Claim or an
Yeah.
Abrade. But I think with the Ruby Medallion in play, and as we highlighted, there's a Ral in Noah's hand,
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be enough here.
I don't think it's going to be enough either. Very, very impressive stuff by Noah.
Yeah, very well played this game.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm very consistently amazed by this deck's ability to win through a large amount of hate.
Yeah.
We saw a Fatal Push, a Thoughtseize, a Bowmaster, taking out multiple Rals,
Yeah.
multiple Damping Spheres, the Agatha Soul Cauldron, and an Endurance, and Noah's still managing to storm
Yeah.
off here. It may have taken a while, but like I said, you need to close out these games when you have these hate pieces in play. Otherwise, you are going to get burned by these.
Mm-hmm. The I will say that one of the worst matchups for Ruby Storm is a deck that I actually qualified with, which was Frogtide.
Yeah.
And the reason that is because of consigned to memory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being able to counter storm triggers is so relevant, and something that the white version doesn't really do a good job being able to stop.
Yeah.
The green version at least has Veil of Summers
Yeah.
and has some interaction. We do know that Noah had it in their hand also. So Noah killed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But these kinds of not uninteractive decks are definitely things that Noah wants to see.
Yeah. And excellently well navigated
Yeah.
for this game especially.
100%.
Game 1 was a bit pretty straightforward.
Yeah,
Not a lot of
turn three.
resistance, but
Yeah, but game 2, man, they fought through it all.
yeah,
So
absolutely.
good, great job, Noah. Huge shout out to them. And we'll be back with coverage in a little bit.
Yeah.
Cool. See you guys soon. Hello and welcome back. It's been a while. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us for round 4.
Yeah,
Right,
round
four.
4.
Cool. Well, to this round we are bringing you Andrea versus Matthew. Andrea is a longtime local RCQ grinder.
Yeah.
She has been classically on Yawgmoth for a very long time.
And is continuing to do so
and is
today.
continuing to do so today. And then Matthew is on 4-color elementals.
Yep, we got the Kahira companion and everything.
Yep.
Got
Risen
Omnaths,
Reefs.
Risen Reefs. We've got a Titania,
I
which I'm excited
love
about.
Risen Reef. I love Risen Reef so much.
A couple of interesting things. We have main deck both Consigned to Memory and Force of Negation in this deck. And also 3 copies of Spell Snare. So a lot of stack interaction in addition to 4 subtleties. A lot of blue cards in this deck.
Yeah.
Um,
Is there anything that Matthew might want to target of his own with Consigned to Memory?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. With the Consigned to Memories, you can counter the evoke triggers on your elementals, kind of doing a pseudo scam, if you will. Lets you get that ETB, get a very undercosted creature at the cost of a couple cards, but those Risen Reefs and Omnaths can help dig those cards back out for you, as well as a couple copies of the One Ring.
Yep.
I really hope we get to see a Titania into play this game. The card is so much fun. But we are off. Andrea's on the play with a Blooming Marsh and Delighted Halfling.
Then we...
And a tapped Sacred Foundry.
You know what's wild about Matthew's deck?
What's that?
62-card main board. Tell me your thoughts on the more than 60-card decks in a constructed format that's not EDH.
I understand 80 cards, not in this format
if
anymore.
you have Yorion.
If we have Yorion, because
Sure.
Yorion's a very, very powerful card, but
Yep.
I'm not a fan of these 62. It's at very least not the whole 65-12 thing that was going around for a while.
Yeah,
but
that's a mistake.
Yeah. So we see a turn 2 Rumble here from Andrea.
This card has been so good all day.
We have seen Rumble in every matchup today.
Yeah.
So we're going to see Rumble into turn 2 Walroots off of that Scion into another Delighted Halfling. That is an incredibly explosive start.
Yep. It's turn 2.
Matthew's not even cast a spell, and Andrea has cast 4.
It's the way to do things. We'll see a Ketria Triome from Matthew, and it looks like he'll just pass. Yeah.
Yeah. Not a whole lot to do with 1 white outside of Prismatic Ending from the looks of it. A couple of copies of those.
Yeah, we do see Spell Snares.
Yeah,
but that's a blue spell, so that doesn't really help here.
Yeah, notably not going to be cast off of the red and white Sacred Foundry.
Yeah. I have to imagine this matchup's kind of bad for Matt.
I'm not particularly well versed in the Yawgmoth versus 4-color decks, but you're a deck that's full of creatures against a Yawgmoth deck.
Yeah. Can't be great. Well, they only have 10 to 12 creatures usually on average, right?
I mean, this list has quite a few more. We're up at 17, I guess.
16, 17. Yeah, okay, you're right. The 17 creatures, but most of them are bigger creatures, I like to think that these Yawg builds really kind of prey on these mid-range matchups.
Yeah.
So I have to assume that Andrea feels A, pretty confident, and B, she's in a good spot right now. Granted, that may change because Matthew does have Solitude in hand and stuff, but we're gonna see. I don't think Andrea has a Yawg in hand. Otherwise, I think that she would be slamming it down this turn.
Yeah, it looks like
she does have a Cord.
She has a Cord and a Zulaport in hand, so not a ton of action here, but can definitely get a lot done with a Yawgmoth.
Yeah, it's not interaction. Yawg will refill her hand, and she will be pretty confident with where she's at. At this point in the game, you can kind of turn at least 1 or 2 of these mana dorks into cards.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, kind of highlighting the build of Yawgmoth here. We're seeing the Cauldron Rumble build again. No birthing rituals or anything like that. It's a very similar deck list to the previous round.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, it's kind of the strength of this Yawgmoth deck. If you just put a bunch of dorks into play and get a Yawgmoth, you can get a lot done.
You can do anything.
Um,
You hear
It
that,
is-
kids watching the stream? Anything.
It's definitely interesting because Risen Reef in particular is going to be very vulnerable to the Yawgmoth activations here.
Yep.
And given that that does seem to be one of the better ways, that would be Steam Vents.
Yep.
And one of the better ways for Matthew to get a bunch of card advantages through that Risen Reef. Now,
Yeah. But there is another problem with Risen Reef in this deck, in the matchup.
and that's what.
Bowmasters.
Also very true.
Andrea has 3 Bowmasters in her main board. So, not great for Risen Reef enjoyers, enthusiasts, sans, and anything of the like.
Yeah, now notably with the 4 Solitudes and 4 Subtleties, you can get a couple Risen Reef triggers at instant speed, but again, those are going to cost you additional cards.
Yeah. I don't think that last card in hand is Cord anymore. Oh.
Well, we have a Yawgmoth,
Oh,
so
whatever.
that's a Subtlety.
Subtlety.
Notably going to get around the Delighted Halfling uncounterable.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to imagine Andrea's, going to put that right to the top of her deck.
Yep. If I were Andrea, I would be turning sideways with this endurance.
I very much agree, yeah.
Excuse me.
Matthew already down to 11 here. There's going to be some life gain with the Omnaths, right? But I mean, outside of that, there's not a lot of ways to relieve some of that creature pressure.
So, interestingly enough, Matt honestly might have triple Solitude in hand. Maybe more.
Yeah, you're right. I see at least 2 in there. We're going to buy a Kahira, all right.
He does not have 5th land. Bold.
I mean, if you
That,
need the
that might be a full set.
that might be all 4 Solitudes, yeah. I think you are right. So yeah, probably buying that Kahira just to get another white card in hand.
Yeah, honestly. And, I mean, if not, he can always just play it next turn, and then he'll have pumped
Yeah,
up
of course.
Subtleties. And he does also have a Consign.
True. Very
He does
true.
have a Consign in hand. No, in hand. His hand is quadruple Solitude Consign Kahira.
Yeah, so not a bad hand by any means here.
It's so tough.
So we're going to see a Zulaport come down along
I
with
have
the
to
Yawgmoth.
imagine that Matt's going to respond to this.
I agree completely.
Okay.
Interestingly, it's going to be Leyline Binding and not one of the Solitudes.
Yeah. I guess an embarrassment of riches.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Interesting that she did not sack anything.
If that last card in hand is a Chord of Calling, I could see the logic, although I'm not exactly familiar or up to date with what these 4-color Elementals decks looks like, as Matt fetches his 5th land here.
That's so tough.
I don't know if I would have particularly expect Consign to Memory, just looking at this deck, to be honest. So it might be that Andrea's not particularly considering that and thinking about, maybe a Chord for a Haywire Might or something to get that Yawgmoth back.
Yeah.
And potentially on what happens, Matt might be holding on to that just to try and snipe something else here.
Yeah.
Whether it be a Cauldron or the Haywire Might potentially, or something else.
Cauldron would be a better snipe.
And at this point we have, on Matt's side, the ability to hardcast Solitude. So
Yep. And then hard cast another Solitude.
yeah.
And then another Solitude.
And then one more after that. And that would probably be it. Otherwise, we might have to call a judge.
That might be. I
And
think that's
that's a
3
Yawgmoth on
Solitudes.
top.
I think that's
Jeez.
3 Solitudes. I don't think he has the 4th. So he's going to respond here by casting a Solitude, probably exiling either Endurance or the Cutthroat. Probably Cutthroat because he's at pretty low life total.
I would have to assume so, yeah.
It's fine. She gains 1.
Now, with that Zulaport in exile, as far as ways to really remove these,
Remove what?
I mean, she'll have the Yawgmoth to attack these creatures and put some counters on them. But as far as any sort of way of getting over the top of these elementals, I think it's pretty much limited to Walking Ballista at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that's not true. We have the Bowmasters as well.
Yeah.
but drew into a Young Wolf, which is a
very
fantastic
good
draw
draw.
here. And we're going to see Solitude pitching another
exile
Solitude.
That's bold. Why wouldn't you just pitch Kahira?
That's actually the same thought I had.
Maybe he values the pump and vigilance.
Possibly. I
But
mean,
it's kind of.
I
really
would
like
be
that.
hard-pressed to believe that any of these Solitudes are going to survive.
Yeah.
Given the Yawgmoth in play.
Also, why wouldn't? Oh, I guess this was no. Why wouldn't you sack the Young Wolf?
I think this is in response to the Young Wolf.
Oh, because they exiled. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. But still, I would. Oh, yeah, it's in response.
Yeah.
Brain no worky. What is that card?
I'm not sure.
Maybe it might be a chord. Oh, it's Ballista.
It's the Future Sight Ballista.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
From Mystery Booster. That's actually pretty sweet art.
That
I
is
like,
very
I
cool.
like that Ballista art. It is awkward, right? Like, I would really have liked. I always forget the last line of text on Yawgmoth, which is the proliferate one.
Yeah.
That thing is messed up.
Yeah, it is.
It's that thing. You see those commercials where it's like, you may be entitled to financial compensation because of mesothelioma. And it's like, I feel like Yawgmoth has personally violated me enough that I deserve financial compensation.
Well, frankly,
But that's
I have
neither here nor there.
Frankly, I have no comment on that. But Matt just drew One Ring and is going to be activating it. Kind of as we highlighted, Matt is at a decently low life total at 4 here.
Yep.
And
he pitched that other Solitude. And
Yeah,
I think
so I
that's really
believe
going to bite him.
1 Solitude available to him at the moment.
Yep.
But and with the ring protection here is not going to be dying on this turn, right?
So
But
here's the problem, right? There's a Ballista on board.
is that a Bowmaster I just saw come off the top?
That
Oh,
would
that
be
is a
pretty
Shifting
good.
Woodland. Does that do
There's
anything
no,
here?
There's no Yogs in the graveyard.
Yeah, I don't believe so.
So here's the thing, right? You are at 4. You're going to 3 on upkeep. There's a
Yep.
Ballista presumably on 1 counter right now.
I believe it's 1 counter, yes.
Can get pumped up to 2. You are at a functional 1 life right now.
Correct. And
Go ahead.
I think that's a Flooded Strand. That's the untapped land there, in addition to the Meticulous
Yeah,
Archive.
and I think he does have a Solitude in hand.
Yeah, he does. But having to use the Solitude on presumably your own subtlety here is not in a great spot.
No.
No. I mean,
it's
honestly, Matt needs Omnath, and quickly.
not. Yep. Draw 2.
Oh, and then here's the Bowmaster, too.
So now
And-
he's going to have to hard cast this, or,
He's going to have to...
well, he can counter one of the triggers.
Yeah, but I mean, that's still... Andrea still has 4 mana available to her, and that would
Yeah.
be functionally dead.
Oh.
So the Bowmaster's resolving and getting the ETB trigger, but it looks like Matt's going to cast the Solitude in response.
Oh, he's hard casting it.
Yeah, he's hard casting it in response to
Oh.
the ring trigger, I believe. But
No, he's hard casting in response. Yeah, into the
yeah, so the
response
ring
to
trigger is still on the stack.
Yeah.
We're going to exile this Bowmaster, and
Oh.
Andrea has seen all 4.
Andrea has game on board right now.
Yeah, I'm...
There we go.
There
She
we
sees
go,
it.
yeah. Yeah, and because that's a fetch land, Matt has no ability to cast Consign. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
gonna be-
Consign doesn't stop anything there. both activated
Oh,
abilities.
true. Yes,
Yeah.
that is very true. Yep.
Yeah.
Once again, can't read that card apparently.
No, you cannot.
I have no idea what that card does, as we've learned today.
As a hardened scales enthusiast, you should really learn what that card does.
Look, all I know is that card just counters everything in my deck. Frankly, I don't
Valid.
like. That is the only mode that's ever used against me. But at any rate, Andrea has taken game 1.
Yeah.
Um,
Incredible job.
Kind of going back to what we were saying, I think not pitching that Kihira is probably a mistake there.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
Died with the Kihira in hand and would
Yep.
have very much benefited from an additional solitude there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was tough. Anyway, let's jump into sideboards. I wish I could talk. In Matt's sideboard, we have 1 Consign, 3 Endurance, 1 Force Negation, 1 Kahira, 4 Obsidian Charmaws, Jesus, 4 Obsidian Charmaws, 2 Pyroclasm, 1 Supreme Verdict, 2 Wrath of the Skies.
I would expect the 5 sweepers to be coming in.
Yeah, I agree. You can make a case for Endurance.
Yes, definitely a case for Endurance. I can't imagine the Charmaws, the Force of Negation would be coming in.
I don't think you're boarding in a 4th Consign. You might
don't
be trimming. Them
think
if
so
not
either,
putting
yeah.
the
I mean,
rest.
Matt died with a Consign in hand, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there are a number of relevant cards that you could hit with Consign, and obviously it is a proactive play in this deck with a lot of Evoke Elementals.
Yeah.
You know, all the Evoke Elementals we have left at this point. But in terms of what it counters from Andrea's side, it only really hits Cauldron and the Walking Ballista, and I think you honestly might even be priced in deciding a couple of those out.
Yeah, I think that you're boarding in the 3 Endurances and the 5 Sweepers, just because there's so many cards you want to take out in this matchup, right? Like we're looking at boarding in 8 cards here between the 3 Endurance and the 5 Sweepers. Risen Reef, not great here. Force of Negation, really not great here.
Yeah.
So, you know,
very few relevant hits on that Force of Negation.
Yeah, and you can trim a Spell Snare, because right now Matt has 3 in his deck. He can trim down to 2, because it's like, it's okay in this matchup. It's not amazing, but it's not bad.
It has a number of hits, but yeah, it's pretty low impact overall, I would say. The biggest impact hit you can get with that is the Cauldron for sure.
Yeah,
but
then
even
Bowmasters.
and Bowmasters as well, yeah.
Yeah.
From Andrea's side, we have 1 Meat Hook Massacre, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Endurance, 2 Damping Sphere, 1 Tranquil Frillback, 1 Soulless Jailer, 1 Fulminator Mage, 1 Plague Engineer, 1 copy of Shieldred the Apocalypse, 2 Abrupt Decay, and 2 Force of Vigor.
Okay.
Honestly, not a whole lot for this matchup. I imagine the Shieldred's quite good. Plague Engineer is a funny potential, you know, to name elementals here, but I don't think that's going to be doing quite enough as far as that -1/-1. Fulminator Mage seems like a very interesting potential here, just given Matt's on a 4-color mana base. You know, that can do a lot of work here.
Yep.
Looks like Andrea's going to go to 6
so
here.
I actually disagree with you. I think there's a decent amount of cards that I would want in here. I would want the Fatal Pushes, I think. I would want the Fulminator Mage. I would want Shieldred. Fatal Pushes are kind of iffy, but you really want to have a clean answer to Omnath, and the deck is super poised to trigger Revolt on any turn.
That's true.
You know, and dealing with subtleties cleanly is also pretty good. I wouldn't want the full a full 4, but the two that Andrea has on the side, I think I would like here.
Yeah, that's fair. 2 does seem fairly okay, and it will, like, you're not going to hit anything without the Revolt, but you do have a number of targets if you are able to trigger that Revolt consistently.
Yeah, I agree. And like you said, the Fulminator can be really good, you know, especially if you get it under Cauldron.
Yeah.
It's just lights out. You know, as far as what I would take out, you know, Bogart Trawler, depending on where you are with the land count, you could probably justify. You probably don't need the Hepatra anymore, because it's not like this is a creature-based matchup.
True.
Haywire Might doesn't really do anything except outside of like a take out a Leyline Binding, which is relevant.
It does take out the One Ring here, so I would
I
would be very loath to remove that Haywire Might
You're right.
here.
I always forget that the One Ring exists, and then I immediately lose to it.
I mean, you are probably playing the singular deck that does not regularly play the One Ring anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
In the form of Blue-Black Murktide.
Yeah.
So we have some Surveillance going back and forth here. Andrea binned a Grist off of her Surveilland, and I think Matthew kept theirs on top. I see a Forest in Andrea's hand. Couldn't really make out anything else. Looks like
we got to get like the side cameras that just show the hand.
Oh, for sure. We definitely hand cams would be awesome for sure.
See another Surveilland here from Matt.
So I do think it's interesting that like these Surveillands see so much like people they're seeing a lot of play because they're very powerful cards, right?
Yes.
But I do have to wonder if it's correct to use them always on turn 1, just because, you know, in sideboarded games you have a better idea of what you're looking for in some fashion, but I see a lot of people I feel like not getting a full usage out of them.
Yeah, but you kind of there are situations where you just really don't want to draw it, right?
That's fair.
Like, and you want an untapped land, or you want the ability to get an untapped land late in the game.
We're getting a Bowmaster here on Matt's end step, and it's going to meet a Spell Snare.
Yep. But I do tend to agree with you in the fact that, like, maybe they're doing it a little too early, because at some point you will just have an excess of mana if the game goes long. The flip side of the coin is, like, you know, what is that? The something fallacy, the lost value fallacy, or what? I always forget the name of it.
Something of that nature.
But
yeah.
but you know, there's the incentive of oh, if this game doesn't go on for that much longer, I won't be able to use it, which can factor into some people's minds. But I also think that the ability to smooth out your draws in the early games and be able to adjust appropriately to what's going on in the match is very important.
That's
And
fair.
knowing what you're looking for in the first few turns is incredibly relevant for when you're cracking and finding these surveil lands early on.
Yeah. Now, I do want to highlight something I noticed just now, is that Matt kept in all 3 copies of the Spell Snare,
Okay.
and I also see a Risen Reef in his hand.
Okay. I have no idea what he boarded out.
Yeah. That is a very good question, because I have to imagine the Consigns came out then, if that's the case.
Yeah.
At least some of them, and definitely the Force of Negations. But
Yeah.
perhaps he didn't bring in the Endurances, potentially?
Well, if you boarded out 3 consigns, 3 forces, I don't know. Did you see Titania? I wanted to say Tatiana, but that's not right.
I did not see a Titania when he looked through his deck.
So you could have boarded out Titania.
Potentially. It is interesting one of, given that there's no real way to find it.
Yeah.
And I kind of have to question if you're running 61 cards, a one of Titania, no way to find it. It is a bit questionable, I would say. But we're gonna have a bit of a slow opening so far. Lots of surveils, some man development, and we're gonna see this One Ring now.
That's an Omnath. That's pretty good for Matt.
Yeah.
I didn't see any consigns, so I think that you're right that he cut all of them.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I mean, like
we highlighted, there's not a whole lot of targets in Andrew's deck, so you're basically only using it as a proactive play at that point.
yeah, but like if you are main boarding 3 consigned memories, right?
Yeah.
That means that there's some incentive or in your deck to have or use them in game 1, even if your opponent's not on colorless cards.
Very
right?
true.
So like trimming down to 0 is like a bold decision, because you, to some degree, you still should be relying on that card a little bit if you're willing to play 3 in your main. If that's the case, otherwise that's the case, just play 1 main and board 2 more.
Yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
Or
3 more in this case,
yeah.
considering he has access to
One
the full
main.
set.
Yeah. I mean, when I was on...
this is interesting. Pitching the Omnath here for the subtlety.
It's so bold.
I kind of have to question that, given that he has another subtlety in hand and the Risen Reef. I mean, plenty of blue cards to pitch, and with this One Ring ticking, yeah, you're going to see a lot of cards, but Matt's deck does not have a whole lot of life gain.
No.
Especially not outside of that
Solitude.
Omnath.
Yeah, Solitude and Omnath, and that's about it. And notably also, this version of 4-color elementals is also not playing Teferi.
Very true.
So they don't really have any good way of dealing with their own One Ring outside of playing another One Ring.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad. But, like, don't you want the like Teferi just is so good in these decks because you're such a big mana deck, you need to make sure your stuff resolves.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just...
And not only that, in these prismatic ending decks especially, I feel like the presence of Teferi is very, very important in order to have more ways to have instant speed interaction, especially
Correct.
in this format.
Yep.
So we're going to see the Yawgmoth come down again, presumably the same one off the top, and it's going to get met with another subtlety, hardcast this time. I believe Andrea has a Grist in hand.
Yep.
But not going to be able to cast that this turn.
Nope.
And I'm not sure what else she has available to her, but we're gonna be passing in another fetch land. And notably, this subtlety is not going to outrace Matt's own One Ring.
No, it's not.
So Matt is going to need to find something. And
Yep.
again, more copies of the One Ring, more Omnaths, and things like the Risen Reef or other ways to get more pressure onto the board is certainly, like, Matt is not under a lot of pressure from this One Ring,
No.
but it is noteworthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Getting the Zagoth Triome here, notably for the 5th basic land type.
Mm-hmm.
And also, he's just drawing a lot of
He's
lands.
drawn so many freaking lands.
I mean, how many lands are in this deck? Quite
There's
a few,
a
I
lot.
imagine.
There's a lot of lands in here, to be fair.
I guess
It's
it'd be
like probably
close to,
most of his deck.
like close to 28, I would guess.
I can do a count. $25, so not as many
Oh,
as
interesting.
I thought. But
That's less than I would have
it-
expected.
for the people at home, the lands take up like 2/3 of this deck list sheet.
Yeah,
Because there's so many one-ofs. I thought it was like 32 lands.
yeah. So we're getting a Risen Reef here.
You know, I would also like a refresher on Risen Reef. Do you know what it does off the top of your head?
When an elemental enters, including itself, you reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, you
Ooh.
get to put it into play tapped.
Okay.
Otherwise, you put it into your hand.
Okay, cool.
Notably, does not draw the card.
Yep.
Very relevant in a matchup with Bowmasters involved. But again, a 1/1 body.
I don't know. It's a 1/1.
Yeah, a 1/1 body in a
Yeah.
matchup against a deck with 4 Yawgmoths and 3 Bowmasters is not exactly where you want to be.
Not ideal.
Um,
Not ideal for sure.
yes, it will draw you a card on the way down. So essentially, it is trading even in cards with that Bowmaster to some degree. Although
know.
you're kind of
Bowmaster's 2 bodies.
that is true. Essentially, you're getting a 2-for-1 as opposed to a 3-for-1. Although if
Okay.
you stack multiple Risen Reefs, that gets a
Then-
lot better, a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see 2 Risen Reef triggers here. Gonna put a land into play. Looks like a Flooded Strand, and then added the card to his other one.
No,
in
it's
his
a
hand.
Force of Negation. Why is that still in there?
It's interesting that there's still a Force in his deck.
I don't understand.
Have we seen any of the Pyroclasms or Wrath of the Skies? I don't think so.
Bold. These are bold decisions.
And we're gonna see this potentially this
Well-
Yawgmoth come down yet again.
I don't
Um,
think.
I don't think there's a
I
way
think
for Matt to
Matt
stop
has
this.
mostly lands in hand.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. See the Yawgmoth come down again.
Oh boy. I think that's a cord. No, that's a Haywire Mite.
Grist and one other, yeah. So we're gonna
Yep.
kill one of the Risen Reefs, draw a card.
Shocked.
Got Grist. A green card. Might be a Malevolent Rumble.
I think it's a-
land.
It's either a cord or it's a Haywire Mite because it's foil.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Matt going down to 7 off of this ring trigger. Found a Solitude.
I guess it's probably not a Haywire Mite. Otherwise, she would have done it already. So I think it's a cord.
Yeah. There's a Pyroclasm.
Okay. Doesn't do a ton here, but, you know.
Did draw a Subtlety. Or not Subtlety, Solitude.
Yep.
So going to be able to remove this Yawgmoth for sure. But yeah, it does not seem like Matt's really progressing the game very much at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because, like, Matt's at 7.
Yeah.
He's dead in 2 turns unless he finds another One Ring.
Yeah, and the one Solitude is basically obligated to be... Oh, man, pitching another Solitude. I don't
It's
know.
so bold.
I don't know if I like
He
this.
could have just bought Kahira.
Yeah, could have bought here. Could have hardcast it.
Yeah, I don't. And did he do the trigger off of the Risen Reef?
I believe he did, yes.
Okay.
There is another Subtlety in hand, and this looks like it's the second One Ring coming down. So, not in danger of dying to his own ring, at the very least.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I have to, even in a game like this, you know, when you are flooded with resources, essentially, I really have to wonder about the utilization of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that not obviously the One Ring, you draw a ton of cards, right?
Yeah.
Matt has drawn 10 cards off that first One Ring.
I hate that card so much.
It is a messed up Magic card. It is barely a Magic card, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, like, I think with the second One Ring, Matt is probably going to be able to close this game out. He has a
I
Spell
tend
Snare in
to agree.
hand,
Yeah.
but like
And he has another subtlety.
another Solitude.
So, yeah,
I don't
Solitude,
know if I
something.
saw a Subtlety, but I did see the got Pyroclasm, Spell Snare, another blue card, and a Solitude. But I don't know if there's another white card in hand.
Man, that force negation in hand is
I really have to question it. Yeah.
doing the Lord's work, man.
I mean, there's basically only. I mean, looking at Andrea's list, there's 4 Chord of Calling, 4 Rumble, and 3 Cauldron.
Yeah.
And I think if you're using it on a Rumble, you're not getting a lot out of it.
Yeah. No, you're not.
Sure, if you're using it on a Chord or a Cauldron, that's,
Fine.
it's good. You're actively hindering your opponent's game plan, but I mean, I really have to question the presence of that card.
Yeah. I have talked with many Yogg enthusiasts because, being on blue-black Murktide, you don't have... Yogg isn't a great matchup. It's very close to 50-50. Ooh, we are going to see for 2. What are you getting for 2?
2 could be a Bowmasters, but yeah, we're going to see this Force of Negation come into play here.
And I'm sure Andrea is confused and angry.
I mean, for 2, I would have to assume that would be the Bowmasters coming down.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see Matt close this game out.
Yeah.
Andrea has, I think, just a Grist in hand.
Doesn't do
The
it, though.
Shifting Woodland really has nothing available to it at the moment either.
Well, you're close to being able to, like... There is a Grist in the yard, too, so she can clone a Grist. If I were her, what I would be looking to do at this point is playing this Grist, making a token. Grist dies. You can't minus with the Shifting Woodlands. So what you do is you animate Shifting Woodlands targeting Grist, make a token, cast regular Grist, shoot down.
Able to... Wouldn't it die as a state-based effect if it's a Planeswalker with no loyalty?
Yeah, that's fair. You're right. You're
Okay.
right. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, but Matt is going to close this game out, I think,
Yeah,
from this position.
100%.
I don't really see what outs
Yeah.
Andrea has.
Well,
did
there's
draw
a
a Malevolent
Malevolent
Rumble, so that's
so-
not nothing.
Someone, John, the Yogg player from last round, was talking to him. He said, I compare it to Ponder.
I mean, I'm very much...
So you see 4 cards for 1 mana? I said, you know what? That's fair.
So we're going to grab a Young Wolf. So honestly, I don't think Matt... I don't see any blue interaction, like stack interaction in Matt's hand.
Yeah.
So, this Grist can come down, sack the Young Wolf, and kill, I would presume, the Kira. We're going to see this Solitude, though. Hardcast Solitude here. Risen Reef trigger goes to hand. Yeah, I don't really see a way out of this for Andrea.
No.
Interesting
mean-
that she didn't try and go for the Grist.
Yeah. I think she may have resolved herself on this one.
Yeah.
But there are edges you could have taken. If you shot down this Solitude, you're facing. Well, I guess you're still facing lethal, right?
I mean, you'd have to shoot down the
4,
Kira,
5, 6. Yeah,
and that would put you to 1.
yeah. It's tough.
Presumably some amount more because Matt would presumably want to kill that Grist.
Yeah.
Just to reduce the potential outs that Andrea has. But we're gonna go to game 3 here. Yeah, so we didn't see any consigns. We saw the Pyroclasms. I don't believe we saw either the Supreme Verdict or the Wrath of the Skies, and
Nope,
we didn't see the
Charmaz.
Endurances either.
Yeah, didn't see anything.
Charmaz definitely can't be in there because I don't believe you can have the Charmaz.
Oh,
in
yeah,
with the
you're
Kira.
right, you're right, yeah. So what did he board in?
We saw the 2 Pyroclasm.
We did see Pyroclasms. Okay.
And I would have to assume if he's boarding in the Pyroclasm, the Wrath of the Skies are probably in there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just because it is a way to get rid of that Cauldron
Yeah.
and, sweep up a bunch of small problematic permanents. But, yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised to see the Force of Negations. Perhaps he trimmed 1 or 2 and just He brought in only the 5 sweepers and left 1 in, maybe.
Matt, if you watch this VOD later, not you, Matt. Matthew R., the one on stream. If you watch this VOD later, for the love of Christ, man, cut Force Negation versus Yogg. I promise you, it's not good. It's not worth it. You might be able to get him once every 4 games. Don't do it.
I could certainly see the argument for keeping in the 1, but I have to imagine if you're going to only bring in those 5 sweepers, I'd probably rather have the consign to memory.
Yeah.
Just because you can use it in a proactive way.
Yeah. Or I'd just rather have more sweepers. Like, we for sure didn't see Wrath Disguise in there.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
possible Matt just didn't draw it. That I can't tell if that's a prismatic ending or a
prismatic
Wrath of
ending.
Disguise. Okay, it is prismatic ending. But it looks like they're both keeping 7 for game 3, and we're starting off with another Delighted Halfling on Andrea's side.
Man, Halfling would be so good if it wasn't in exile.
Okay, Matt's Kahira is off up to the other side now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's in the other corner.
Yep.
Matt, stop slow rolling. Show her the ending. What is that?
That looks to be a Temple Garden.
Okay. It has a blue hue. I was like, there's no way he just searched for an island.
There is a Hallowed Fountain in his deck, so... But yeah, just all of the Zendikar expeditions here.
Yeah. I will say, Matt's deck is pretty.
It is very pretty. Is that a Force of Negation?
Spell Snare.
No, in
Force of
Andrea's hand.
A Force of Negation?
Or Force of Vigor, sorry.
Yes. That does appear to be Force of Vigor. Why?
Interesting. Possibly for the Leyline bindings? But, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't think that you need... I don't think that we're in a format anymore that requires multiple Force Engaged, Force Vigors on the board.
I agree.
I think you can trim down to 1 and play a second Haywire Might.
I'm
the
definitely
board.
partial to the second Haywire
Yeah.
Might, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with Cauldrons in your deck, you know,
Yeah.
like, notable interaction with those cards.
Subtletying. Oh, what is happening? You couldn't. Oh, you couldn't cast the thing.
Yeah, couldn't cast the Spell Snare.
That's so bold. So that's like a massive indicator that Matt's hand just is very weak. To me, if I'm going that far out of my way to deal with your mana dorks, it's saying that I really don't have much until turn 5 or 6. And
So we see a Spell Snare, a Hallowed Fountain.
there's a Solitude, I think, in there, and it might be a land. And here's another land.
Notably, Andrew is not really deploying a lot of threats out very quickly
Yeah.
here.
Which is good for Matt, but
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't feel confident about, Matt's spot here.
Definitely agree with you there. Yes, I see Spell Snare, Hallowed Fountain. Yawgmoth's coming down is going to resolve too.
Yeah, like why
Yeah,
would you hold subtlety?
I really have to question that subtlety on the wall of
Yeah.
roots there.
Yeah, here's an
That is an
endurance.
endurance. Okay, so those did also come in, at least in some number. One of those lands is a Steam Vents, it looks like. Is this going to be a 1 ring?
Was that the last card in his hand?
No. Looks to be Risen Reef.
Okay.
Yeah, Risen Reef.
I'm turning both my creatures sideways this turn.
I very much agree. Putting a Sacred Foundry in play. So I
Yeah,
think
tap.
Matt's hand is Spell Snare, Endurance, Hallowed Fountain.
Yeah.
I think... I'm not sure what's in Andrea's hand here, but
She's got cards.
She's got cards.
She's got cards.
Gonna see a Surveil here.
I am probably binning anything besides a Young Wolf here. It's the
I
land.
mean, land is definitely getting binned,
Yep.
yeah.
Cauldron probably would have stayed too.
Cauldron would stay too, although it would meet a Spell Snare here. Man, Andrea is drawing quite a few lands.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely I would say in the better spot here at the moment. Resolve the Yawgmoth, just getting to untap with it is,
Pretty devastating.
that's pretty much all you want to do with this deck is untap with
So
Yawgmoth.
interesting. Why wouldn't you attack for the extra point? That's like a massive signal to me that there's a chord, or Ah, okay. But, like,
I
get
still
in for a
think-
point.
I would still attack there for that, yeah. So we saw the Force of Vigor. Got... Okay, so added the mana, casting the Bowmaster now.
Ah, okay.
Meets the Spell Snare. And we
Sure.
see land, Force of Vigor, and one other card?
Okay, another land.
Another
Matt
land
is
off the top for
also
Matt.
flooding out pretty hard.
Yeah, just has land and endurance in hand.
Yeah.
I have to assume this is going to be buying
Yeah.
Kira.
Maybe even casting it too.
Yeah, possibly.
Nope.
Not going to cast it. Interesting. I guess
What's
doesn't want to
Kira's
tap
butt?
out.
Is it, it's 2/3?
Is a 3/2. 3/2
3/2.
vigilance. So it's
Okay.
not going to block this Yawgmoth productively, really
Yeah.
ever. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I was alluding to in the previous game of like the utilization of resources by Matt here, where
Yeah.
you see a game in which the Risen Reef is dealt with. He's not drawing a one ring, and he doesn't have this excess of cards to work with. Very quickly found himself in a spot where he's running really low in resources and needs to top deck something to really dig himself out of here. And I really have to question the utilization of these resources at that
Yeah.
point, because yeah, the Wall of Roots is going to come down, but it's going to produce some mana and stuff, but
Yeah.
it's not. I don't think it's worth spending 2 cards on, especially
No.
when you could have saved this subtlety for the Yawgmoth.
And I also don't like endurance here. So, like, here's the thing, right? When you do nothing on turn 6, when you buy Kahira and you have 3 mana up, any player who's played this game for a remotely long period of time is going to go, why didn't you cast that?
Yeah.
Especially in a matchup where the instant speed interaction is, like, not really there. Why didn't you cast that? So the answer is you have a 3-drop in hand. So anyone...
I also really question using the endurance on yourself here.
Yeah, me too.
Like, yeah, it's not like Andrea's deck or Andrea's graveyard is full of resources here, but
Yeah. But just get him out of there.
like, there's a bunch of lands that
Yeah.
are in there. There's a Bowmasters. We're talking about a deck that utilizes its graveyard
Yeah.
And-
regularly.
regularly. Yeah.
Like Cauldron, Andrea's graveyard, has 2 or 3 creatures at the least?
I
Maybe
believe it's
4.
2.
Okay.
I think there's a Delighted Halfling and a Bowmaster
Yeah.
in there. So this looks like Matt just drew a Solitude off the top.
That's pretty nice.
Is a good draw here. And yeah, I don't know. Another land off the top for Andrea. Oh, but there is another Yawgmoth in hand. Interesting.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
So
I would probably start this turn by sacking that Orcish Bowmaster, putting a counter on Endurance, and drawing a card. Right?
it's definitely a potential. So I'm not sure what phase of the turn we're in. We might have just
I
passed.
think we said go to combat.
Yeah. So we're gonna sack this army in response. Put a counter on the Solitude. And are we sacking the other Bowmaster potentially?
I don't think you can sack the Bowmaster.
I think that's fair.
Unless it's being targeted.
I have to assume
Well,
this
here's-
Solitude is targeting the Yogg.
Oh, discarding to proliferate.
Okay. Discarding the Walking Ballista. Okay.
Yeah. It's a good play. Another reason why you should probably just hold up Endurance.
I really wonder... I mean, Andrea drew a land that turn. Potentially discarding the land might not be a bad idea either.
It was a Surveil land.
Okay.
So I think that there's longer dividends for holding that. And plus, like, Cauldron doesn't really matter, or Walking Ballista doesn't really matter too much until you get Cauldron, right?
Yeah. I mean, so we're going to see this other Yawgmoth come down. I'm not sure what the last card in Matt's hand is here, but once again, very, very low on resources. And this Yawgmoth, at this point, that is a rumble on
That's a
top. So
rumble.
that's going to be really good value here.
Yep.
Creature for Yawgmoth, another card, potentially more good things hitting the graveyard here.
Mm-hmm.
So Matt seems pretty excited about that draw, but just played another land. Not really sure what that last card is.
Heck for 4 is brutal.
I mean,
I think you have to take it.
I think with the Yawgmoth in play, you want to preserve your life total a bit here.
Yeah.
And I could definitely see blocking with the Bowmasters and sacking it to put a counter on the Kihira.
Yeah, it's fair. I can buy that.
But yeah, I could also see taking it as well. Looks like Andrea's just taking the damage.
Whoa.
Not that much.
Okay.
There we go. But yeah, this Rumble...
I mean, if you can find...
Is the last card in Matt's hand a Spell Snare? Is
I
it
have
still
no
that
idea.
Spell Snare from a couple turns ago?
I think you got used.
It's a Force of Negation. Okay. I mean, it is good here, but... So, I mean, I think at this point, Andrew's priced into the block we were discussing for
I
the
don't
last
think,
turn.
Yeah, she doesn't really have a choice here.
Looks like holding the lands in hand for proliferates as well.
Yeah, good call. Block, put a counter on Kihira, proliferate once.
Yeah.
It's probably where I want to be at this point.
Yeah, so this is kind of where I wonder if, if discarding that Walking Ballista was correct, as opposed to discarding one of those lands, because
Yeah.
that could just be another threat here.
Yeah, I get it. His deck is very light on threats. Anyway.
Binned a land off the
land,
Surveil. Looks
yep.
like a Stomping Ground got binned.
Yep.
And
it's
is that a
another
ring?
I think it was another force negation.
So we're going to see this block. Sack to draw. Yeah, this Force of Vigor is just a dead card.
Yeah, I am looking to pitch it immediately.
Yeah, I would agree. Gonna discard a Blooming Marsh to proliferate.
Yeah, I think it's another force negation they drew. More lands.
I think this it is a fetch land, so this is probably gonna get a Dryad Arbor
Yep.
here, which is very relevant in this spot.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, another nice block, sack, draw some cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Not a whole ton.
I think the other problem.
Okay.
There's a Chord of Calling. Okay,
Okay.
there we go. So this is a chord for 2. Meeting another Force of Negation. All right.
Andrea is questioning everything right now.
Yeah. I mean, as much as we've criticized these Force of Negations, they have been effective.
They have been effective. I cannot say jack.
Is that a Solitude?
I hope not. Homie's drawn exactly what he needed to every game. Pass.
If it's a Solitude, I would...
Can't be Solitude, otherwise
Yeah.
I would have cast it there.
Halfling is not bad here either.
No, it is not.
I am, again, a little surprised to not see Andrea fetch a Dryad Arbor there.
I think the
I think that's a
reasoning is
spell snare
more...
off the top?
No, it was Risen Reef.
Ah, Risen Reef, okay.
I think that she would prefer to just hold it for now.
That's fair.
She's in no rush. She doesn't need to take the damage. She's at 5.
Yeah.
Okay, well now she's deciding to snap that one off.
Yeah.
I think I would personally wait. It's not like you can do it at any point, right? But at the same time, I understand you don't really want to draw it. And
Yep.
she wants to kill the Risen Reef. That
Yep.
makes sense. Cool. So she'll go to 3. She'll draw a card. Now the next issue is that subtlety exists,
Yes.
and
I
that
think that was another Halfling.
stat line says 3/3. Did she draw off the?
She did draw off the Og. There was I believe it was a Halfling that went to hand, and there's another Risen Reef. See Eric in
It's
a
another Risen Reef.
corner there.
It's gonna go
Fetching
7,
here.
6, 5.
Shocking. I guess, yeah, to cast the
Bold.
third Risen Reef here, right?
Yeah.
Andrew will have a chance to respond with the Risen Reef on the stack,
Yep.
right? So,
Yeah. She'll
and I
shoot.
mean, can just pretty safely sack this Halfling, kill the Risen Reef, stills the Ogmoth back to block the Endurance.
Yeah.
At this point, there's no risk of a Solitude coming down and getting rid of the Yogg
Yeah.
for lethal either, so at least not on this turn.
It's just so awkward. He's at 5.
Yeah,
Oh, no, he's actually choosing to stay at 7.
Yeah, there we go.
That's probably smarter. Getting it
Oh,
tapped.
getting a Zagoth. Okay. Just no more fetchables, maybe?
No more green sources.
Yeah.
He milled over the Stomping Ground, right? He bent
Yeah,
it.
he bend it with a Surveil.
Yeah.
So, yeah, need a blue source untapped, I think.
Yeah.
Is that second halfling. And a young wolf. Yeah, I mean, at such a low life total, that's the main problem here.
Yeah. But
Sacks the young wolf, gets rid of the Risen Reef.
goes to 2.
Yep. I mean, plenty of blockers at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Not at risk of dying this turn.
But at some point, you got to start turning shit sideways. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you got to just get there.
Ooh, Cord is excellent. Cord for 2 is exactly what Andrea needs here. Presumably to get Zulaport Cutthroat.
Yeah.
Zulaport plus the Young Wolf and Yogg here is going to be exactly what the doctor ordered.
It's not game, but it's close to it, right? It was the next card.
It's not game, but this allows Andrea to freely use the Yawgmoth
1,
triggers without
2.
being at risk of dying.
But it drains him too.
Correct.
Right. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
So sack halfling, put a counter on Young Wolf is 1, 2.
I count 4 right now.
Depending on what she draws, this could be lethal.
Yeah.
So draws. Was that another Yogg? Sack, put a counter on Endurance. Oh, the attack from Yawgmoth could end up happening here. There should be a counter on the Endurance, I believe. So we're going to sack to put a counter on Young Wolf, reset it, draw again. See land, another Cord. Oh, Hepatra, that's going to be lethal.
Yeah.
Actually, or the Young Wolf has... Young Wolf can reset. Yep, this is going to be lethal. So this is going to make a 1/1 insect. Going to sack the insect, reset the Young Wolf, and with the 4 toughness on the Endurance, that's going to be lethal.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Heyo.
Andrea
Good
gets
job,
the win.
Andrea. That was close. That
Yeah.
was tight. You know, Force Negation did more than I thought that it would, but I still think that it
I mean, to be perfectly fair to Matt,
yeah.
that ended a game-winning play in terms of the first Cord for 2.
Yeah.
The Malevolent Rumble was also a relevant counter there, both
Yeah.
in terms of the preventing it from being a creature for the Yawgmoth, digging potentially to another one of those cards. Like, as we saw, the Zulaport was very close to the top.
Yeah.
If that Rumble had resolved, that could have been a Zulaport much earlier.
Yeah.
So there is something to be said for that.
Yeah.
I definitely don't like the Force of Vigors coming in from Andrea.
Definitely.
But frankly, the main thing is that subtlety on turn 2, I think potentially was
had
very...
had
I
some
think that was
very-
potentially game-losing there. Just because it was the subtlety coming down on turn 2 for a Wall of Roots.
Yeah.
And then Matt just didn't have anything for that Yawgmoth.
Yeah. We're actually going to cut the broadcast right here for the next round because the next round just got posted, so we have to do some quick turnaround.
Yep.
So congratulations, Andrea. Matt, maybe we were wrong about Force Negation. I don't know. But we'll be back in just a couple minutes here.
Yep.
With the bass so low and the mix so sick, you can wake up, face plant down in the gully, man. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man, hard to the bar, get hard, then cunning plan. These bars hit hard like a train, I'ma leave you locked out cold in the rain. No pain, no gain, no same old, same old. We got the beat locked down in the chokehold. Locked down in the chokehold. With the bass so low and the mix so sick, you can wake up, face plant down in the gully, man. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man, hard to the bar, get hard, then cunning plan. These bars hit hard like a train, I'ma leave you locked out cold in the rain. No pain, no gain, no same old, same old. We got the beat locked down in the chokehold. Locked down in the chokehold.
Hello and welcome back.
We have our final round of Swiss here.
This is between excuse me.
We have Anthony back on
and,
screen.
and I was gonna say Matt, but that's not right yet. Anthony on the left, who's on Mono Green Eldrazi, and our good friend Tiffany, who on the right is on Zoo.
So a familiar face and a familiar matchup.
Familiar face and familiar matchup. Tiffany is she's a Twitter personality.
Yes.
She has a large following. Her Twitter is But Make It a Cat, and she specializes in cat-related Magic content.
And you will see a number of cats on her side of the board, both on the playmat, the sleeves.
Yes. So the sleeves are actually custom-made sleeves, and those are her two cats that she has at home.
Yeah.
Mochi and the other one.
I have to say, I'm a little disappointed she's not playing Wild Nicoddles, because that would be very much on brand here.
Brand. She should really just play Boros.
So a number of differences for this zoo list. We have, as I had mentioned, no Wild Nicoddle, the only one drop being 4 copies of Ragavan. Tiffany, a long-time Rakdos Scam enjoyer, has managed to fit 2 copies of Orcish Bowmasters into this deck.
She
And also much I know Colin's going to be very excited about this. 2 copies of Psychic Frog in the zoo.
Ooh, baby.
There's even 1 main deck copy of Consigned to Memory, notably, which, given that Tiffany has 3 copies of Flage, we could see some spicy things happening here. But also Consigned to Memory, excellent against this Eldrazi deck. Now we see Anthony on turn 2 with a Talisman, a Utopia Sprawl, and 2 forests in play already. So going into turn 3, already has 4 mana in play, potentially 6 mana next turn.
Jesus.
This deck ramps fast, as we established earlier. Tiffany gonna search up a Triome here. The Indatha Triome. Looks like a Psychic Frog in hand. Drew a Sacred Foundry. I'm going to guess this is a fetch land for Steam Vents for that Psychic Frog to get into play.
Mm-hmm.
Going to 16 here. Didn't really get to see the rest of her hand. Don't know entirely what's in Anthony's hand here, but he was on the play. So important to note that this is not a clean win and in for the top 8.
Yeah.
These 2 guys were at table 6. We have tables 4, 5, and 6 playing.
Mm-hmm.
Small potential for one of these
Small
2 to get in. Sneak in, depending on some of the other match results, but definitely an important match regardless.
Yep. It'll be important for breakers too, no matter what.
Absolutely. So you're going to see Cavern. I see an All's Dust and a copy of the One Ring in Anthony's hand. Looks like
Have to
4
assume
cards
that
total.
One Ring's coming down here.
Looks like it.
Yeah.
So here's the One Ring. Trying to get a look at Tiffany's hand. Sacred Foundry, Leyline Binding. I think a Bowmaster's in there too.
Okay. Well, this is where the black version of Zoo kind of fares a little better.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, they're better at the more long drawn out game with Psychic Frogs, Bowmasters.
Yeah, a lot of
you
ways
know.
to refill, ways
Yeah.
to counteract the card draw from the One Ring.
Yeah, the main difference between this and the other Zoo deck is this deck really kind of lacks the explosive potential in the early game, and just kind of replaces that with a very dominating long game in Flages, Psychic Frogs, Orcish Bowmasters. But it is important to note that this deck still does run Ragavans,
Yeah.
so they can still have a strong start in these matchups.
Now, Tiffany, very much a Ragavan and Bowmaster enjoyer.
Oh
and
my
here we
gosh.
see the second Psychic Frog come down too.
Yep, this is gonna hurt because it is gonna be met with an All Is Dust.
Yeah, this All Is Dust. I mean, Anthony has 5 mana there. Does he have a Soul Land in his hand?
I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, it looks like we
That's
get
not
one
going to be a
more
Soul
turn.
Land. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
6 mana, so a
Oof.
kicked Micah Spawn is very good here.
That's gonna hurt. So
Gonna hit that
land's
Indatha
gonna get
Triome.
exiled. Anthony is gonna go get probably a Eldrazi Temple. There we go.
So this All Is Dust is coming down next turn, one way or another.
Yep, and it's gonna be very, very, very good for Anthony.
Yeah.
So
Kavu
Tiffany-
off the top. I think that's an Arena of Glory in
Yeah,
hand.
it's an Arena of Glory in hand. Tiffany has to be aware that this is coming down, or she has to at least have an All Is Dust in her mind. Right?
Yeah.
Ooh,
Flage is a very good
Flage
hit
is
here,
good.
though.
Hit Myco Spawn, get in for 2, draw 2 cards is
Yeah.
pretty nice.
And I mean, this is going to allow her to get some cards back and not be totally blown out by this All Is Dust here, notably. And also, interestingly, so when this ring comes back from the Leyline Binding, it won't give Anthony the protection,
Correct.
notably.
Yep.
Anthony has 3 total cards. I see an All Is Dust, a Talisman, and a Emrakul the Promised End. Only 1 card type in his graveyard. Going to be 3, 4 after that.
Mm-hmm.
So not going to have enough mana to cast that Emrakul.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet, but double lightning bolt off the top too. Very good pickups. Tiffany just needs another white land here, and she can Arena of Glory that Flage back into play and put a lot of pressure on.
Yeah, but so Anthony just picked up a World Breaker, which is really good.
cast the talisman first.
Two,
That's
three,
7
4,
for the
5,
All is
6, 7.
Dust.
Yep.
So Anthony's gonna have sorcery, kindred, enchantment, and creature in his yard. So
Mhm.
4 types. So that Emrakul is gonna cost 9 with what looks to be 7 mana in play
Mhm.
for that Emrakul. So again, a little ways off, but with that World Breaker in play, definitely pretty well set up here.
Tiffany did not hit that land that she needed so badly.
Yeah, and without a 4th land, it is definitely a bit rough here.
Yeah. And World Breaker is a 6/7 or a 5/7?
5/7.
Okay.
5/7 reach.
Yeah, I mean, she needed that land so badly.
Yeah. That first
But-
Myco spawn sniping the
Indatha
Indatha Triumph was
Triumph.
very, very
Very good.
important here.
Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah. So we're gonna buy Gigantha here. But yeah, not looking too great
Yeah.
for Tiffany's side. Looking pretty good for Anthony at the moment.
Mhm.
Gonna get another Stone Rain, and that's an Ugin's Labyrinth as well off the top.
Yeah.
But I think this World Breaker is probably gonna be enough.
Yeah, I think so too. Tiffany actually secured her invite in the same store earlier this season.
Yes, that is true.
On right the week before Grief got banned, she
Yep.
qualified here on red black scam, and she was a very. This is interesting. Well, it's not. It's kicked, so it's gonna exile land too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is just accelerating us into the end game for Anthony here.
Yeah, it accomplishes the same thing, which is blow up a land.
Yeah. And not going to meaningfully affect the clock either,
Mhm.
as far as Tiffany's life total being 17.
Yeah.
Not a huge breakpoint. I think this is definitely the right way.
Yeah, I think that this is the way to do it. I think that he just wants to close the game out quickly by getting mana out for Emrakul.
Yeah.
And, you can expect to see an Emrakul in the next turn.
Yeah.
2,
4, 6, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, this is going to be interesting that the Emrakul goes under this.
Yeah.
So, likely going for the World Breaker. I mean, your opponents miss a land drop, just get rid of all their lands. So
2, 4, 5.
4 for another
4
one.
for another
Gotcha.
one. Yeah, I would be more inclined to just try and close the game out early.
I agree.
I think he just... Oh, no, it's a talisman. Okay. But I think that he might be able to just buy back the Endurance next turn and still cast it. Or buy back the Emrakul next turn and cast it.
Yeah.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah. So drew another land for Tiffany, but again, not quite the land you're looking for here.
And you know what's gross you can do? When you take her turn, you can bolt her twice.
Yeah.
Okay, good call.
I have to imagine she'll just bolt him in response.
Yeah, that's fair.
But-
Well, if she tapped out, that is
Yeah.
what I meant. All right.
So I think Anthony really should just have this game locked up at this point.
I think so too, but seems like he's playing with the food a little bit. I think that, his hand and his board state is so domineering, unfortunately. And he still has a rumble he can cast here, so.
Yeah. So this is a Bowmaster's coming down.
Yep.
Okay.
Response.
Yeah.
I would like to draw some cards. And there was a Kozilek's command. Gross. And another World Breaker.
Yeah. I mean,
Sheesh.
this game is functionally over.
Yeah.
Let's be real. While we're kind of waiting for the motions to go through here,
Mm-hmm.
notably, again, like, we saw this matchup earlier, Ryan, the Zoo side, did end up winning, on the back of some aggressive starts and some well-placed counterspells. Tiffany is a little less in the explosive start side of things, but definitely has a lot more ways to interact with Anthony's deck. Still has the 3 total copies of Consigned to Memory between the main and the board,
Mm-hmm.
as well as the 4th copy of the Stubborn Denial in board.
Mm-hmm.
So quite a couple things there. If she really wanted to bring in the damping spheres to try and hit those soul lands, that is another option available to her. As we scoop up and go to game 2. Outside of that, there's not a whole lot going on there.
Mhm.
There's potentially a wear and tear I don't think is particularly great here. Some mystical disputes and pyroclasms, which are not really going to come in here.
Yeah.
Um,
I think this matchup is just going to be really hard from Tiffany's side.
yeah,
You know-
I mean, we did, like I said, we did see the Zoo side win a couple rounds ago.
But it's an entirely different version. Like
Correct.
I think that the more aggressive version slides into this matchup much better. Between the ability to have the Obsidian Charmaws and the
Yeah.
the stubborn denials and stuff. Oh, there are stubborn denials in here. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Tiffany's going to have 4 Stubborn Denial and 3 Consigned to Memory available to
Okay.
her if she wants.
Okay.
And again, the Damping Spheres potentially not going to be as effective as Charmaw in this matchup, obviously,
Yeah.
but we didn't even see Charmaw come down for Ryan in round 2 or 3 it was, and
So
was still pretty comfortably able to win just on the back of the counterspells.
so what don't you like from Tiffany's main board that we're looking to cut more than likely? I'm seeing the Territorial Kavus are kind of mid to me. Lightning Bolt seems kind of not really where you want to be at.
Yeah, I think I'd definitely err more on the side of the Tribal Flames as far as the
Yeah.
burn is concerned.
Yeah.
I do really like the Bowmasters here, both
Yep.
as a counterplay to the One Ring, but again, with the presence of 7 counterspells in your deck, you can kind of play that instant speed game with those Bowmasters
Mhm.
there, hold up the counter magic, have a threat available to deploy if you don't elect to use the counterspells,
Yeah.
but also threaten them in some cases and still have
Yeah.
follow-ups.
Agree.
I don't think I would want 3 Phlages in this matchup. I'd probably cut down to 1 or 2.
That's fair.
Even with the Arena of Glory and stuff, this isn't a deck that's going to be filling its graveyard that quickly.
Yeah.
Um,
100%.
I think Tiffany really wants to get a Ragavan on turn 1 here more than
Mhm.
anything else.
Mhm.
There's really just no way for Anthony to deal with a turn 1 Ragavan.
Yeah.
It is going to get a guaranteed hit in basically no matter what.
Yeah.
Really on the draw especially, there's just
Yeah.
0.
There's 0.
On the play, maybe a Rumble or something, but even
Yeah.
then, not a great spot.
Or you can go like turn 1 Temple into turn 2 land to like Kozilek's command.
Sure.
It's not really where you want to be, but you can.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Anthony's side before this game starts. So Anthony's board is 1 Pajuka Bog, 1 Chalice, 4 Consign, 2 Soulless Jailer, 1 Stone Brain, 1 Kozilek's Return, 3 Trinisphere, 2 Force of Vigor. Now, interestingly enough, the only thing I actually am really interested in this matchup is the Trinisphere. I think that this version of Zoo is more resistant to Kozilek's Return.
Yeah, between the Psychic Frogs and the Bowmasters, I agree.
Yeah. You do go a little bit bigger, a little bit wider with Phlages too. Like it's not Kozilek's Return is a little mid comparative to the previous Eldrazi Zoo matchup we saw earlier today. What I don't like from Anthony's main board, I don't know, his deck seems pretty airtight. Devour of Destiny is kind of whatever, you can probably board it out. You can, if this is a slower version of Zoo, you can probably afford to board out some number of like Talismans or Utopia Sprawls, just because the game's gonna go a little bit longer. But that's kind of iffy. Maybe you want to trim the Kozilek's returns from the main, but I don't really know what else I would be boarding out here.
Yeah, kind of like we established earlier, Anthony doesn't have a lot he wants to bring in
Yeah.
or really take out in this matchup.
Yeah.
The main deck is pretty well set up already for the most part, as far as, this deck in some ways is actually pretty linear in that you really want to establish your mana ramp, you really want to get develop your mana quickly and get to those big threats. And even the things that you could potentially consider as air, like the Rumbles and the Stirrings, they're going to find you the cards you
Yeah.
really want.
Yep. And this deck has no issues with mana in general. You're gonna
Exactly.
find it in surplus amounts.
So we're game 2. We have both of the players on 6 and Tiffany opening on a Leyline of the Guild Pact.
She pulls a Scion of Draco to the front of her hand real quick.
Yeah, I see a Scion and a Stubborn Denial, and I believe a Territorial Kabu.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that she's fetching here, given the Leyline, but
I think that players get caught up in not fetching when they have Leyline out too often.
surveilling here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I have had times where my opponents went turn 1 Leyline, turn and then fetch land, and then turn 2 fetch land, and they play like a Kavu, and I would untap and play Harbinger of the Tides.
And that Kavu goes well,
No,
it's
it
a
becomes
1/1.
a 1/1.
So
But more importantly, both of those lands stay islands. You know,
that is very fair.
yeah. It's definitely awkward. So this is really the namesake of these new versions of Zoo.
Yeah.
You know, this little combo right here. It's a 2-mana 4/4 with Hexproof, First Strike, Trample, just every keyword in existence.
Yeah, flying, hexproof, first strike, trample,
Lifelink?
vigilant, or yes, lifelink is one. That is one of the ones that I hate the most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shocking. The burn player hates Lifelink. Ah.
Oh, God, I hate this combo.
I am stunned.
So we're gonna see an Ancient Stirrings from Anthony off of a Talisman. Find a Myco spawn here. Interesting. We see one of the Kozilek's returns in there, so definitely kept in a 1.
It's still a Zoo deck. I understand Anthony's desire to keep those cards in.
Yeah.
Especially if he doesn't really know the intricacies of the deck.
Absolutely.
You know?
And I think there is
that's another Scion.
Ooh, and a Leyline Binding and a Stubborn Denial. Man, that is
Okay. She has got it all.
that is a stacked hand from Tiffany's
The
side.
question is, does she have another land?
I don't think I saw another land, but I think I would feel comfortable deploying the second Scion here.
2,
Just
3, 4. Is there any way that you can get to 7 mana here?
I don't think so.
So yeah, I would feel totally comfortable with deploying the second Scion.
Yeah.
Especially if he tries to blow up one of the lands next turn, then you're in a lot of trouble. So I think you just want to
Yeah.
get it out of there.
Because notably, even blowing up one of the lands with a Leyline in play, we're still going to have access to all 5 land types.
Yeah.
But really the main thing is just, there's a 1 ring.
That's a good draw.
That is a very good draw here. Probably the best counterplay to Tiffany's line of the Scion here.
Yeah. That is not
another
lands.
Leyline.
Yeah. Tiffany's had trouble with her lands as much. But she's still not a bad spot. You know, we have Leyline Stub. What are the other 2 cards? Leyline Binding, Stub, and X.
I think it's a Kavu.
Okay. Smart.
But
yeah, good patience by Tiffany.
No reason to run this threat out, given that Anthony has 6 mana available there for that All Is Dust.
Yeah.
Or a World Breaker or anything of the sort. And not to mention, if he does cast a World Breaker and get rid of this Leyline, Tiffany can go get that Indotha Triome and still have the full domain package.
Yeah, it is very worthwhile to note that, as long as she has these 2 fetch lands up, World Breaker is the World Breaker effect's kind of dead.
Well, fetch land and the Surveil land.
Oh, the other one's Surveil land?
Yeah, the Surveil land, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Never mind, you are correct.
So, a lot of mana in Anthony's hand right now.
Yeah.
I saw a Labyrinth, a Utopia Sprawl, a Cavern, another basic from the looks of it. Is another Myca spawn, I think? Yeah. Unkicked Myca spawn, or... No, it is kicked.
Yeah,
okay.
it's got to be kicked.
Yep. Kicked Myca spawn, hitting the Thundering Falls, I would assume. Tiffany in the tank over this?
Oh, she has a consign in hand.
I
no, that's
thought that was a
Leyline
stubborn...
Binding.
This looks like...
Well, what she pulled to the front.
Yeah, she pulled Leyline Binding.
Yeah, okay. Are you targeting... I would be targeting One Ring with this.
Yeah, this Myca spawn is not going to be slowing down your Scions at all, so... I would... It's interesting. I wonder if it would have been correct for Tiffany to use the Leyline Binding on her turn, actually.
Probably. No point in giving him more cards.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you would tap the Thundering Falls for it versus the other stuff.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So there's that Leyline Binding coming down with the floated mana. Get rid of the One Ring.
Heard.
Yeah, not a lot of action going on in Anthony's hand from the looks of it.
Yeah.
A lot of mana. Oh, Force of Vigor. Oh, wow, that's quite good here.
Yeah.
But this Stubborn Denial is just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I mean, she's really thinking about this because she knows that she's going to be tapped out.
Yeah, but I think
But I think
the
you gotta
alternative
do
is
it.
giving your opponent the
ring,
ring.
and turning protection off all your stuff.
Yeah. And Tiffany's on a 2-turn clock. Really just needs to fade 1 turn here. So I think it's definitely a great use of that.
100%. You have to do it. Like, you don't have a choice.
Oh, yeah.
But, like, it just feels really bad if they untap into all his dust.
I think that's a Shifting Woodland.
Yeah.
So another land off the top for Anthony,
Yep.
just completely flooding out here. It looks like he might have 1 spell in hand.
I don't know.
That might be a ring at the back of his hand.
No, that's Nugen's Labyrinth.
Okay.
Otherwise, he would have slammed that thing already. Oh, wait, maybe it is a ring. You're right.
Yep, that's going to be a ring. So he's going to get 1 more turn here.
Oh, no, it's not a ring. Oh, he's
Okay, playing the
that
Shifting
first.
Woodland
Okay.
first. Gotcha.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, interesting.
Oh, he's going to go for an Ugin's Labyrinth and then just cast the ring.
Gotcha, yeah.
He's
Yep,
saying,
getting the 4th land.
Oh,
Definitely
it doesn't have
don't
to be an Ugin's Labyrinth.
definitely don't
Yeah,
grab
yeah.
that commercial district, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, no lands in play for Tiffany, but if Anthony doesn't get anything off this ring, it might not matter.
No. No.
And
But if he does, if he can find all his dust, then this game pretty much just ends immediately.
and really any untapped land off the top is just perfect for Tiffany's position here.
Yeah.
So we're going to get the ring protection. I presume he's going to draw a card because I think his entire... Yeah, he has 2 lands in hand at this point. But, yeah, definitely a bit of a decision, given he's at a pretty low life total here. I think you're priced into activating it just because you need the action. I didn't quite see what that was. I think it was another Eldrazi Temple.
Well,
oh,
here's
and
a
that's an
land.
untapped land.
Ow.
That is a amazing draw for Tiffany here. Going to be shocking to 29. Once again, that lifelink really coming into play here.
Mm-hmm.
No risk at all whatsoever. Is that another Force of Vigor off the top?
Be pretty good.
Well,
Well, I don't think it'd be that good here anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to do
World
all that much
Breaker.
here. World Breaker is
yeah.
significantly better here.
Yeah. Well, it's not, right?
I mean, so it's going to come down. It's going to block one of the Scions, and...
Oh, it can. Oh, yeah, I can't blow up a Scion. So it can hit Leyline, block a Scion, but he's at 5, so he goes to 1, and he dies from his ring.
If he has another green card in hand for the Force of Vigor, you could World Breaker the Leyline of the Guild Pact, and then Force of Vigor both of the Scions. And then with the Leyline of the Guild Pact gone, Tiffany wouldn't have the blue mana to Stubborn Denial.
The deck doesn't actually play that many cards that are green.
Yeah,
A lot of them are Droid, but he has 4 mana up.
yeah.
So, yeah, this is actually a really good turnaround from Anthony.
I
but
believe
she
that's
has
a
a
Force of
stub.
Vigor.
She has a Stubborn Denial.
Yeah, but can't cast it now.
Oh, true.
Yep, can't cast it with
Should've
Sacred Foundry.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, no option there.
that's so tough. All right, let's see if he can come back from this.
Be at 23. It's another
Another
land off the
land.
top. I'm not sure what that last card in her hand is, but
It might be Kavu.
I see a Leyline, a Stub, and I think it's a Kavu, but I'm not 100% sure. But the problem is Kavu's just not big enough to get through this World Breaker.
No. But it can stop the World Breaker from attacking. It means that he just has to respect it.
Yeah, I mean,
You know.
it stalls the game out a little bit, but yeah, I think it's...
I think that you kind of just have to go and get an Indatha Triumph and then try and find one more draw for a blue land and try and just hit him for 5 with the Tribal Flames.
I mean...
I don't know how else you're getting through those
Indatha's-
last points of damage.
Yeah, Indatha's... Yeah, it is a Kavu.
Yeah.
Indatha's not going to be for basic land types either, is
Yeah.
the thing. And...
No, Indatha would make it 4.
Yeah, it's going to be 4.
Yeah, it's not 5, which sucks.
Yeah, not 5.
But there's no, like, breeding pool in here, right? Yeah, no.
Well, you mean even if it was an Arid Mesa, so it's going to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
one
yeah.
overlapping with the Sacred Foundry no matter
No, I'm
what.
saying, like...
So
Jesus, I'm tired. I'm saying,
the
like...
Temple Garden, but that's only a 3/3 Kavu at that point.
Yeah, but I mean, anything's a threat, right?
Yeah. So Alex to go for the Temple Garden,
Yeah,
presumably just to
Does
get this
have-
Kavu down.
yeah. Does
Um,
have 2 Sowing Micro Swans in play, which is relevant.
Yeah, the rummage ability on the attack for Kavu could be what Tiffany's looking for here.
Yeah.
But again, it's definitely a bit of an awkward attack. I mean, if she just rips the steam vents,
Yeah.
rummages and finds the Tribal Flames, that would be lethal.
No, it wouldn't. Steam Vents, there's no black.
Oh, good point. Yes.
Yeah. Which is why I was...
actually, no, ring damage.
Ring damage, yep, that would do it.
So even
You
a
are
lightning
correct.
bolt would actually be good enough here.
Yeah, I would
If
assume she
those are
boarded them out, though.
I would have to assume so as well.
Yeah.
So Anthony should be at 3 here off of this ring damage.
Yeah.
And so he's not out of the woods yet.
He
that
does not have a lot of
means-
time.
Yeah, he really can't activate this ring, otherwise he risks losing losing one of his few turns remaining and only has 1 card in hand here.
Yeah, but he kind of has to find another ring. Because the deck doesn't really have any way to gain life.
Yeah.
Like, all these Eldrazi decks, they kind of suck at that.
Yes.
And that's not just in Modern. My Legacy deck fucking... Sorry, I shouldn't be swearing. Legacy deck doesn't do anything. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way to gain life. And the only way to stop yourself from dying to ring is just by casting another ring.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see if you can find one.
And the other thing is, so there is the ring under the Leyline Binding. So
Yep.
any of the enchantment removal is also
Yep.
live draws here.
He might have a Doom... He might have a World Breaker in hand.
Yeah, if he has a World Breaker, then he is fine, at the very least,
Yeah.
and not at risk of dying to his own ring.
Yeah.
But again, this game is very much teetering on if Anthony can either find a way to get rid of this copy of the One Ring, or close the game out before it kills him.
Yeah.
And currently, neither of those are good options.
No. It's not really where you want to be on either end.
Yeah.
But... It's bold, just an attack for 6. Just slam that World Breaker, man. Ooh.
Can I elect to draw?
Oh, baby.
There's a Rumble, a Devourer, and a Breeding Pool from
Devourer
the looks
does
of
it. No, exile the Leyline Binding.
That is a good point, yeah.
Yep.
Still no ring protection, so still only at 3, and that means that Tribal Flames is lethal, Lightning Bolt is lethal. If Tiffany can find third land in Flage, that's lethal. By no means out of the woods here.
No.
Interestingly, putting the 2 Kozilek's returns in his yard with the Rumble could also be quite relevant here in terms of removing the Kavu.
Yeah. But does it deal 4 damage to your creatures, too?
It deals 5 damage to all creatures
Oh, okay,
with the,
I
the
don't think you want to cast
flashback.
it just because you have double Sowing Micro Spawn out.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
the spawn. Like, it's worse for you right now.
I agree.
Embarrassment of riches right now.
Yeah.
It's so tough.
Oh, interesting. He's
Why?
electing to exile his own ring there.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, either way, it gets the job done. Ring
Yeah.
is no longer exists. And
That looks to be a Steam Vents.
interesting.
So Tiffany is currently facing down lethal.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. 9.
Now,
Either way, no matter what way she blocks.
she can block the World Breaker.
Oh, it's
and,
5/7. I keep on thinking
Yeah,
it's 6/7.
and then take 11. So attacking with this Kavu is quite risky.
Yeah.
She could play the Steam Vents tapped.
Pass, block, but like, what are you hoping? I guess Travel Flame still does
Actually-
it, right? Like, you just play it tapped, block, try and find it.
Yeah, so you could play the Steam Vents untapped if you wanted to hold up this Stubborn Denial. It would get the Kavu to a 4/4. Keep the stub active is another option.
That's fair.
You can block a Micah Spawn and go to 1. Or no, that would be lethal actually. That would be 10 from the World Breakers, and so definitely a difficult turn for Tiffany. Gonna opt to attack and go for the Rummage. I think this is probably her best line.
I agree. It's a Flage.
Oh, and it's a Flage! Oh, that is the perfect draw here. Wow, that is just the absolute perfect draw. The third land and the Flage off the Rummage.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Man, Tiffany
And
managed to
they're both laughing about it. There's
managing
nothing
to
you can do
escape
about
that. That
shit.
is a
That's tough.
the bold line, but
Yeah,
very much paid
no.
off.
I'm honestly, that's great recognition by Tiffany. That's something that a lot of players wouldn't do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saying this isn't going to go well for me if I do nothing. I'm going to just attack and see.
Yeah.
Because if I do nothing, there's a chance I die. If I attack, I have a lot of outs. So really good foresight by Tiffany.
And notably, with the Devourer in Anthony's hand, that would have been lethal if she had opted to go for the defensive play.
100%.
So
100%. Fortune favors the bold, my friends.
Look.
And this is actually a lot of it's something that a lot of competitive players talk about too. Not just like competitive like you and me, but like PT and like even Worlds players and stuff. They say that it's a lot better to be aggressive and play to your more aggressive outs.
yeah,
Because the upside is worth it, and it just makes more sense. Like by waiting all the time, like you might be giving yourself an extra turn.
you open
but
yourself up to a lot of
open
things
yourself
to
to
go
a lot.
wrong.
Yeah,
is the thing.
100%.
And I mean, as we've talked about earlier on this stream, both of our preferences are generally to play to a more proactive game plan.
Yep.
And in a lot of ways, that kind of preference of like deck choice and archetype is going to lead to a lot of things generally can go right for you when you have that aggressive stance. You can, I would very comfortably say that a lot of my wins with these very aggressive red decks that I like to play come from, your start might not be amazing. It might not be your opponent dying on turn 2 or 3, as people are complaining about in certain places right now, for Pioneer and Standard, for example.
Don't remind me.
But just your average red aggressive start can punish a lot of subpar draws on your opponent's side.
Yeah.
And having that kind of additional like percentage points in your favor can be a really big advantage. And, kind of like we were saying earlier, having a lot of burn in your deck is a nice place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Gives you a lot of freedom to look for these kinds of outs. But that being said, we're going to go to a game 3. I think Anthony revisited his sideboard a little bit, whereas Tiffany just started shuffling straight up, and see if she can find that turn 1 Ragavan.
We will see. We talked earlier about this, about how important it is to kind of have an aggressive start in this matchup, because Anthony can get ring out on turn 3 very often, but
Even turn 2 sometimes.
even can they?
Lugan's Labyrinth, yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah,
And,
Ugin's Labyrinth. Ugin's
With
Labyrinth.
like turn 1 Utopia Sprawl into turn 2 Ugin's Labyrinth.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Double Labyrinth.
Yeah.
There's a couple different permutations for a turn 2 ring
Yeah.
out of Anthony's deck.
But regardless, the deck does generally tend to stall for a turn or two.
Yeah.
The first couple turns of the game, and that's really Tiffany's best opportunity to just take advantage of that and just kind of build up a board presence, build up mana and resources, and you really take control of the game.
Yeah, you really need to take advantage of those first few setup turns that this Eldrazi ramp deck gives you.
100%.
Because as quickly as it can ramp and as much as it can get out of control quickly, they do need to spend a couple turns devoted to just developing that mana.
Yeah, 100%.
Tiffany looking at a hand with a Scion, Kavu, a couple of lands, and a Flage, I believe. There might be a Leyline Binding in there, and looks like she's going to go back
Gonna
to
go to
5.
Looks like Anthony's staying at 6.
Yeah.
So,
Didn't get a great look at his hand
Yeah.
either.
These two oftentimes go to a lot of the same events. They're pretty friendly with each other. They're pretty friendly in general.
Yeah, these
You
two
know.
guys are great.
Yeah. Fun fact, Anthony stomped me probably the first 8 times we played. And I thought he was a jerk. I was like, who the hell is this guy? Just coming out of here, stone face kills me on blue-white control, and I was like, I'm just never going to be able to beat him. I finally had like a full conversation with him, and he's great. He's a great dude. And his roommate Billy is also really cool. He plays a lot of Frogtide too, so we would talk a lot about it. He's just a good dude.
Tiffany looking at quite
And I'm
a
sure
good
most
5
of you guys
here.
know Tiffany, and she's just great. She's been a huge pillar in our community.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she has a very cute kid named Henry.
Also true. Looks like a hand with Leyline, Consign, Scion, but I think it only has 1 land.
Lands, yeah.
Now on the draw, and Anthony gets the one of Devourer too.
All right, so we see. I play with Devourer a lot, and let me tell you, that card is so much better on the draw than on the play.
Yeah.
It is unbelievable. I've never seen a card feel that lopsided to being better on the draw, but that card is so much better on the draw.
Are you sure about that?
I can't even begin to. I'll say it again.
I mean, I can think of one other card.
Cavern.
Yeah, Gemstone Cavern.
Yeah,
It's
Gemstone
probably
Cavern.
a little bit better.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Not to steal your thunder.
No,
there,
no,
but-
Thunder. You know what, Matt? My Thunder's stolen, and I'm never getting it back.
It looks like Tiffany ripped a land number 2, which is fantastic. here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So for viewers who aren't super familiar with Devour of Destiny, the reason it's so much better on the draw is because you reveal it in pregame, but you don't actually get the trigger until your first upkeep.
Yeah.
So the thing is that if you're on the draw, in game 1s you get to kind of get an idea of what your opponent's on, which is super relevant to know what cards you're keeping on top. But if you're on the draw, you also get to draw it immediately. So it's just you get to prep for the game better when you have more information.
That is a fantastic Malevolent Rumble
That is
here.
a very good Malevolent Rumble.
Does have a mana floating, I believe, from that Ugin's Labyrinth.
Okay.
And should be at 19.
Yeah.
It's going to elect to grab that 1 ring. And does essentially draw a card by bidding that World Breaker.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a Copperline?
No, that's
Or
a
is that a
Wooded Foothills.
Oh, that's a Wooded Foothills. Gotcha.
Players correcting life totals.
Looks like Tiffany's going to find that Surveil land again.
Yeah, I would probably. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always tempted to get Triumph first.
So I think interestingly, I only see the 1 Surveil and the 1 Triumph in her list,
Interesting.
and they are the pair that goes together.
Okay.
So a little less on the fewer Triumphs than Ryan earlier.
Yeah.
Um,
So classically, Zulus played 2 Triumphs, and then 1 to 2 shock lands that would fit around them,
yeah,
and a bunch of other shock lands because their mana was a freaking nightmare.
yeah. Never change Zudex. I mean,
No, I know we have a friend named Jimmy.
yes.
Jimmy is a master with Zoo, and he would spend hours just trying to make sure the mana was perfect. And Jesus Christ, did he find it? That dude is so good at Magic.
Yeah.
But
He will casually just take 2 months off, come back and top 8 into
Yeah.
it like clockwork.
yeah,
Just,
dude's incredible.
yeah.
We're gonna see here basic planes into Scion. Did she draw that land for turn?
She did draw
So
that
she
land,
has
so she
has
kept that
another
land
land.
off the top with
Yeah.
Surveil, and I believe the last card in her hand is a land as well.
Well, we have land, we have consign, we have X. I don't know what
I think
X is.
I think the third it's land, consign, and Kavu, I believe.
Kavu, okay.
Not
a bad start.
Yeah, I mean, kept a one lander and found the 2 lands that she needed.
Yeah.
Would
have been better with Ragavan. But,
yes, agreed. I think so. As much as having this ring come down on Anthony's side, I agree with this play of going for the Scion first.
Yeah.
Just on the level of.
Wait, what do you mean by going for the sign first? You mean by playing sign first?
Yeah, as opposed to holding
yeah.
up the consign here.
Oh, yeah. At the end of the day, even if Tiffany's deck is better suited for the long con, she needs to put a clock on.
Yes.
And getting a Scion down is a good way to do that. Now, do I agree that Ring is not worth countering? Probably not. He would have gone down to zero mana. I think personally I would have held it.
Well, it's a consign in her hand, not a stubborn denial.
Yeah, but consign still handles the ring. Clearly,
True.
I think that being able to just stop that and just thusly pretty much running him out of gas.
Yeah.
Is the most important thing that you could really do. And next turn you just play Scion because essentially you got time walked anyway. You know?
That's true.
You're able to swing for 4 this next turn, but I don't know. I'm a little iffy on that. Originally I agreed, but putting more thought into it, I think that I would hold up the consign. I think that giving him the ability to get back in this game is tough. But there were 2 more rings in the top 5, so
True.
Whatever. What do I know?
I think importantly, this is kind of the one turn where Tiffany only has the 1 mana to hold up for consign. Mm-hmm. Whereas by developing this way, you're attacking for 9 on this next turn. Mm-hmm. This Eldrazi spawn is not going to block either of these cards effectively with the Leyline in play.
He just found a Force of Vigor.
Ooh, I mean, the thing is, so Force of Vigor requires 2 targets, so I guess he could target his own ring and the Leyline.
Yeah.
Unless I don't remember if Force of Vigor says that your opponent controls, actually.
No, I think it's just destroy 2 artifacts and or enchantments.
Because if it's only targets that your opponent controls, he actually cannot cast Force of Vigor here.
Interesting.
Let me double check on that very quickly.
It's okay. I'll talk while you're doing that. Hello, everybody. Okay, so Tiffany untaps, plays 4th land. She's only drawn lands this game. She's probably going to send in with both Kavu and Scion. Get in for 9 points of damage. I am skeptical of her playing that 4th land. I would have held that until post-combat.
Looks like it looks like there's a Ragavan in hand, actually.
Is it a Ragavan? Okay, so she already had the Arid Mesa. Interesting. I
think I would have held that Arid Mesa too. Probably discarded it to the Kavu.
Yeah. I would have pitched that to Kavu. I would have dashed in Ragavan and just held up the consign. But because that would have been 11 points of damage, Anthony would have gone down to 6, and then would have taken 2 more off of the ring.
Now, what she might want to do here...
She can still do that, but...
What she might want to do here with the Kavu is instead use it to exile the Worldbreaker that's in Anthony's graveyard.
That's fair.
But he does have the mana available to buy that back.
Yeah,
so
he can just respond.
Yeah.
But it does put him down on mana.
Yeah.
But he does have a Kozilek's
Oh, there is a Kozilek's command here, yeah.
Kozilek's command, sorry, excuse me. So that Kozilek's command is going to go after the Kavu. Tiffany will attack for 6.
So this is going to be the Force of Vigor targeting the Leyline.
Do we know? Did you look it up?
Yeah, it can target his own ring here.
Okay. It's not up. Is it up to?
No, it's not up to.
Okay.
It's just either player.
Okay.
So missing green and black. So one of these fetch lands could get Indotha Triome.
Yeah.
If Tiffany wanted to go for the full 5 damage with the Kavu here. Looking over at Anthony's graveyard from the looks of it.
Yeah. I mean, she doesn't want to discard the stuff that she's got already.
Well, now that Anthony is tapped down for the Force of Vigor, that Worldbreaker is vulnerable.
Yeah.
But electing to get rid of the Force of Vigor, presumably for Emrakul, that might be the only instant in there.
Maybe, but it still feels bad, I think I would have gone after the World Breaker.
I agree.
But I mean, the flip side of that coin is like, are we gonna get to the point where World Breaker is actually castable? And I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I think it. The thing is, the World Breaker is one of the larger like roadblocks for Tiffany's side.
Yeah, but she's trying to just end the game in the next 2 turns.
Absolutely. And I mean, at this point, without him buying it back, it is a 10 mana card.
Yeah.
So between the 3 mana to buy it back and the actual cost.
Mm-hmm.
So now that the ley line is gone, this Kavu doesn't have
Does
trample.
green? Okay. No, well, it still does. Because it's just green and red on its own.
Yeah, but with the Scion, correct?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, good point.
Which is why he goes to block the Ragavan.
Yeah, which is definitely the correct block here.
Yep.
So we're gonna go to end step dash. We're gonna go to Anthony's turn.
Yep.
Anthony's already at a pretty dangerously low life total,
Yeah.
though.
It's going down to 6.
Tiffany has full domain here and has that consign in hand.
Yeah.
And has a Steam Vents available to fetch with this Arid Mesa. Very.
Yep.
I like the play of fetching away the blue land there just to kind of, bit of extra mental percentage points.
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Anthony drew a All Is Dust either. I think that personally, as soon as something is cast,
well, All Is
could
Dust is
impact the
not going to
board.
do enough here either because the Scion
Scion
is
is
now
4/4.
colorless.
Yep.
So Tiffany's in a pretty good spot here.
Pretty good spot.
Realistically,
Here's the
needs.
question: are you countering this? I think you have to slam it.
I would.
Yeah, you have
100%.
3 mana,
Like
3 mana up. He just played his land. I think you just insta counter this.
yeah. So realistically, the only outs I think that Anthony had were a One Ring coming down
Yeah.
and actually surviving, or a World Breaker,
Yeah.
and both of those are covered by the consign.
Wait, is he at 8?
He should be at 6 from the
Okay,
One Ring
someone's-
damage. Yeah.
Oh, Eric's in there.
Yep. So yeah, this is going to fetch Steam Vents, which is going to be exactly enough to make sure that Tiffany can get through this last 6 points of damage from the
Yeah.
looks of it. I don't think there's anything left that.
Well, no. So he does have a Kozlexer command to take care of the Kavu.
Yeah, but then
I think he's gonna die to his own.
he's
ring.
gonna take 4 and die to
Yeah.
his own ring. So
Yeah.
I think
You
this
right.
should be game.
Yeah, I think that should be game 2.
Is there some sort of play to be made with Rumble, maybe?
I don't think so.
Because he already played his land. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough.
No. Is it 6? I think he just wants to see what he's gonna draw. Shifting Woodlands.
Oh, Force of Vigor isn't out.
Force of Vigor isn't out. Well, no, it's not.
Can
'Cause he
blow up
kept
the
the-
Scion, and then that would remove Trample from
Oh,
the Kavu.
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Here's the Stash Ragavan.
Now this should be game.
Yep, that's going to be it.
Cool.
A little bit of an awkward fist bump handshake at the end there,
Yeah.
but Tiffany's going to win it, and we'll see if those tiebreakers work
Yeah.
out for her.
Yeah,
Potentially another top 8, but
yeah.
depends on some of the other match results.
Yeah. But that'll do it for round number 5, and we should be back with you guys in just a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to be
So,
streaming top 8
yep.
and top 4.
This is a 2 slot, so we won't be streaming the finals, but we'll be back soon with more action.
Yeah.
Cool.
And we are back with our top 8. So we have one familiar face here. We're going to see Noah B back with the Ruby Storm deck against Leighton on Amulet Titan.
Yep.
Leighton is another local grinder. One of the more proficient Amulet Titan pilots in our area.
Mm-hmm. Without a doubt. He has been pretty much the only modern deck I think I've ever seen Leighton play.
I'm pretty sure it's the only modern deck he owns.
That's fair. Little homie is 15, 16 years old. I've known him pretty much ever since I moved to this area 4 or 5 years ago. He's just been adopted by this community, and he embraces it pretty well. So we're happy to have him here, and
is a very excellent player,
He's a very
especially
excellent
with this
player.
archetype.
he has qualified for this RC already for Charlotte, Portland. He's trying to get his second invite.
Yeah.
And he also queued for the last 2 RCs, I believe, as well.
I don't know if he qualified for the last one, but yeah, he's qualified for a number of them for sure.
Okay.
Bit of a modern specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Very much prefers this type of deck.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think he plays much Pioneer, to be honest.
Yeah, if he did, he would be playing the Loomer combo, I'm sure.
Presumably, yes.
Pretty much the same thing. He is on the, I believe he's on
the analyst build.
Analyst build.
Yes.
He's been really liking that one lately. And he kind of thinks it's the better version of Amulet now. I think it's not as good, but that's neither here nor there, I guess.
It does seem to be the consensus choice for our area.
Yeah, it's just way more weak to graveyard hate.
Yes, I definitely think there are some downsides to it, however.
Yep.
It does have a couple more combo lines.
Yeah,
All equally as convoluted as every other Titan combo line.
damn straight.
But we're going to see a Strike It Rich on the first turn
Yep.
versus a Saga and Amulet on
Yeah.
Leighton's side.
So I was talking to Leighton. He does not feel confident in this matchup at all, at least in game 1 on the draw. Noah, we saw earlier on Ruby Storm splashing green instead of white. He's already preparing to go off here.
Yeah, he's going off on turn 2, and
Yeah,
we'll see if he can get there, but yeah,
it's interesting that they add blue as well. I don't know what the blue's for.
might be adding green. I'm not sure.
I guess, but like,
I
why?
don't know why it wouldn't be grass energy at that point then.
Yeah. Is there any?
But I do not think there is a single reason to produce blue mana.
Yeah.
Oh, what this might actually be is a count for instants and sorceries versus Storm
Oh, interesting.
for the Ral
Yeah,
specifically.
makes sense. Makes sense.
So I think we have Storm, quote unquote Ral Storm,
Mm-hmm.
and then red mana from the looks of it.
Okay.
Because Noah's adjusting each of these dice, I believe.
Well,
Yeah,
Noah
maybe
forgot
not.
to adjust the blue one.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I do not know.
Regardless, Noah is storming off on turn 2.
Yeah. Just going for it. And
Ooh, with a Past in Flames too. Yeah.
So this is kind of where Noah's matchup expertise comes in, because they know that they are cleared for takeoff, and they just want to get down before Leighton can kind of stabilize and start his Titan nonsense.
Absolutely.
So Noah's taking full advantage of that.
Yeah.
Now, you have to assume that the game's just about locked here. It's not for sure, We have to see what this hit is for its ultimate. For Ral's ult here. Immediately saying, screw this Ral. I don't care about it. Get it out of here.
Now, notably, no cards in hand for Noah.
Yep.
Has, I believe, a few spells that could be flashbacked with Past in Flames, but does not have any more discounts and just exiled a lot of discounts.
Yeah.
It is very conceivable that this could fizzle depending on how much mana is available,
Yeah.
but there is the second Ral there off the Ren
The
Resolve.
impulse. Or Res Resolve, yeah.
So probably unlikely,
Yeah.
but definitely one of the weaker Ral ultimates I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Now these Manamorphoses are going to draw a couple of cards, produce some mana. So of the few spells there, definitely among the better ones.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, with this second Ral flip, this
I
is
have
probably
to imagine this one's wrapped up.
yeah, I have to imagine as well.
You know, you cast all the stuff that's exiled because you're net positive on most of them. Interesting. Not sure what the reasoning is between. All right, well, there's Pass
Yes.
and Flames.
Alt
Yep.
number 2, and yeah.
Yeah.
Leighton just gonna scoop it up.
Yep.
Understandable.
Well, that's went about how we expected it to go, game one at least. So
Yeah.
you know, let's take a look at sideboards. Do you want to go through? Do you want to go through Noah's, or do you want to go through Leighton's?
Let's go through Noah's very quickly. So we have 1 Empty the Warrens, 1 Alchemist Gambit, 1 Pyroclasm, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Past in Flames, 2 Blood Moon, 3 Abrade, 3 Veil of Summer, 1 Grape Shot, and the 1 Gigantha. As far as cards to bring in, I don't know if Noah actually really wants to bring in much. Maybe some of the Abrades, and that would be about it. I have to imagine they would want to keep in all of the one-ofs as their wish targets.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm guessing it's, like, from the looks of it, just a couple cards coming in and out. So
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can make a good case for the Blood Moons.
yes, the Blood Moons are one,
Yeah.
presumably what would be coming in here.
And some number, like maybe 2 Abrades.
Possibly, yeah.
Because they do deal with the
Amulet of Vigor.
Analyst and Amulet as well.
Yes.
So from Leighton's side, their sideboard consists of a Bojuka Bog, a Boseiju, 1 Shifting Woodland, 2 Dismember, 1 Endurance, 2 Fire Spout, 2 Spelunking, 3 Mystical Dispute, 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Colossal Sky Turtle. So there's really not much here.
Yeah, I mean, we have an Endurance, a Bojuka Bog, and a Boseiju as far as some tutor targets between, like, Teleria West and Summoner's Pact to find.
You could make a case for Dismembers just to have more answers to Ral.
Yeah. Like we saw in Noah's earlier match, the creature removal can be very relevant as far as making sure a Ral never gets off the ground.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I believe the Spelunkings in this sideboard are more for grindy matchups, if I understand this correctly.
Are they?
Well,
For the grindy matchups.
yeah, well. I don't believe they're here to be faster on the Goldfish from the Amulet Titan side.
that's
It's the
fair.
more relevant part
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Much as the joke is funny.
Yeah, joke is pretty good. But yeah, I mean, you know, I think this is one of those matchups where Leighton kind of says, you know, if you got me, you got me. You're a turn faster, but you're sometimes less inconsistent.
Yes.
You know, and Leighton just kind of lives with that. You know.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm sure Leighton doesn't love that this is happening on camera, but game one had nothing to do with player skill or anything like that. Leighton's an incredibly competent Amulet player.
This is simply a matchup problem.
Yeah, it's simply a matchup problem. Noah is very favored. As he waves to us, Noah is very favored into this matchup in a set of 3, especially when he's on the play.
Yeah.
So it's just how it goes sometimes, and we'll see if Leighton can squeak out games 2 and maybe game 3.
Yeah. Amulet Titan is one of those decks that so much of their deck is devoted to their ability to do combos.
Yeah.
And so that doesn't leave a lot of room for that deck to have dedicated hate type pieces for a deck like Storm.
Or interaction for them.
Exactly. And in a number of ways, something like Damping Sphere is also detrimental to Leighton's game plan as well.
Yeah.
So some of the better hate pieces against Storm would have splash damage on your own effect, and makes it very difficult to have good hate pieces for this matchup in particular.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the same Striker Rich on turn 1. Leighton having
does have 2 Dismembers, I think, in hand. Yeah.
Interesting.
2
Yeah.
Dismembers.
Both of the Dismembers
And an
did come in,
Endurance.
yeah.
So he and a Prime Time. So Leighton's hand's pretty good.
Yeah, Leighton has interactive tools, but this
Doesn't
being...
have interaction for this one.
Yeah, not this one. Would have preferred to see Ural come down here for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Making gestures
Leighton,
at the camera.
Leighton, stop making gestures at the camera.
So see a Past in Flames in Noah's hand, another Manamorphose.
Leighton does have an opportunity here, right? If when Noah goes to cast Past in Flames,
So we see a Ral, a Desperate Ritual, and a
There's
Braid, and a
Braid
Pass
and
and
a Pass and
Flames.
Flames,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
when Noah goes to cast Pass and Flames, Leighton can respond here.
yes. This is definitely a hand that is much more reliant on a Past and Flames here
Yeah.
from Noah's side.
100%. Not many exile abilities or exile effects. Nothing of the sort. So should be interesting. We'll see if how deep Noah wants to go. Interesting. Okay, so
A Grazer for the Endurance.
yep. That
So
leaves
I believe that leaves
Leighton's
a
hands.
Ral, and an Abrade,
Yeah.
and one other card.
Yep.
Looks like Noah's going to elect to play this Ral here and pass the
Leighton
turn.
has
So Leighton's, I presume.
what?
Interesting. So going to float a mana here with this Saga. Noah has no mana available to them, so
I don't understand the reasoning for not. Maybe Leighton knows that like he's just not gonna be doing much this turn.
possibly.
Yeah.
So
Oh, he wants to save some life. Cause no,
no, this
save
doesn't
life
save
at
any
all.
life. Yeah.
Interesting. Not entirely sure.
Yeah, just I
Whatever.
guess recognizes that there's not going to be doing much of
this
anything.
turn. Yeah,
So
even
see
if they
a
had
prime time, a Grazer, and a Dismember. So
yeah.
kept this hand presumably off the back of the 3 interactive pieces.
Leighton
And is passing again.
getting
yeah.
mana screwed in the 27 land deck is not great.
So does have a Dismember for this Gigantha that might come down. Presumably is coming down this turn. We're going to see a Resolve first.
Yep. This is the resolve.
Well, I guess that's actually a Reckless Impulse, so my bad.
Why you can't set me up for things like that?
Well,
Gosh. I thought we were friends, co-commentators. You just led me on. The bad joke. I'll never forgive you for this. Anyway, we see Noah kind of thinking about their sideboard. I believe they have a Wish in hand.
there's a Wish that got exiled with
Oh,
the
right.
Impulse.
Yeah, that's what we saw. That's where I saw
So
it.
shocking
Cool.
in this, and electing to cast the Gigantha.
Will it get dismembered? And I have never seen Amulet Titan miss so many land drops.
Yeah, this deck is.
A bajillion lands.
Yep. I guess this is their equivalent of flooding out.
I guess. That's tough, buddy.
So I believe Noah only has a Ruby Medallion in hand. So could elect to go for a Wish for Blood Moon if there is still one on the board.
That's probably where I'd lead.
I believe Noah brought in the Braids and Blood Moons because I saw 5 cards come out.
Yeah.
So possible that that Wish does not have that available.
It is worrisome if Leighton boarded in Force of Vigor, because that would answer both of those
Correct.
very, very cleanly.
Yes.
What is...
I think
Noah
that's a
doing
potential flashback past in Flames, but I'm not sure what that would be for, to be honest.
here? I think that they just want to dig and set up for next turn.
So
I don't think you have to go that far.
the Gigantha could add a red and a green here.
True.
If there is a Manamorphose in the yard, that is a potential line, but I don't see one. So the Gigantha could add 1 red here, but I mean, I don't think there's any rituals available for Noah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Noah boarded into most of the things that they wanted to go for.
Yeah.
Noah's now cast 3 cards. They could just I
They could
wouldn't
go for
even.
empty.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be mad just to go for empty. But do they have enough mana? Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
With the treasure and the
and the
Gigantha,
Gigantha,
that would be
yeah.
enough. Yeah.
Yep. I would just cast empty, make 8 tokens.
Yeah. I think.
Okay.
Okay,
well,
we're
that's
gonna
free
flash back
first.
for an extra storm
Yep.
count here. So I believe we're at 4 storms, so that should be 10 tokens.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, see, Summoner's Pact, Primeval Titan, Dismember, I think a second Primeval Titan.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate because, like, you know, Leighton's hand just really didn't line up. Like, he had some pieces of interaction, but it just was not lining up the way that he wanted it to.
Agreed.
Which sucks, you know, because he.
I mean, I definitely think it's correct to keep that hand
I think so too. Yeah,
from the Titan side. Like,
you've got double Dismember. You have
3 of the best pieces of interaction
yeah.
in this matchup available to you.
Yep, and he missed the land again.
I believe Leighton should be at
Jeez.
12 off of the Dismember.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the game's just kind of over at this point.
I would agree.
So, turn that thing sideways, hit for 9, get him down to what should be 5. Well, there's a Blood Moon, too.
That should seal the deal, honestly. Yeah, and it looks like Leighton's conceding.
Yeah.
little frustrated
Yeah,
there.
I mean, anyone would be. Missing lands in a 30-land deck for 5 straight turns would
Yeah.
piss anybody off.
Understandable.
Well, congratulations to Noah, going on to what is essentially the finals.
Yeah.
So we'll be back with those in a little bit.
Yep.
Cool. Thank you so much.
would move without us allowing it to happen. Because we got the streets, suckers! Nobody is wasting nobody. That is a miracle. And miracles is the way things ought to be.
Boy, nerves trying to get them more. Living life for the next drop. Boy, nerves trying to get them more. Living life for the next drop. drop it like that.
With the bass so low and the mix so sick, you can wake up face plant down in the gully, man. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man. Hard to the bar, get hard, then cunning plan. These bars hit hard like a train. I'ma leave you locked out cold in the rain. No pain, no gain, no same old, same old. We got the beat locked down in the chokehold. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man. Hard to the bar, get locked down in the chokehold. With the bass so low and the mix so sick, you can wake up face plant down in the gully, man. I'm a scummy man, beats on a running man. Hard to the bar, get hard, then cunning plan. These bars hit hard like a train. I'ma leave you locked out cold in the rain.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back here. We have the final round here. This is going to be the finals for the invite. This is a 2-slotter, so it's not technically the finals, but it's close enough.
It's for the invite. It's
for
finals.
the invite. It's essentially the finals. We have John, who is invisible.
Fun fact.
Yeah. No, here they come back on camera. So we have John, who is on
Blue-black Murktide.
Blue-black Blue-black Shadow.
True.
Actually.
Blue-black
Get
Shadow,
it
yes.
right. Deck's awesome. No comments. It's pretty straightforward. It's Blue-black Murktide with Murktide's frogs.
We could not complete the day without Colin being able to commentate the deck that he loves the most in this format.
You're right, and there's 2 of them playing in the finals because the other one is on the other side of the bracket, who will not be on coverage this time around.
If we could have had the Blue-black Murktide mirror, we would have done so.
Oh my gosh, that would have been fantastic. So this list is pretty straightforward. There are some interesting things like Knight's Whisper in here as a way to just draw some cards, lose some life. Street Wraiths, there's 3 Tamios in the main, there's 4 Mishra's Baubles.
I'm a
Pretty
big
basic
fan of the
stuff.
2 dress down that lets you just turn your Death Shadows into 13-13s.
It just is too cute for me personally, but I understand why it's in there. And then on the other side of the match, we have
Michael March.
Michael March, good buddy of mine, on Teamer. What's the name of this deck?
Teamer Grinding Breach.
Okay, cool. There we go. Grinding Station. Yeah, that's a guy. I kept on forgetting the name of the card.
Yeah, so this is the Underworld Breach Grinding Station combo deck. Yes, it's not an Underworld Beach. Thank you. Very, very funny. But
I'm
yes,
a child.
it is the Underworld Breach Grinding Station combo deck.
Yep.
Utilizes the 2 namesake cards in conjunction with Emery, Lurker of the Lock, and a number of 0-mana artifacts to essentially just turbo mill yourself and then play a Thassa's Oracle and, do the whole winning the game thing.
Yeah.
It has some fair elements in the form of like Tamios and Urza Sagas, but really it's just a very lean combo deck for the most part.
Yeah. Yep. And, last game we actually saw Mike win by milling his opponent out because it was such a long match.
Yes, we were very sad to not get that one on coverage.
Yeah, good game. So we see Mike start here with a Steam Vent Shock, play Mishra's Bauble, and follow up with a Springleaf Drum and a... What's the name of that card? Mox
Amber.
Mox Amber, there we go. Thank you. My brain is no longer working with me today.
The one remaining legal Mox in this format.
Yeah. We do see John start off with a Bauble. They do have Land, Thoughtseize. They also have Push, Death Shadow. So I think this is relatively favored for John.
I would have to imagine, generally speaking, these blue-black tempo decks are very favorable against the combo decks.
Yeah.
That being said, between things like the Urza Sagas, One Rings, and Emery's,
a lot of grinding.
Mike does have a lot of ways to get additional cards, kind of pull back into games through disruption as well.
And one thing I will say is that John is on 2 counter spells and 4 Drown in the Locks. So if Mike can resolve a breach, right, he can get his graveyard to basically 0.
Yeah.
Which means that a lot of the Drown in the Lock hits will be dead. And granted, Mike has a lot of 0 drops in his deck, but I don't think it's going to be as relevant as we might think. So if Mike can play around those Drown in the Locks, then we do have a game.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely. And notably, because of the presence of Mishra's Bauble, these Underworld Breaches can just be 2-mana, draw a ton of cards.
Yeah. And it doesn't look like John has any of that interaction in hand. It looks like they've got 2 frogs, Shadow, a Fatal Push, and some lands.
Yeah.
So
not
pretty uninteractive.
Not a particularly interactive hand for this matchup, but a number of threats. Notably, something to keep in mind here is that because John is going to have to go pretty low on life total to get these Death Shadows active, there is 1 copy of Lightning Bolt in Mike's deck for an alternate way to win with the Underworld Breach combo. And that is something that could come up as a sort of out-of-the-blue win condition.
Yeah, no force negations in John's list either.
Not even in the
So,
sideboard either.
Not even in the sideboard. So they definitely went low on interaction in order to, get this far. And I mean the Death Shadow decks, their opponents kind of do things during your turn anyway, so you're not really gonna have 3 mana to be able to play these force of negations anyway.
True.
So it's not like the end of the world. So good deck building by John.
Notably, this is a blue-black deck that is denser on threats than the average kind of frog-tide deck,
Yeah.
with the presence of the additional Tamios, the Death Shadows, etc.
Yeah.
So,
John did just pick up a copy of Drown the Lock, so that's not good for Mike. Once again, Mike's a good friend of mine, so I'm might be a little biased towards rooting for him, but I'll try and say it's unbiased and objective for the sake of the broadcast.
Colin, I know everybody Lugo, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn straight.
Mike tanking
That's
on
what my
his turn
girlfriend says.
here. I'm just going to leave that comment alone. Might be looking to resolve a breach and draw a couple cards here. We'll see. Gonna get a surveil land.
Is this end step? No.
This is on Mike's main phase, I
Yeah.
believe.
Interesting that he's going for this during main.
Might be looking to just bin any card that he sees.
Yeah, but this is, it's not like he's drawing it, so the question becomes, okay,
There's a breach in
there's
hand,
a
yeah.
breach in hand. So
This looks like it could just be a value breach.
but how far does that really get you? Is this to draw 1 card? What's that last? What's the card in hand? He's got a ring and a what?
Ring and a Beseju, I believe.
Okay. So this is just to draw 1 card. He really doesn't have much going on in his hands. Not a good sign for Mike.
Yeah.
And he does awkwardly just have exactly 4 mana, or 4 cards in graveyard, which means his 1 ring will be able to get countered, which kind of
Yes.
sucks. If I'm Mike, he might also just be trying to dig for Saga.
True.
These blue-black decks have a really tough time dealing with Urza Sagas, especially in multiple copies.
Yeah.
So if I'm Mike, I know that that's an out, and I am looking to play to it.
Now, pick up a counterspell
Yeah,
here.
he has. So John has picked up Drown the Lock plus Counterspell.
So, in very short order, a number of interactive pieces. Is that a swamp?
It's an island. Oh, nope, it might be a swamp.
I think this is only single blue, so just the Drown in the Lock available, but still enough for that Drown in the Lock.
Mike did not play around it. The other card in hand's a Mox Amber.
Mox Amber and Spell Snare, looks
Spell
like.
Snare. Yeah.
So it looks like this frog is probably going to go the distance, honestly.
Yeah, it's really hard because you want to be able to have that 5th land, especially if you have Spell Snare. You want
Yeah.
that ring to resolve, right? And John Peel of Thoughtseize. Yeah, this was never lining up for Mike in the first place. It sucks. Start off with such so little interaction, just drawing nothing but interaction is a heartbreaker for Mike, I'm sure. All right, we've got a grinding station.
Don't know if that's going to do all that much here, unfortunately. Still, John giving it a read.
Mm-hmm.
Picked up a blue card from the looks of it.
Yeah, I think it was a Actually, I don't know.
Could be a Preordain?
I thought it was a land.
Possibly.
It's interesting that that John discarded the.
Oh, it is an island, yes.
Yeah. Here's a Murktide, Counterspell, and Fatal Push. That's his Oracle. Nice.
Yeah,
Right
that's
on
not
time.
gonna do it.
Yeah, so brutal game for Mike here. But John had it all.
Yeah.
So Let's go on over to sideboards. You want to start off with Mike?
Yeah, let's take a look at Mike's first. So we have 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Pithing Needle, 2 Force of Negation, 3 Consign to Memory, 2 Veil of Summer, 2 Pyroclasm, 2 Into the Floodmaw, and 2 Into the Floodmaw, 2 Obsidian Charmaw.
Okay.
So definitely bringing in those Veil of Summer. Presumably the Into the Floodmaws for a bit of time buying potentially.
Does get to reset frogs also. which is
Yeah,
worth
resetting
noting.
frogs, stranding Murktides a lot of the
Yeah.
time too could be relevant.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but you can actually definitely make a case for Shadow Spear here too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mike did see Death Shadow get discarded, so
Yes.
he understands that this is a Death Shadow deck. Just being able to have a lifelink trampler,
Mhm.
super relevant in this matchup. So it depends on which way he wants to go, but that's not a bad way to do things.
Yeah. On John's side, there are 2 copies of Break the Ice, 3 copies of Douthie Voidwalker, 3 copies of Harbinger of the Seas, 1 Shadow of Doubt, 3 Inquisition of Kozilek, 1 Toxic Deluge, and 2 Netherglyphs. So, a lot of potential options here.
Yeah.
The Douthies in particular, and the Harbingers.
Mhm.
Like, Harbinger, I don't know if we'll see just because John didn't see any of the Urza sagas.
Yeah.
So, potentially won't see those for Game 2, but if we see Game 3, maybe.
Yeah.
The Douthies, on the other hand, are backbreakingly good if they stick.
Yep.
Realistically, I don't see how Mike wins a game with a Douthie still in play.
Yeah. So I think that one of the things that you kind of have to do with this breach deck is you kind of have to always board in these the bounce spells.
Into the Floodmaws.
I'm pretty sure you just have to board them in every single game, just so you can deal with their hate pieces and just try and get there through it. The problem is that you have no permanent way to deal with Dauthi Voidwalker in this list, right?
There are 4 copies of Unholy Heat,
Okay,
so there
cool.
are a
So
couple
you do have
ways.
answers, but they are few and far between. So
Yeah.
it is definitely hard. Oh, and there's the one of Lightning Bolt too.
Yeah.
Um,
So a couple of ways. Also, I doubt the Pyroclasms will be coming in, but if you are really, really looking for ways to get a Douthie off the board, there are worse ways.
I don't think that Mike's going to board it in after not seeing Dauthi.
I highly doubt it, yes.
So we'll see. We see John looking through a ton of stuff. It looks like John might be boarding out some number of frogs and drowns, which is definitely pretty interesting, trying to just lean way more into the shadow version of the deck. But
Yeah, I
think that-
question the logic of taking frogs out here.
I think it's because John saw spell snares.
That's true.
It
It looks like taking out 2 frogs and leaving the other 2 in,
Yeah.
from the looks of it.
John's boarding in a lot of cards here, so they're probably boarding in Dauthies, Harbingers, Inquisitions.
Yes, Inquisitions and Douthies for sure,
Yeah.
probably.
So that's 9 cards right there.
Yeah. I
Just
did see
trimming a ton of stuff.
it looked like Fatal Pushes were staying in.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I can buy that.
Didn't see any copies of the creatures in game 1, but if,
It all depends on how familiar they are with Modern in general.
yeah, and with the deck in particular.
I-
Grinding Breach is not exactly a particularly common archetype to see.
Yeah.
So,
I've never met John. I don't really know them very well, but so I don't know how.
oh wow,
how
Colin
they're-
doesn't know somebody.
Yeah, crazy. So I can't speak to their knowledge on the format, but I do like leaving in some number of fatal pushes.
Yeah.
In this matchup, because it also cleans up construct tokens and the like too.
The thing is, in a lot of ways, I think I'd rather be keeping in the Drown in the Locks to some degree, even with the presence of Spell Snare, just because
Yeah.
it is one of those cards where it can remove all of those relevant creatures and still be a counterspell when you need it. So
Yeah, but at the same time, like Mike's gonna have that on his radar, right?
absolutely, yeah.
So you can play around Drown the Lock.
Yeah,
It's a lot harder to play around Fatal Push.
very true.
So Mike will be on the play here. I think that's a keep. We've got a couple lands. We've got Mishra's Bauble. We've got an Urza Saga. That might be an Unholy Heat.
Yeah, I believe that's an Unholy Heat there.
So I like this hand quite a bit. John, on the other hand, has a couple lands. He Thoughtseize, Street Wraith. I don't know what
Counterspell, I think.
yeah,
and a
double
drown.
Thoughtseize and a
Double
drown.
Thoughtseize, Drown, Counterspell, Street Wraith.
Yeah. So John's going to have a lot of trouble here dealing with the Urza Saga. And you can see just immediately that this card's going to be very good in this matchup.
Yes, very
You know,
much so.
I lost so many games to Urza Saga when I was on Blue Black Frog Tide. It's the value that you get from it is just so high, and it's so hard to interact with from Blue Black decks that it's just backbreaking.
Yeah. It is interesting to note how relevant and backbreaking that card is, even against a deck with, copies of Harbinger of the Seas.
Yeah. Like they just have to have Harbinger.
So we're gonna get a look
What
at
is that
Mike's
blue
hand.
card?
I'm
It's
not
Emery.
sure.
It's Emery.
That is an Emery. Okay.
Yeah, it's Emery.
Not familiar with that printing.
Yeah, it's a secret layer.
So 2 lands, one is a Saga, and then Mishra's Bauble, Unholy Heat. See a Tameo come off the top here. And the Saga's going to come down, and we're going to make a clue. So very much getting the card advantage engine off the ground here on Mike's side.
Now, also interestingly enough, the blue-black deck doesn't have any copies of Bowmaster in the 75.
Oh, that's
That's-
very interesting.
That's a really good pickup for John.
That Harbinger is very good, yeah.
Harbinger of the Seas.
I believe there is another blue land in hand.
I believe. Yeah. They picked up a polluted delta, I think, for last turn.
Now, interestingly,
This is good for Mike. He's got 2 removal spells.
yeah, because of this hedge maze, I think Mike is actually going to, in some ways, inadvertently keep red mana up for
Yep.
this Harbinger. It's still going to snipe the Saga, but at the very least,
Yeah.
it's not completely backbreaking.
Yeah.
Mike does have one basic mountain in his deck, so there are...
And he drew it.
Exactly there, just drew it.
Awesome.
Perfect. So, is going to be set up to deal with this Harbinger of the Seas, even though it will remove this Urza Saga.
Yeah. I mean, you can just make a construct and then let it die.
Absolutely,
And then
especially with
next
the mountain
turn-
draw
yeah.
now.
Yeah. Is that another mountain in hand?
Uh,
How many mountains
Maybe
does he play?
I
One
think he
mountain.
only has
Okay,
the
what's
one
the
mountain.
other white border card in his hand?
It might be his basic island.
No, it's the bolt.
Oh, yeah, the bolt. Gotcha. And rips another Saga here.
Why did he?
I'm interested to.
Oh! John just passed. Okay.
Yeah, John did not have
Okay.
a Harbinger, or did not play the Harbinger
Yeah.
rather. Interesting.
Yeah.
And here we have the Shadow Spear.
Mike is a very good player, and he continues to make the right plays over and over again, and it's making me very happy. The fact that he boarded in the Shadow Spear is so heads up,
Yes, agreed.
and I don't think that people do it enough. Attaching it to Tammy, let's go. I love this. So now he knows that John has some kind of removal spell. So now John has to make a choice. Now, the tragic thing is that I think John has 2 removal spells in hand.
Yeah.
But it's still awesome. I'm very happy to see this play out the way that it is. Sometimes you just gotta suit up a Tameo.
And kind of like we were alluding to earlier, the fair plan of this Breach deck is working out quite well right now.
Yeah, it's not bad, and good. Mike knows that Harbinger could be a potential play.
Yes.
Right. He said, I don't need to rush this. We're good. I am going to hold up this bolt, and we are going to get this done. And that is awesome to see.
Yeah.
And, I mean, the cool thing is that even if John taps out and plays a Harbinger, it goes down to 1 mana, John's still not in a good spot. You know, this construct is a 4/4. If you
It's
want
going
to
to be suited up with a Shadow
5/5,
Spear, yeah.
it's just not a good spot for John here.
Bin's a basic swamp.
Now, John does have another copy of Drown. And the wheels could come off after that, but we're not thinking about that yet.
Yeah. Going to shock down to 5. That's
5 is bold.
Yeah, I mean, has Counterspell and Drown, so
Yeah.
just looking to leave up both pieces of interaction from the looks of
Yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, that's fair.
Oh, Spell Snare's a
Good
fantastic pickup here.
Yeah,
That could just be the game.
maybe.
We have
We'll
the
see.
Lightning Bolt and the Construct available.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna see a Shadow Spear suiting up a Construct, and I guess between the Drown and the Counterspell, we're not going to be quite seeing game over here,
Yeah.
but it's going to get a lot of value between these two.
Yeah. So this is kind of forcing John to go all in.
Yeah, so we're going to get rid of
Yeah.
both of the Counterspells.
Yep.
There is going to be a Harbinger that can come down,
But it doesn't matter. You know, Mike has this.
but
This
John is
mountain.
out of gas.
John picked up a fatal push return, so not totally out of gas yet.
True.
But it's definitely not a bad spot to be. I am a little skeptical of John fetching here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. I guess
They do
looking
have
for
Undercity Sewers. Well, it's
so
already in play.
potentially going for double black here. Yeah, to be able to function under the Harbinger.
Yeah, but it's more about like the concept that because John knows that this Harbinger is not surviving,
True.
right?
Yeah.
Like I would rather hold that for a fatal push so you can hit an Emery or something.
Very true.
You know, I think that deck thinning doesn't really get you very far in
Deck
you
thinning
know,
is a myth.
It's
Well,
not.
we can just
I have deck thinned 1,000 times and have drawn 1 billion lands afterwards.
Yep.
It's not. It's not worth factoring into your game plan. I'd rather just make sure I could because they have the push in hand.
yes.
You know. Yeah. Mike just doesn't even really care about this. Says I don't have any sagas anymore. I don't care. Okay.
So this is John's last card in hand, and Mike did pick up a Veil of Summer here. So
Yeah.
could elect to go bolting, but
Interesting.
will not.
I would have bolted and then immediately Veil Summered that. You're like John's at 4.
Also,
Oh.
John's just no cards in hand.
That's why. John's at 4.
Yeah, I mean,
So, well, this might be a better target for it.
this Douthie pickup is also very interesting. I would be, yeah. So we're gonna bolt here, getting.
And all of a
I
sudden,
mean, we
Mike's
missed the Douthie exile here as well, but
yeah. Mike's kind of punished. Mike definitely got punished on this. If he could have bolted the
I don't know
Harbinger.
if I like tapping the screen here.
He could have bolted this Harbinger, Veil of Summered, the Fatal
Tameo.
Push. Yeah.
For the Tameo.
Kept the Tameo equipped, knocked him down to 3.
and
then-
drawn a card off.
And
the
drawn
Veil.
a card. I would have liked that a lot more. When John's empty-handed, I think you just got to push. I think.
So
did he
picked
pick
up a breach.
Yeah, he wants 1 more mana.
Yeah.
I think you just pass. I think you just draw a card on end step.
Well, notably, this lightning bolt should be in exile.
Yeah.
But it looks like we're gonna play breach, casting
Casting bolt.
this bolt that should be in exile.
Well, you could just hit. Oh no.
Oh, actually, no. I'm sorry. The lightning bolt could have come down in response, to
response.
the Douthie,
Yeah.
so that is fair.
Yep.
But now it's going to be in exile. So I kind of would have preferred to see that Unholy Heat be cast
Yeah.
instead, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree.
But regardless, Mike is going to get a couple an extra draw here. Going to have full information of what John's next draw is, and hopefully set up well for this ring to come down next turn. But draws a Malevolent Rumble. Is this a... Ooh, this is a Death Shadow.
Oh.
That is a 9/9 Death Shadow coming down.
That is indeed.
But we'll get blocked by this Malevolent Rumble
see,
token.
And Mike got punished again. He just drew another Underworld Breach.
Yeah. I mean, you
gotta-
just tap green for that, buddy.
Yeah.
Mike
had a very long game last game.
Yes, he did have a
could
very
be-
long...
He could just be
quarterfinals.
totally fried.
Yeah. But looking to pick up land number 4 here, which, you can block with Scion, get a turn, cast this ring, get another turn.
Mm-hmm.
ultimately, I don't think this mana tap's going to affect that much. He
No,
had
I
access
mean,
to the green with the Shifting
yeah.
Woodland regardless.
Not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
He's using that. He's going to sack and pop drop. Right?
Yeah.
Makes sense. There's a land.
Oh,
Ooh.
this ring is very important here.
Yeah. Really, he really punted by using that bolt.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely making a couple sloppy plays, but still
Yeah.
might be in this regardless.
Yeah, I mean he's really close. He has a breach. He has grinding station, and he has 1 Mox Amber. He just needs to find one more Mox Amber, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if he had kept the bolt, this would just be a lethal
Yeah.
breach right here.
Yep. 100%.
Man, this Thassa's Oracle keeps ending up on the bottom of his deck.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, no kidding. Curious to see if this is going to be ring coming down here.
I would assume so. You kind of just want to give yourself as much time to hit as many hits as possible.
Yeah. Cast the Mox Amber for free. Cast a grinding station in a breach.
Okay, he
So
just thinks he's
we're
gonna try and go
going
for
for
it.
breach things. So this is going to be okay. We're going to cast the Emery. Going to start going off with this Mox Amber, making some mana. So might be able to still cast this ring regardless.
Yeah.
Has to exile some cards here for that. Yep. Yeah, so he's going to be able to... So each one of these is generating a mana per loop, and just the grinding station will go through the entire deck, and this is the combo.
Yeah.
So each grinding station activation is the 3 cards you need to exile for the
Yep.
Underworld Breach, which is 1 more mana, and lets you go through your whole deck, and there's your Thassa's Oracle. So
Yeah.
a little sloppy on both sides,
Yep.
but
Little sloppy
Mike
on
gets
both
it done.
sides. Mike gets it done. Could be
So-
nerves, could be exhaustion, combination of the two.
Absolutely.
You know.
I mean, we've been here for somewhere in the realm of what, 6 hours, 7 hours already. So yeah, I mean, and again, Mike had a very long quarterfinals.
Yeah. Very long.
So
I think
we
their
saw the
game went
Shadow
on for
Spear
like
in.
an hour 20 or something.
We saw the Shadow Spear and the Veils come in, and the Into the Flood Maws come in for Mike, I believe.
Mhm.
I don't know if we actually saw the Flood Maws, but we saw the other two.
Yeah.
And we did see the Douthies, the Harbingers, come in for John.
Yep.
Um,
All of this makes sense.
yeah,
You
a lot
know.
of the expected things.
John, think about boarding out some number of street wraiths.
Yeah, from the looks of it.
You know.
Boarded in what looked to be a colorless card almost, but I don't think so.
It might have been
Could have
break
been
the ice.
it could have been the Inquisitions, could have been that Mystical Archive.
Maybe.
I was gonna say if Inquisitions weren't in for game 2, I have to imagine John would bring them in for game 3.
Yeah. Well, I think that they lose a little bit of equity on the draw.
That
too,
is true.
You know. So.
Although to be fair, John does not have a lot of 1 mana interaction as far as non-creatures are concerned.
Yeah.
So there's something to be said for having it on the draw as just a way on turn 1 to interact.
Yeah.
Regardless, we'll be seeing game 3 with John on the play.
This is for all the marbles. That's all I have to say about that. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting game. You know, I think this match would be a little more interesting if it was like more traditional Murktide or Frogtide,
Yeah.
because there's a lot more counter magic. There's a lot more like stuff at play. But you
And
know,
I mean,
whatever.
Something to note is that Mike doesn't inherently know those cards aren't there.
Yeah.
So we're not in an open decklist format, you know. It's easy to assume that there's things like Force of Negation or Spell Snare, Spell Pierce
Yeah.
in John's deck.
They're
That
just not drawing them.
yeah, and you know, there's something to be said for when John goes and plays out his entire hand. Mike now doesn't have to worry about those things,
Yeah.
whereas even if you don't have the cards in your deck, just having the cards in your hand and representing it could be a really big deal as far as interacting with an otherwise difficult to interact with combo deck.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to overstate how much I value, like hand information. That's why one of the reasons why I love playing like blue-black decks and stuff like that so much is because the availability of Thoughtseize,
Yeah.
or even in standard Deep Cavern Bat.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
mean, those Thoughtseize duress-like effects are a really big deal
Yeah,
in every format.
yeah.
You know,
Flip side of
that's
that coin is when they peel the one outer, you curse the heavens. And,
listen. Just
know.
because the Thoughtseize bug exists
It's
does not
so-
mean it's incorrect.
Oh my gosh, it's so annoying.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's it happens, but it's just part of the game, you
Yeah.
know. And but the information that you gain from having Thoughtseize effects is so high and really can't be understated or
absolutely.
overstated. You know, that's why Gitaxian, one of the reasons the Gitaxian probe got banned in every format ever.
Yeah, I mean, that card's just way too free.
That card is cracked.
It's free and then some.
Yeah, replace itself gives you all that information for 2 life.
Did you ever play in Standard when that card was legal?
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
man,
really good.
that
It was really,
format
really
was
good.
so brutal.
It was so fun. I played so much Infect all the time. It was great.
Yeah.
My
I miss
heart had
Birthing
never
Pod.
been happier. Oh. Listen. We can't talk about this on stream.
Unban Birthing Pod
can't-
in Modern.
we-
That is, we don't have to say
Stop
that
it.
that's the stance of anybody on this cast outside of specifically just me. I will claim full responsibility for that one.
You will. That card is disgusting and probably shouldn't be unbanned. But neither here nor there. So they're finally shuffling it up, cutting each other's decks, splitting them in half, drawing 7 cards. John will be on the play this time around. Let's see what they draw.
One notable thing
Mm-hmm.
that we really saw in that game too is that the fair plan of this Grinding Breach deck really came into play and really drew out a lot of interaction from
Yeah.
John's side, and that gave Mike a lot of the room to combo off on that
Yeah.
final turn.
Yeah.
And so, curious to see how John has chosen to sideboard here to try and balance between dealing with both of those halves. And we see a dress down in John's hand.
I don't like this hand. It's a couple lands, dress down. I see a Knight's Whisper, and I think that's about it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that card is second to last down there, but
That second to last, I believe, is a dress down.
no, in the back over here, like
Oh, second to the back.
Yeah, yeah.
I am not sure.
it might be a Fatal Push.
Could be a fatal push, yeah. I'm not sure I like this
I don't
hand
like
either,
this
to be
hand.
honest.
I don't like this hand. It doesn't do anything.
Could be, like over evaluating on trying to stop the Urza Saga plan.
Maybe.
Because I mean, if I'm worried about specifically an Urza Saga hand, like deck, like a Urza Saga centric game plan,
Yeah.
that hand is good against that. However, Mike's deck is not just an Urza
No.
Saga deck. It is a lot of things.
Mike has land Tameo Mox Amber. Now, what's your stance on leading on Mox Amber versus leading on Tameo?
I think it's smart in terms of if you really want to get this Mox Amber down, that it's a way to kind of say, like, hey, I'm going to do this with the mana up, have
Yeah.
some interaction.
Yeah,
The other thing is also,
you can
By-
make mana in
I
response.
was going to say, by leading this way,
Yeah.
you don't leave the window open for Tamio to get Fatal Pushed
Yeah.
and make the mana. So if you're going to utilize that mana on this turn, which there is a Spell Snare in Mike's hand.
Yep.
Um,
Not that that matters into
It's not going to matter to the Fatal Push,
into
but
one mana.
but it is a relevant piece of interaction that's held up for 1 blue mana. So
yeah.
yeah, having that available, not giving the window of interaction,
Yep.
even if that is going to, not pan out here, but it
Yeah.
is a very tight technical play here.
Yeah. On Mike's side, we see Shifting Woodlands, 1 to 2 other lands. We see a 1 ring.
Yeah.
So he's kind of set up for the
Oh,
long con.
I'm not sure if we see a 1 ring actually.
Yeah, it's second in.
I think that's we see it
Oh,
on
it's on
Holy
Holy
Heat.
Heat,
So on
okay.
Holy Heat, Spell Snare,
Spell Snare,
and
2 lands.
yeah, a Hedge Maze and a Scalding Tarn.
Yeah. Not bad. Mike coming in prepared for a Harbinger of the Tides. Harbinger of the
Absolutely.
Seas, wrong card. Both are merfolk, both do stuff on the ETB. It's fine.
Both have double blue in their casting
Both
cost.
have double in their casting cost.
Both are 2/2s.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
you gotta go
really
on.
just the comparisons are it's incredibly apparent. So we see
Oh, interesting.
John,
I did see a break the ice and a toxic deluge
Yeah.
in John's deck.
Yeah. John, I think, is overcompensating on the sagas.
I agree. Definitely
Yeah.
more evidence towards that.
Yeah. So we did also see Inquisition. So it leads me to think that John might not have a ton of experience with Urza Saga decks in general.
Possibly. Or at the very
Because-
least, this particular matchup
Yeah.
with them.
Yeah. Which is fine. You know, this deck isn't really like a tier 1 deck right now or anything, but
Yeah.
it is good. It's a very cool deck.
Yeah.
This deck is used to be. John just picked up a counter spell, which is pretty nice.
Mike picked up a Underworld Breach, which John does know about.
Yep.
You see Surveil land come to John's hand here. I think we see 2 or 3 lands from the looks of it. Presumably going to play an untapped blue to keep that counter spell up.
Well, it would be a fetch land. Yeah. Because the only untapped blue in John's hand is there is none. There's an Undercity Sewers.
Yeah, so that's a polluted delta going in there. I gotta say, I'm not sure I like 3 basic swamps in a deck with counter spells in it.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward, you know. With
I mean, I certainly understand the logic with the Harbinger of the Seas
Yeah.
and a couple of double black spells in your deck, making sure that you're able to cast those spells. But at the same time, being able to makes casting counterspell a lot more difficult.
Yeah, it is very awkward. You know, the at the end of the day, there are inherent problems that come with playing Harbinger of the Seas. You know? Certain deck restrictions are imposed upon you in deck construction, and there's just a couple issues when it comes to castability of certain cards.
Very
You
much
know.
the classic Blood Moon problem. And
Literally.
another little tight aspect of technical play here, we see Mike fetch that basic mountain,
Mm-hmm.
making
Just to
sure to
respect
get that.
Mm-hmm. Could have done it this turn, unless he didn't have the fetch.
I mean, it was going into John's turn 3, just to be sure.
Yeah. That's fair.
And while Mike does have the Unholy Heat, would probably like to have the flexibility of choosing when to use that.
Yeah, agreed. You know, and once again, if Mike chooses to go the fair route, right,
Yeah,
he doesn't actually have to do that much damage.
correct.
John does a lot of that damage to themselves, which definitely makes for some awkward interactions on John's part. Because
Yeah.
like, it's kind of like, how deep can you go to a deck whose primary plan is a combo, but can just go
Burn you
fair?
out.
Yeah.
As we highlighted, Underworld Breach plus Lightning Bolt can do just a ton of
lot
damage on its own.
Yep.
And I mean, this is, going once again near and dear to my heart. Those Death Shadow matchups versus decks with a lot of burn,
Yeah.
or decks that are in some cases all burn.
Yeah.
Um,
Those are really interesting matchups.
yeah. You ask either side, and you ask an experienced pilot on either side, and they'll probably say they're favored.
Yeah.
But a lot of it comes down to how do you toe the line on each side, and kind of when you pick your windows. But that is kind of the idea here of just like, John has a lot of these cards in hand to deal with a fair plan,
Mm-hmm.
but really just that one counterspell to
Yeah.
deal with something like an Underworld Breach combo.
Yeah. And Mike does have a spell snare in hand.
Absolutely.
So, this one counter spell is just not going to be enough.
Mike very much trying to... Ooh, been to One Ring. Interesting.
I know, it's because he has Emery.
Yeah, has the Emery in hand. Keeping the spell snare up, too.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like trying to kind of just develop his mana and get things going. But this is where this drown is going to come up.
That's what that last card was. It was
Yeah.
not a push.
Yeah, this spell snare coming up really clutch here.
Yeah.
Going to
Spell
resolve the
snare's
Emery
good.
Mill. Oh, and it mills over a bauble, too. That is fantastic for the
Yeah.
Underworld Breach. Now,
Yeah.
again, still a counterspell in John's hand, so...
Mhm.
Still lots of magic left to play on both sides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is building up to be a really good game.
Now, with this Emery in play, Mike has a lot of options here between One Ring and Mishra's Bauble, in addition to the cards in his hand. And honestly, if you're on John's side, you're really hard pressed to let that One Ring resolve.
Yeah.
Now, the
Well-
Tamiyo is going to flip and bring back presumably some interaction to his hand, or
Yeah.
in this instance, just pluses, actually. So, holding on to this counterspell and presumably going to play. Yep, there's the Undercity Sewer.
It's a
Looking
deluge
at
on
Toxic
top.
Deluge, yeah.
Chooses to leave it.
I'm not
That's
sure I like that.
interesting. Yeah, I'm not in love with that. I would have rather bobbled first.
I definitely think you bobble first, yeah. Get a bit more of that information. I
Yeah.
think that's an Urza
Saga.
Saga. That's a fantastic draw here for
Yeah.
Mike.
Now, John does have this deluge, but John can't go that low.
Yeah.
If I'm like I'm snapping off getting that One Ring.
Now, the dress down is the real big answer to the Saga here.
Yeah.
That is the main way that John has to deal with this safely.
Yep.
But we're going to see that One Ring get baited out with a counterspell.
Yeah, but if anything, it might be the other way around.
And so this Unholy Heat's now going to be able to freely take out the Tamiyo. And once again, kind of the fair side of this Breach deck really pressuring John's interaction.
Yep.
And without an efficient clock like those Psychic Frogs to back it up,
Yeah.
it's tough for John to actually pull ahead here.
Yeah.
So we see a Fatal Push off the top, I believe. Yeah, just
more removal.
yeah. I think if you're John, you really have to kill this Emery right now.
Well,
but
one thing that's pretty interesting is dress down into in response to Thassa's Oracle.
that is also true. Yeah. I think it looks like we're probably gonna get Fatal Push here, just based on the instant
Yeah.
fetch.
Yeah.
But Mike has the ability to go Underworld Breach and cast the One Ring with it.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, with the Amber, with the no legendary creature, Mike will need a land for that. I apologize.
Yeah. You will need land.
But yeah, definitely testing the limits of John's interaction suite. And
Well,
there's
he just
another
drew
Emery.
an Emery. So why we don't need to do anything?
We can just cast
Just
this Emery.
play an Emery.
John's thinking about a
Yeah,
response.
seriously. Well, once again,
Okay.
just the format and the matchup knowledge really comes into play here.
Absolutely.
If John chose to go ahead and dress down this, John would not bode very well.
Correct, yeah. Sees a Murktide and a Harbinger
That's pretty good.
off this preordain. Those are
That's
two.
pretty good.
Those are both very good hits here.
Yeah. Top.
What would you take?
choose-
Harbinger?
I would take Harbinger this turn.
Yeah.
100%.
But looks like John's selecting for the Murktide.
Yeah. I can't fault him. That is a clock and a half.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like there's some sort of judge
So
question
what
there.
hits does...
So Mike has Shadow Spear, Haywire Might, Springleaf Drum, more Mox Ambers, Mishra's Bauble.
Not many.
Yeah, not a whole lot. I mean, I would guess this might be Shadow Spear,
Yeah.
but could also be
Okay.
so Deluge for 2 and Lex not to cast this Murktide. Wow.
Yeah. Well, it's really good patience from John's side. John says, I know that you're going to make a construct. I have a dress down for this. I am in no rush. Let's just make dudes.
Yeah, and I
And-
mean, Mike likes to make the second construct, and this dress down's going to get a lot of value.
Yeah, and Mike hasn't seen dress down yet this match. I don't
Correct, yeah. He has not seen it
think.
at all.
So he is going to get blown out here. Yep.
Here comes Shadow
Shadow
Spear,
Spear.
yeah. But,
It's a tough spot to be in.
yeah.
The
Now-
flip side of this coin is as soon as John expends this dress down, Mike's clear. Mike's good to go to the races. He just has to find the pieces for it.
And there is both a Veil of Summer and an Underworld Breach in his hand currently. And
Okay.
even if John gets this Murktide down, without like a piece of interaction to back it up, Mike could just Breach and double Unholy Heat it.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much be back at neutral.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
a
right,
harbinger of the seas.
we didn't know about that, but that doesn't really. Oh, that doesn't matter because he can't unholy heat it.
I mean, any land off the top, I think would. Well, actually, no. Yeah, you're
No,
right. The double red is really
double
relevant.
Red is really relevant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think John can. Yeah, John can definitely cast both of these threats.
Yep. I think you got to float green in response, man. Just to draw a card.
Yeah,
Nope,
but
says
elects not to.
resolve.
I mean, more copies of the One Ring would be great draws here.
More copies into the Flood Maw would be fantastic.
Into the Flood Maw would be great, yeah. Get into the Flood Maw.
The Harbinger, play Underworld Breach, get back.
I mean, we're missing a couple
Memory.
pieces,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
But
yeah.
notably, we're missing the Grinding Station. But, I mean, if Mike rips a Grinding Station, that might be good
Mox.
enough.
So the Mox, he
Yeah.
has one draw.
So elects to go for the breach. Oh, and it's a Drown in the Lock as the last card. That is backbreaking.
So he needs to. What does he? What even gets him out of this? Is there a Flood Maw in the graveyard?
I don't think so.
All right. Well,
was
here
probably
comes
looking-
10.
Yeah. Mike is down to 5. Yeah. Unholy Heat off the top. I don't think that's going to do it. Yeah.
Dang. Well, with that being said, John will be the winner. You know, John. That Preordain, seeing
That
both
Preordain was
Harbinger
very
and Murktide, was backbreaking for Mike. So, you know,
I have
it's
to say,
gotta
I
be tough.
also definitely like the sequencing of the Harbinger first.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
try
Cast
and
spell.
reduce the number of ways that your opponent has outs to that Murktide.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yep.
It's tough, but that's the way she goes sometimes. So
Yep.
good run to Mike, too.
But
But
congratulations, to John.
John. And our other winner, who is not, I do not know who won that one.
Yeah.
So thank you guys so much for tuning in. We hope to see you guys next time, which will be November 2nd.
Yep.
So look to see you guys then.
Put on your calendars. Show
Yep.
up.
Yep. Hang out. Take care, everyone.